World of martial arts. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 526 Polestar, Blood Killing Field. Looking for death. Because of Lin Ming's arrogant answer, the face of the Mu Qianxue elders completely darkened. If you don't accept the toast, then you can't blame us. Work together and kill him. Facing Lin Ming, the 6 elders did not dare to be careless. After all, Lin Ming could kill Moda in seconds, and Moda was the master of the Mu Qianxue tribe, second only to the 6 elders. This proved that Lin Ming's strength might be stronger than any of them. This kid has a complicated background. Don't leave him alive. Kill everyone present. The 6 people attacked together. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light, and the purple Zuan spear was pulled out from the Zumi ring. This was the first time Lin Ming used a weapon in this riot. These 6 people were already the last strength of the Mu Qianxue tribe. Lin Ming didn't need to hold back at all. He directly activated the power of the evil god. Compressed true essence burst out. Lin Ming's momentum instantly climbed to the extreme, and the index finger of his right hand popped out, and the evil god thunder spirit that was fused into 3 thunder spirits was ejected. The 3-inch long steel needle was engraved with a coiled purple dragon and red snake, and on the top of the steel needle, there was a ferocious thunder beast engraved. The evil god steel needle whistled out, and pierced the first elder on the right. At the same time, dozens of blood drink seals on the purple Zuan gun rotated, forming a red rotating storm. Humiliating gun. The gun stabbed out, as if swallowing up the sound. The powerful suction made the 6 elders stagnate. At this time, the evil god steel needle that was fused into 3 top thunder spirits pierced straight. Demon Yuan palm. An elder slashed at the thunder spirit with a palm. On his palm, rolling demonic essence surged like a dark cloud. However, the moment the demon cloud met the evil god thunder spirit, the demon cloud was like white snow meeting the scorching sun, and it instantly disappeared. Damn it. The old troll had a ferocious look on his face. Although he had expected Lin Ming to be powerful, he had not expected that the other party could break his magic palm so easily. 6th brother, help me. Seeing the evil god thunder spirit roaring over, the old troll had to call for help. Bang. A ghost head knife chopped heavily on the evil god thunder spirit. The old troll, known as 6th brother, swung his knife to save it. He gathered the 2 elders to attack together, but still failed to break the evil god thunder spirit. Explode. Lin Ming grabbed with his right hand suddenly, and the evil god thunder spirit exploded. The purple dragon god thunder, the illusion dream light, and the blood destroying evil thunder 3-color lightning burst out, which immediately made the 6 elders exhausted. At the same time, he held the purple Zuan gun, and stabbed out with a gun slaughter. He poured all his potential and will into the purple Zuan gun with a blow, and the gun light cut through the void. This kid. The 2 elders blocked the flying lightning around them, and a long stick and a war halberd stabbed at Lin Ming at the same time. Boom. The ground cracked and shattered, and the cracks in the rocks spread out like a spider web. With a sharp sound of tearing silk, the tens of feet high Xiankan silk tent of the Mocking headquarters was completely torn apart and split open. The blood drinking seal flew, and the 2 elders screamed. The blood drinking seal pierced their bodies, and a trace of blood bloomed. Blood killing evil thunder. Sensing the breath of blood, the evil god thunder spirit roared out, and sucked up the blood. It also sucked out a lot of the essence and blood in the body of the troll elder, which made the elder's face pale. In just a few breaths, Lin Ming fought 1 against 6 in a flash, and he actually gained the upper hand. Lin Ming took advantage of the victory and pursued, and the purple Zuan spear stretched out like a venomous snake, and turned into a blade. The cold tip of the spear pointed directly at the heart of the injured elder. At the critical moment, a ghost head knife barely blocked Lin Ming's spear, and pulled the injured elder back from the gates of hell. However, when the knife touched Lin Ming's spear, it seemed to be stuck. The face of the troll elder who used the knife changed drastically. Let's do our best together. Otherwise, we will all die. Lin Ming's strength far exceeded their imagination. Upon hearing this, the 6 elders each used their signature skills. For a moment, rolling magic energy rose to the sky like Optimus Prime, penetrating directly into the clouds in the sky, connecting the sky and the earth. The 6 elders attacked together, and their momentum was like a spear that could break the sky. The faces of the surrounding warriors changed drastically. These 6 elders were all godlike existences in the Mu Qianxue tribe. The 6 elders joined forces and shocked everyone. They flew out together, fearing that they would be entangled in the vortex of magic energy. Facing this blow that changed the world, Lin Ming's marrow-hardening essence completely exploded, and at the same time, he burned the blood of the ancient phoenix. Lin Ming's bones in his body made a series of crackling noises. Behind him, the phantom of a green dragon naturally emerged, and a high-pitched dragon roar rushed into the sky. A spear was thrust out, and on the purple spear, thunder and flames roared, intertwined, and violent energy burst out. Thunder and fire kill. The thunder and fire kill, which consumed 60% of the body's essence at one time and exerted its extreme power, was Lin Ming's strongest attack. Especially after absorbing the illusionary dream light, the power of thunder and fire kill was even more terrifying. In the ancient battlefield, thunder and fire kill could not be used because of the suppression of the law. Now in this troll world, thunder and fire kill was released, as if a black hole of vitality was formed in an instant, and all the thunder and fire power between heaven and earth roared in. Boom. Thunder and fire intertwined, exploding in the rolling demonic cloud, and terrifying shockwaves shot out in all directions. The tall walls around them shattered and turned into fine sand. The floor tiles were completely lifted up, and a 10-foot deep pit appeared on the ground. As for the Qianxue silk tent that had been shredded by the blood-drinking seal before, it was washed into ashes by the energy torrent and disappeared. In just a moment, the entire Mokan headquarters was razed to the ground. 3 of the 6 troll elders had completely fallen in a pool of blood, and their lives and deaths were unknown. The other 3 were also seriously injured, bleeding all over, standing on the ruins, with a look of fear and disbelief on their faces. Lin Ming, on the other hand, had his clothes torn, his forehead stained with blood, his face pale, and only 30% of his true energy left. "You." A troll elder stretched out a bloody finger and pointed at Lin Ming tremblingly, as if he wanted to say something. "Go to hell." Lin Ming didn't even wait for the troll elder to say anything. The purple spear stabbed out, the blood-drinking seal flew and slaughtered. Facing the spear move of the great wilderness halberd art, the already seriously injured troll elders were no longer able to resist. The elder who bore the brunt of the attack was pierced through the heart by Lin Ming's spear. Blood spurted out, and the blood-destroying evil thunder flashed and sank into the body of the troll elder. Puff! The corpse exploded into a ball of blood mist, and a new blood-drinking seal slowly condensed. This blood-drinking seal was much larger than the previous one, and the light condensed on the rune was also brighter red. Old Third. A troll witnessed the tragic death of his brother with his own eyes, his eyes bloodshot. Knowing that there was no hope of survival, he had gone crazy, holding a ghost head knife, and slashed at Lin Ming. In response, Lin Ming just clasped his hands together. Puff puff puff. The flying blood-drinking seal directly pierced this troll elder into a honeycomb. The second troll elder died suddenly, and the blood-drinking seal continued to fall like red rain, covering the other 4 troll elders. Blood spurted out and almost formed a stream. At this point, all 6 troll elders were killed by Lin Ming. The whole scene was silent. The surrounding warriors looked at Lin Ming, who was covered in blood in the center of the field, and they didn't know what words to use to express their shock. At the beginning, they rose up and killed towards the Mu Qianxue headquarters, all with the tragic determination to perish together. After all, the gap in strength was too big. However, they never thought that more than 70% of the enemies who killed along the way, including all the 3-star and above demon generals, were all killed by Lin Ming and died at the touch. In the end, the 6 elders of the Mu Qianxue tribe were also swept away by Lin Ming. They followed behind and didn't experience any decent fighting at all. It can be said that the Mu Qianxue tribe was destroyed by Lin Ming alone. Blood was flowing all over the ground, and corpses were everywhere. Lin Ming stretched out his hand and blood spurted out on the ground like red flowers after rain. The 2nd, 3rd, and 6th blood-drinking seals appeared. Sure enough, the blood of the trolls is more suitable for the great wilderness halberd art. Lin Ming looked at the blood-drinking seals, and their quality was almost equal to that of a human mid-stage Zuundan strongman. After Lin Ming condensed the blood-drinking seals, he took off all the Zoom earrings of the 6 troll elders. The 6 Zoom earrings were all low-grade earth level, and their quality was not much worse than Lin Ming's own. After sensing and detecting the 6 Zoom earrings, Lin Ming took a breath. There were thousands of blood evil crystals in the 6 Zoom earrings. These 6 troll elders are really rich. Most of the accumulation of the Mu Qianxue tribe over the years has fallen into their hands. Lin Ming killed his way here and took a lot of Zoomy rings, but the wealth in these Zoomy rings added up was not as good as that of a troll elder. The effect of the blood evil crystal on the trolls is like the effect of the true essence stone on human warriors. However, because the blood evil crystal contains extremely rich blood and ki power, it also has a significant effect on human warriors. One blood evil crystal is worth dozens of medium grade true essence stones. In addition to the blood evil crystal, the Zoomy ring also has a lot of elixirs and treasures, but these are not very attractive to Lin Ming. This is. Lin Ming suddenly had an idea and took out a red token from a Zoomy ring. The token was the size of a palm and heavy. A red word kill was engraved on the front, and an ancient troll's head was carved on the back. The curved horns and sharp teeth looked very ferocious. Holding the token in his hand, Lin Ming could feel a faint murderous aura coming from it. The token seemed to have some kind of magic. Just looking at it, it seemed as if the consciousness was about to sink into it. What is this? Lin Ming felt that this token was unusual. He felt something in his heart and injected his true essence into the token. A red light burst out, and a line of ancient troll text appeared in the void polar star. Blood-killing origin. Lin Ming frowned slightly. What did this mean? He subconsciously glanced at the warriors around him to see if anyone knew what this meant. However, he saw that most of the warriors were still in a daze. Only Huo Yuan was staring at the token in his hand. Huo Yuan, do you know what this is? Lin Ming asked. Huo Yuan was stunned for a moment, then he nodded hurriedly. My lord, I have never seen this token before, but I can only guess the origin of this token. Chapter 527 12-Winged Demon Tattoo. Oh. Lin Ming really didn't expect that Huo Yuan knew the origin of this token. After all, Huo Yuan's cultivation was only at the postnatal stage, and he was born in a commoner family, so his knowledge was naturally limited. Tell me, what exactly is this token? Huo Yuan pondered for a moment, organized his words, and then said, Master Lin, if I'm not mistaken, this token is the entry order of the Polar Star Sky Demon City in the Blood-Killing Plane. Huh? An entry order? Lin Ming looked surprised. Are you sure? He saw that this token seemed to have a long history, and it contained a heavy murderous aura. It was obviously not an ordinary thing. How could it be just an entry order? Then what level of city is this Sky Demon City? I'm not sure, I just read it in some classics, but the Polar Star Sky Demon City is not an ordinary city. It is one of the 12 main cities of the Blood-Killing Plane. Oh. What kind of force is this Blood-Killing Plane? The 3 words Blood-Killing Plane were mentioned in the entry order just now. Now Huo Yuan mentioned Blood-Killing Plane again. It seems that this Blood-Killing Plane is a force with a great origin. Huo Yuan looked at Lin Ming in surprise, as if he was surprised that Lin Ming didn't even know about the Blood-Killing Plane. However, he was tactful enough not to ask any more questions, and explained in detail. The Blood-Killing Plane is a special area passed down from ancient times. It is filled with strong evil spirits, and is a paradise for killing. Because the history of the Blood-Killing Plane is too long, perhaps even more than 100,000 years, it is unknown how the Blood-Killing Plane was formed. There are many versions now. Some say that a powerful ancient sacred beast is sealed deep underground in the Blood-Killing Plane. Some say that an ancient war that lasted for 1,000 years once broke out in the Blood-Killing Plane. Others say something even more outrageous, saying that the Blood-Killing Plane was actually formed by a peerless strong man from the divine realm who slaughtered a real dragon here, and the dragon's blood was spilled. In short, there are many different opinions. No matter what the cause of its formation is, it is certain that many demon emperors have fallen in the Blood-Killing Plane. There are more than 10 demon emperors with names and historical records. 10 demon emperors? Lin Ming was slightly shocked. Above the 6-star demon general was the demon king, and above the 6-star demon king was the demon emperor. The demon emperor was equivalent to the human sea of gods, that is, the emperor of the throne. Even because of the talent of the trolls, the demon emperor might be stronger than the human sea of gods. You know, in the entire Xi'an continent, the human sea of gods is only rare, and more than a dozen demon emperors fell in a bloody plain. It was incredible. He didn't say anything and listened quietly. Huoyuan added, this blood-killing plain is a cursed land, because it contains a lot of evil spirits, and it seems to contain many secrets that ordinary people don't know. Since ancient times, many demon emperors, including some 5-star and 6-star high-level demon kings, have wanted to explore the secrets of the blood-killing plain and find opportunities from it. At the very least, they used formations to condense the evil spirits of the blood-killing plain for their own use. As a result, they all died in various ways. There are rumors that they died of curses, and there are also rumors that they were killed by some mysterious power of the blood-killing plain. After a while, slowly, very few masters wanted to go to the blood-killing plain. Later, let alone the demon emperor, even many high-level demon kings did not dare to set foot in the blood-killing plain for fear of being killed. Low-level warriors also did not dare to set foot in the blood-killing plain, because not only was the evil spirit there thick, but there were no rules at all, and people were killed everywhere. So, it became a paradise for middle-level warriors and a gathering place for warriors who specialize in killing. Practicing the way of killing? Lin Ming raised his eyebrows and immediately became very interested. He knew that in the magic techniques of the demon clan, the way of killing and the way of lust were very common. It was too easy to gather hundreds of thousands or even millions of warriors who practiced the way of killing in the holy demon continent. Huoyuan said, the blood-killing origin has special rules and strong evil spirit. Practicing the way of killing there will be twice the result with half the effort, especially since 12 sources of evil spirit are naturally condensed in the blood-killing origin. If you practice in these sources of evil spirit, you will get great benefits. Over time, those middle-level warriors built 12 heavenly demon cities on these 12 sources of evil spirit. All warriors holding the blood-killing origin token can gather evil spirits from the sources of evil spirit in the heavenly demon cities, and condense them into heavenly demon tattoos. After killing others, they can plunder their evil spirits, and add them to their own heavenly demon tattoos. If they eventually condense into a complete heavenly demon tattoo, that is, the 12-winged heavenly demon tattoo, then the heavenly demon tattoo can merge with the warrior himself to form a special martial spirit. Martial spirit? Lin Ming's mind moved. What martial spirit? Huoyuan said, this kind of martial will is called the heavenly demon martial will. Once the heavenly demon martial will is activated, a special layer of evil spirit will be formed around it, which is called the 12 wings heavenly demon forbidden zone. All warriors who enter the forbidden zone will be suppressed by the evil spirit. As for whether the 12 wings heavenly demon forbidden zone has other functions, I don't know. Oh, there is such a thing. Lin Ming was a little surprised. The rules of this blood-killing plane are really wonderful. It seems that in this place, that contains mysterious power, and can even suppress the demon emperor, no superpower dares to set up its headquarters here. In this way, this blood-killing plane has really become an unmanaged area without rules. In this way, strength is everything. In particular, all those who enter the heavenly demon city with the entry order can obtain a portion of evil spirit, and condense it into a heavenly demon tattoo. If you kill others, you can plunder others' evil spirit, and add it to your own heavenly demon tattoo. It can be said that this blood-killing plane is simply born for killing. If I go to the blood-killing plane, Lin Ming pondered slightly. He needed to practice the way of killing, and improve his strength in battle. No matter how he looked at it, the blood-killing plane was a very good choice. Moreover, if he could condense into a complete 12-winged demon tattoo, he could have one more martial spirit. Lin Ming now had the ethereal martial spirit, the reincarnation martial spirit, and if he added a demon martial spirit, that would be 3 martial spirits. Among the first 2 martial spirits, the ethereal martial spirit seemed to have little effect, but in fact it greatly made up for Lin Ming's lack of talent. Without the ethereal martial spirit, Lin Ming would have a hard time practicing any martial arts, and would not have broken through the innate stage so early. As for the reincarnation martial spirit, that's even more so. The powerful soul defense of the reincarnation martial spirit had saved Lin Ming's life twice in the demon god emperor palace. If he added another demon martial spirit, the more martial spirits, the more terrifying. Lin Ming knew that thousands of years ago, there was a god named Emperor Sakar in the Xianan continent who cultivated to the divine sea realm and possessed 7 martial spirits. He once sat in meditation under the Bodhi tree for 7 days and 7 nights, integrating the 7 kinds of martial intentions into one, and finally achieved great enlightenment, breaking through several martial arts shackles in a row, cultivating an indestructible golden body, breaking through the void with martial arts, and ascending to the divine realm. Lin Ming was not sure whether this so-called breaking through several martial arts shackles in a row meant breaking through the realm above the sea of gods, but there was no doubt that the accumulation of martial intentions would produce a terrifying qualitative change. This qualitative change is likely to be about comprehension, otherwise the word great enlightenment would not be used to describe Emperor Sakar Muni. Originally, Lin Ming's comprehension was not bad, but at this time, for a small sect like the 7 Mysterious Valley, now, as Lin Ming's strength increased, he increasingly found that comprehension had become a weakness that restricted his strength improvement. Lin Ming's martial arts aptitude was not good, but he himself had the support of ethereal martial intentions, the blood of divine beasts, and the abnormal compatibility of the evil god's power with the thunder and fire skills. Lin Ming's current cultivation speed was not slow. However, comprehension was always a threshold that Lin Ming could not cross. It has been almost 2 years since Lin Ming got the golden peng breaking the void skill, but because of his limited understanding of the artistic conception of wind, he has been unable to improve. In the memory of the great power in the god realm, Lin Ming inherited a lot of knowledge of inscription techniques and ancient formations. However, to master them, he also needs a very high level of understanding, so that Lin Ming's improvement in inscription techniques has not kept up with his own strength, resulting in many areas being unable to be used. As for the formation, Lin Ming can only understand the formation with the memory of a great power, but he can't really set up the formation himself. Let's talk about the Great Wasteland halberd art. In the later stage of the real Great Wasteland halberd art, every move and every style contains artistic conception, especially the artistic conception of space and time, which makes Lin Ming unable to enter. Even a few days ago, through the ancient teleportation array, Lin Ming personally experienced the turbulence of space and experienced the power of space and time, but his real understanding is always very limited. In the final analysis, this is all because of insufficient understanding. If going to the blood killing plane can add a bit of martial spirit, Lin Ming will naturally not miss this opportunity. When Lin Ming was daydreaming, he suddenly heard a sharp whistle. He looked up and saw a brilliant firework exploding in the distant sky. Lin Ming was slightly startled. This, I informed my tribe on my own initiative. Huoyuan explained with a guilty conscience. Huoyuan did not expect the battle to end so easily. He originally called his tribe to come over to fight inside and outside. Who knew that Lin Ming alone easily flattened the Mo Kang tribe, but the battle was over, and their people came, as if they were here, to occupy the fruits of victory. Lin Ming said, "It doesn't matter. Since your tribe is here, let them take over the Mo Kang tribe." Lin Ming naturally didn't care about the so-called fruits of victory. These human resources, mineral resources, cattle and sheep, food, and land that were very important to the tribe, were meaningless to him. On the contrary, if they could join the human tribe, it would be a good choice for King He and her grandmother. This. Huoyuan felt a little sorry. There is a lot of wealth in the Mo Kang tribe, and there is also a blood evil crystal vein. If it is put into operation, a large amount of blood evil crystals can be accumulated every year. Lin Ming just gave it away. Lin Ming said, "I'm not interested in these external things. After listening to your introduction, I want to go to the blood killing plane." You want to go to the blood killing plane? Huoyuan was shocked. Thinking about it carefully, Lin Ming really has the ability to go to the blood killing plane. Recommend a book, The Only Doctor, written by Zhao Lunaiyu, an urban medical novel, book number 2,758,111, chapter 528 Imogu. The human tribe, where Huoyuan was located, was called Shinking Tribe. The general leading the team this time was an old man with the highest innate level. This man was over 100 years old. Although for an innate warrior, 100 years old was only middle-aged, he was only 100 years old and had reached the highest innate level. Unless there was a major accident in his life, he would not have the chance to step into Xuanden. Before this, Huoyuan had already told the general leading the team about Lin Ming's situation. He was incredulous when he saw that Lin Ming was so young. However, when he saw the corpses on the ground behind Lin Ming, and the strong murderer saw her on Lin Ming, he had to believe it. Which big sect is this genius coming out to practice? The old man muttered in his heart. In a sense, their demon cloud grassland was not much stronger than the civilian warriors. The inheritance was not strong. Many warriors had unstable foundations in the acquired period. They could break through the innate stage with difficulty. It was completely relying on the years of fighting and killing in the grassland. It was the cultivation gained through fighting. It was incomparable with the geniuses of these big sects. Meeting such a genius of the human race who came to the demon cloud grassland to train and also destroyed the Mu Qianxue tribe, one can only say that they were lucky. This young man was indeed too strong. The old man had seen some geniuses from the sect before, but they were far superior to Lin Ming. If he could have some relationship with the sect behind this young man, it would be really beneficial. That, Lord Lin. The old man acted humble and just said a word. At this moment, a little girl of about 11 or 12 wearing a green cloth jacket ran over crying, "Brother Lin Ming." The little girl was Qinghe. She had heard the news that the Mu Qianxue tribe was overthrown. Joy, excitement, disbelief, plus the previous worry about Lin Ming, all combined, made Qinghe hold back tears. "It's okay, Qinghe." Lin Ming touched Qinghe's head. "This elder, please help me take good care of Qinghe," Lin Ming said to the elders led by Shinking. "Definitely, definitely." Seeing that he could do something for Lin Ming, the old man hurriedly patted his chest to promise. "Brother Lin Ming, are you leaving?" Although Qinghe was a child, she was very sensitive and immediately realized what Lin Ming meant. "Well, I'm leaving." Lin Ming looked at Qinghe and smiled slightly. He knew that no one had treated Qinghe well since she was a child. She had always lived a very hard life and had no food to eat. In such a situation, especially for a little girl like Qinghe who was only 11 or 12 years old, who was extremely simple, she would be easily moved if someone treated her well. After accidentally meeting him, keeping her away from hunger and poverty, and helping her get rid of those evil people, she naturally developed a sense of dependence on him, liked him wholeheartedly, and regarded him as her brother. Unfortunately, Qinghe was just a mortal after all. She might have some martial arts talent, but it was limited after all. This also doomed him and Qinghe to have little intersection in the future. I got it. Qinghe was very well behaved and didn't say much. She just looked at Lin Ming with a look of deep reluctance. Qinghe also knew that Lin Ming was just passing by, just like the wild geese in the sky, passing by the nest of the house sparrow. Maybe they would stop to rest, but they would eventually fly away. Just like this, Lin Ming finally embarked on the journey, and under the gaze of many human warriors of the Mu Qianxue tribe, he left alone. 10 days later, there were no clouds in the sky, but strangely, the sky seemed to be stained with a faint blood stain, not azure blue, but a light red. Under the sky, there was a wild land, vast and boundless. At the end of the wild plain, there stood several high peaks. Whoosh! Between the two high mountains, two blue rainbows passed by at a very fast speed. From a distance, they looked like long rainbows drinking from a stream, beautiful beyond words. "Junior sister, the blood-killing plain is ahead. I ask you again, are you sure you want to come with me?" This blue rainbow turned out to be a large blue bird, and it was unknown what species it was. It flew more than 10 times faster than Lin Ming's original flying dragon. The person who spoke just now was a young man in black standing on the back of the blue bird. He was tall and imposing, but there was a hint of evil spirit between his eyebrows. Although the young man tried his best to suppress it, it still emanated intentionally or unintentionally. "Brother, I have made up my mind. No need to say more." Next to the young man in black, there was also a blue bird. A woman in black stood on the back of the bird. She was wearing a black veil and had a plump figure. She looked infinitely charming, but she was also covered with a faint evil spirit, giving people a feeling of being rejected. Although the two brothers and sisters were human, they practiced the magic skills and took the path of killing. In the Holy Demon continent, this phenomenon is very common. Humans who practiced the magic skills are naturally not as talented as the trolls. However, those who practiced the righteous skills honestly are also not as good as the trolls. In this case, it doesn't matter. Besides, the magic energy in the Holy Demon continent is rich, and practicing the magic skills is smoother than that in the Xianan continent. Therefore, here, there are many major demon sects. At this time, the man and woman are young heroes from major human demon sects. Junior sister, there is no turning back once you enter the killing path. You either kill or are killed. There are very few people who have really climbed through the sea of blood and corpses. You should think about it carefully. Brother, I know all this, the woman in black said calmly. The young man sighed and said nothing more. At this moment, he suddenly had an idea and consciously slowed down the speed of the blue bad under his feet. Not far in front of him, there was a young man in blue who did not have any mounts and flew alone. You know, in the Holy Demon continent, even if there is a teleportation array to assist in traveling, the distance between regions is often calculated in units of 100,000 miles. If you travel alone without a mount, your true essence will be consumed very much. Most people will not do this. Comprehended the artistic conception of wind? The artistic conception of wind combined with his own flying ability does save some effort. No wonder he is so fast. It seems that he is a genius from a certain sect. The young man in black drove the blue bad to chase him. My fellow martial artist, I'm Emogu from Zuandi City. What can I teach you? Lin Ming did not introduce himself. As he got closer to the blood-killing plane, Lin Ming became more cautious. Here, killing and robbing are really common things. It is fate that we meet. I believe you are also a genius from a big sect, right? Emogu was slightly stunned when he said this. He found that Lin Ming was only at the initial stage of Xianshan. Could it be that he was also going to the blood-killing plane? Going to the blood-killing plane at the initial stage of Xianshan. He is really confident. Brother, are you going to the blood-killing plane? I would like to give you a piece of advice. The blood-killing plane is not a peaceful place. People kill people here without blinking an eye. I see that you are only at the initial stage of innate cultivation. Are you going to the blood-killing plane to gain experience and see the world, or is there something wrong? You seem to be carrying the blood-killing order, which is faintly filled with evil spirit. How about giving the blood-killing order to me? I think I should be able to provide you with a reward that is satisfactory. Sorry, the blood-killing order is also useful to me. I'm sorry I can't give it up. Lin Ming refused outright. He remained calm on the surface, but was secretly on guard in his heart. At this time, it is not uncommon for people to start fighting over something because of a disagreement. Emogu was rejected, smiled indifferently, and said, since you have no intention to do so, I have no choice but to give up. I advise you that in the blood-killing plane, not everyone is as easy to talk to as me, especially the trolls. Maybe they will kill people without even discussing. In fact, if you are not a human but a troll, I might just drop you directly. Emogu laughed and flew back to his junior sister with the blue bad under his feet. Senior brother, what's the matter? The distance was far, and the woman in black didn't know what Emogu was going to do. It's okay, it's just that the young man was carrying a blood-killing order. I wanted to buy it and give it to other disciples in the sect as a backup, but was rejected. But it doesn't matter. I see that he is also from a big sect. Maybe his sect's strength is not worse than ours. I just don't know which young hero he is. Maybe we have heard of his name. Lin Ming didn't retract his gaze until Emogu left and continued flying. He could feel the powerful aura of Emogu just now. This was an extremely confident person. Although he was respectful in words, he was actually arrogant and confident in his bones. However, he also possessed the strength that matched his arrogance and confidence. The true essence in his body was pure and condensed. Although his cultivation was only half a step into the Zuundan stage, his combat power was probably not inferior to that of the weaker Zuundan masters. Judging from his age, he was no more than 30 years old. At this age, with this strength, he was not much worse than Mu Qianxue. I haven't even arrived at the blood-killing plains yet, and I've already met such a genius. It seems that this blood-killing plains is definitely not a peaceful place. When Lin Ming arrived at the Holy Demon Continent, he felt that the average quality of the warriors in the Holy Demon Continent was much higher than that of the Southern Sky region and the Five Element region. This was because the trolls were talented and were born warriors. Secondly, it was because the Holy Demon Continent had been in constant war for many years. In the midst of killing, warriors were most likely to grow, so even human warriors were much stronger than those in the Southern Sky region. Take the Demon Cloud Grassland for example. In the Southern Sky region, it was at best equivalent to a 7 mysterious region. However, in the entire 7 mysterious region of the Southern Sky region, there was only one Zuundan strongman. However, in the Demon Cloud Grassland, there were 20 to 30 Zuundan level strongmen. Apart from the majority of them being trolls, there were also 7 or 8 human Zuundan warriors. After a few more days, Lin Ming finally set foot on the land of the blood-killing plains. What surprised him was that he not only saw humans and trolls along the way, but also 3 or 4 other races. One of the races was extremely beautiful, with handsome men and stunning women. They had beautiful dark green eyes, long pointed ears, and sea blue hair. Some of them were exactly the same color as humans except for their eyes, ears, and hair. Some had scattered beautiful scales on their faces, and some even had beautiful tails. Lin Ming later learned that this was the fairy race of the Holy Demon Continent. First update, please vote for recommendation. Chapter 529, Killing in the Street. The history of the goblins is very long. Now they occupy the western area of the Holy Demon Continent. Because the goblins are very beautiful, both men and women, they are often captured to be used as furnaces for cultivation. Especially in the Holy Demon Continent, there are too many warriors who are promiscuous, both men and women. This makes the furnace trade of the goblins very prosperous. In addition to furnaces, mortals of the goblins are often sold as slaves, concubines, and pedophiles. Some mortals and goblin warriors with very poor qualifications are even willing to be slaves. After all, with the protection of the strong, it is easier to survive in this cruel Holy Demon Continent. In addition to the goblins, there are also dwarf demons, barbarians, half-beasts, and all kinds of races. Lin Ming opened his eyes. In Qianxue Continent, he has never seen such a spectacle. In terms of power, in the Holy Demon Continent, the trolls are ranked first, followed by the dwarfs and barbarians. The human race ranks fourth, and the goblins and half-beasts are even behind the human race. Hungry City in the Blood-Killing Plain. This Hungry City is not one of the 12 main cities in the Blood-Killing Plain, but a city located on the relatively edge of the Blood-Killing Plain. However, because there are so many pedestrians coming and going, Hungry City is extremely prosperous. The permanent population in the city is more than 1 million, and the major markets, restaurants, and inns are all very prosperous. After all, Hungry City is not the main city of the blood-killing plain, and killing people cannot plunder the evil spirit. Therefore, the phenomenon of killing people in the street here is relatively rare, but it is very common to kill people for a disagreement. Hungry Qianxue, the largest treasure shop in Hungry City, has 12 floors, and each floor is luxuriously decorated. It is a place frequented by wealthy warriors in Hungry City. In front of Hungry Qianxue, there is a large square. This is a small market in Hungry City. Many warriors set up stalls here to sell things. At this time, many people gathered on this square, of all races, and the various items on the stalls are dazzling. There are really a lot of good things here. Lin Ming walked along, feeling emotional. This blood-killing plain was full of the best warriors with medium cultivation. As a result, there were naturally more good things. Divine Blood Pill. You actually sell things like this? Lin Ming was slightly surprised. Divine Blood Pill is similar to Huang Pill. It is a life-saving medicine. Generally, only a few geniuses in the top 4 sects can get 1 or 2 pills. It is extremely precious. Back then, Lin Ming was in the Demon God Emperor's palace thanks to Huang Pill. Otherwise his life would be in danger. Because of this experience, Lin Ming was very interested in this Divine Blood Pill. So he asked, "Brother, how much is your Divine Blood Pill?" The stall owner was a long-faced troll. He looked at Lin Ming with an impatient look. In the Holy Demon Continent, trolls look down on weak humans. What's more, Lin Ming was just a warrior who had just entered the innate realm. He could not afford his divine blood pill at first glance. Where did you come from, little brat? I'll only exchange my god blood pill for a medium grade blood evil crystal. 100 medium grade blood evil crystals, not one less. In the blood killing field full of killing, life-saving pills like the god blood pill became more and more precious. This troll warrior was willing to sell this pill because he was in urgent need of money to buy something. Middle grade blood evil crystal. Lin Ming was speechless. He had a lot of medium grade true essence stones, but he really didn't have any. Although he got a lot of blood evil crystals after killing the 6 elders of the Mu Qianxue tribe, they were all the lowest grade blood evil crystals with too many impurities. The horse-faced troll looked like he had guessed that you couldn't afford it and said impatiently, "Don't block my business, go where you want. This thing is not something you can afford." After being scolded several times, Lin Ming frowned slightly. These trolls really look down on people. He pondered for a moment, and at this moment, a loud laugh came. Haha. This is a really good spear. With this spear, my AoE strength will be greatly improved. In the hall of Hanriksen, a 12-foot tall, burly troll wearing red armor walked out, holding a spear that was obviously newly bought. This red armored troll seemed to be known by many people. As soon as he appeared, someone went up to greet him. A mid-grade earth level spear, and a top-level mid-grade earth level spear. Good stuff. Brother Aori, you are really generous. The red armored troll laughed, with a bit of pride in his smile. With this spear, my god of war art will be even more powerful. Beside Aori, another troll said, I heard that Zusha just came back from Polaris City. How was it? Did you enjoy killing Polaris City? Lin Ming's heart moved. He had just come to this market to stroll around and see if he could find anything. He didn't pay much attention to the noisy discussions in the square. When he heard someone mention Polaris City, he couldn't help but pay attention. One of the 12 main cities of the blood killing plane was called Polaris, and it was also the city he was going to. Haha, of course it's fun to kill. I've been in Polaris City for half a year and killed hundreds of masters. The evil spirit in my body has accumulated to the point where it is almost condensed into substance. Aori laughed, put away his spear, and then took out a wine pot from somewhere and took a big sip of wine. Aori, you have been in the outer city for more than half a year? Didn't you go inside? When Aori was showing off, a disharmonious voice suddenly sounded. The speaker was a short troll. Humph, do you think that the warriors in Polaris City are all made of clay? It's not that easy to enter the inner city. In the past 6 months that I've been in the outer city, there have been more than a dozen new masters. None of these people are easy to mess with. Oh, tell me, which masters are they? When they heard about the masters in Polaris City, some people immediately became interested. Dagu and Maha from our troll tribe, Qian from the dwarf tribe. In short, there are many. There are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in Polaris City. Don't look down on warriors of the same level as you. You are a genius, but others may not be worse than you. Unless the other party is a human, which means that humans are the easiest to kill. Humans have always been the weakest among all races of warriors of the same level. Not to mention the same level, even the so-called human geniuses who are one level higher than me are rarely my opponents. Aori said arrogantly while drinking. Haha, humans are weak. Although they are ranked 4th in the Holy Demon continent, they are ranked this high by numbers. In terms of fertility, humans are far better than other races. What a pity. In terms of martial arts talent, humans are a mess. Compared with us trolls, and the favorites of the gods, the fairies, there is a huge gap. Several trolls talked wantonly, without any intention of hiding anything. There were also many human warriors around. When they heard the conversation of these trolls, they glared at them. However, looking at the cultivation and momentum of these trolls, they could only remain silent. These trolls were by no means ordinary people. Aori took over the conversation and said, the goblins are indeed the darlings of God. If they were not small in number, I'm afraid that the number 1 force in the Holy Demon continent would not be our troll tribe. Like you and me, we are invincible among human warriors of the same level, but we are very average when we go to the goblins. In fact, apart from humans, orcs are not that good either. Humans are as weak as mud, and orcs are extremely stupid. It's a pity that orcs have strong physiques and poor comprehension. It takes them several years to learn the simplest skills, and they can't learn advanced skills at all. Who the hell are you saying is extremely stupid? Just as several trolls were talking loudly, there was a sudden roar, and a burly orc over 10 feet tall, covered in animal skins, jumped out. This guy had a head full of messy mane, a mouth full of fangs, a protruding jaw, and a face like a gorilla. Hey, I'm talking about orcs, and someone is here to die. Aori looked at the orc with disdain, standing with his hands down, not taking him seriously at all. Stop talking nonsense, use your weapons. The orc roared, pulling out a thick spiked iron stick from his back. Humph, you think you're worthy of me using my weapons? You underestimated the fighting arena in the blood killing, plain Polar Star City, go to hell. Aori suddenly stepped forward and kicked out with his leg. Take my stick. Being repeatedly looked down upon by Aori, the orc was furious, and with a roar, he smashed a stick down on Aori's leg. The surrounding human warriors gasped. The orcs were famous for their great strength in the Holy Demon continent. If the stick hit their legs, their bones would definitely be shattered. However, after Aori kicked out, it seemed to carry the might of mountains and rivers. After the kick, the demonic essence was like a surging wave, unstoppable. The orc's stick was affected by this might, and stagnated for a moment. This stagnation caused Aori's kick to hit the orc's throat. Bang! With a muffled sound, the orc's throat bone burst, and his body flew backwards, sliding more than 10 feet away. Looking at the orc again, his eyes were already bulging, and his neck was twisted at a strange angle. It turned out that Aori had broken his neck with a kick. A pool of blood flowed out from the back of the orc's head, and soon dyed a large area of the ground red. Dead. Lin Ming was slightly stunned. He hadn't even reached the 12th main city yet, and he had encountered a murder in the street. The blood killing plain was indeed a paradise of killing. Looking at the warriors around him, although they looked frightened, it was only for Aori. As for the murder in the street, they were not too surprised, as if they were accustomed to it. HMPH, you overestimate yourself. You dare to provoke me with such weak strength. Haha, orcs and humans are the most popular opponents in Qianxue City. They are simply here to bring evil to us troll warriors. Aori licked his lips, very satisfied with his current deterrent effect, but he seemed not to have had enough fun. He turned around and looked at the people around him, and suddenly found a young woman with a good figure and a black veil in the crowd. Aori grinned lewdly and said, "Hey, little beauty, don't you come up and play? Don't worry, I will be gentle with you." Following Aori's words, Lin Ming looked up, and his heart moved. He had met this woman in black when he arrived at the blood killing plain a few days ago. She was riding on a big green bird at the time. She was Emogu's junior sister. Chapter 530. The woman in black was stopped by the giant demon, her eyebrows furrowed, and the evil spirit hidden between her eyebrows almost burst out, but she still held back. I don't know where this Emogu went. Lin Ming only saw the woman in black, but did not find Emogu. Little beauty, don't you come up and play? Aori provoked again. This time, some human warriors couldn't help but quietly retreat. They didn't want to be targeted by Aori in a while. The woman in black had a murderous look in her eyes, and she drew her sword. It was almost impossible to see the movements of her hands. Only the sound of the sharp sword energy breaking through the air was heard, and the sharp sword light pierced Aori's eyebrows. Humph. Aori snorted coldly and punched the sword light. There was a loud bang, and the sword light was smashed by Aori's punch. Thump thump thump. Aori retreated 3 steps in a row, and a trace of blood was stained on his fist. The black-clothed woman was covered by a veil, and a trace of surprise flashed across her face. She attacked with a sword, and the opponent took it with a fist, but only retreated 3 steps, and her fist was slightly injured. This strength was definitely not inferior to hers. She originally just wanted to teach the other party a lesson, but she didn't expect the other party to be so strong. If they really fought, it would be difficult to determine the winner in a short time. She had important things to do, so she naturally didn't want to get involved. She turned around and took a step back, and her enchanting figure disappeared into the crowd in an instant. This little girl. Aori cursed, but did not chase after her. He also saw that this human girl was very strong and was a top genius. Although he didn't use weapons, his fist skills were not much worse than using weapons. As a result, not only was his fist injured, but he also retreated 3 steps. What bad luck, I actually met a top genius of the human race. Aoi was very upset. He had said so much before, claiming that no one among the human geniuses could be his opponent. In the end, he slapped himself in the face in front of so many people. A little girl fought him evenly, and this little girl looked only in her 20s, maybe even younger than him. He was angry and humiliated. He swept his sharp eyes around. Those human warriors immediately avoided him, fearing that they would get into trouble. When all the human warriors either bowed their heads or avoided him, Lin Ming, who looked calm, naturally stood out. Aoi's eyes immediately fell on Lin Ming. Hey, this kid, there is evil spirit condensed on his body. Is it the blood killing order? The blood killing orders in the 12 demon city are limited. A blood killing order can help warriors condense evil spirits and condense them into a demon tattoo. If there is no blood killing order, the evil spirit absorbed by killing people will dissipate, which will take a lot of effort to condense a complete demon tattoo. Aoi had been in the demon city for more than half a year and was very sensitive to the aura of the blood killing order. He was 50% to 60% sure that Lin Ming had a blood killing order. This blood killing order was worth dozens of mid-grade blood killing crystals. How could this innate boy get one? Although Aoi was rich, he was not so rich that he would ignore dozens of mid-grade blood killing crystals. You know, a god blood pill that could save lives in Polaris City was only sold for 100 mid-grade blood killing crystals. It was not Aoi's style not to snatch such a treasure from a human in the innate stage. Boy, come here. Aoi said to Lin Ming, licking his lips greedily. His eyes seemed to be looking at a delicious prey. Lin Ming frowned. He didn't expect that he was inexplicably targeted, even though he didn't say a word and stood in an inconspicuous position. Damn it, Lord Aoi is calling you. Are you deaf? Several younger brothers shouted beside Aoi. To the people of Hungry City, those who can go to the 12 Heavenly Demon City and return safely are considered ruthless and have great prestige among the younger brothers. Haha, kid, you are in trouble. Behind Lin Ming, the stall owner who sells the god blood pill said gloatingly. He knew Aoi, and those who were targeted by him must be skinned alive. I told you not to get in the way here, but you insisted on joining in the fun. Seeing that Lin Ming was still playing deaf and dumb, several younger brothers got angry. Fuck, teach him a lesson. As they spoke, they rushed towards Lin Ming. The black-clothed woman before had too high a cultivation level, and they were not her opponents. Naturally, they did not dare to act rashly in front of the black-clothed woman. This time, facing Lin Ming, a warrior in the early stage of the innate realm, whose realm was not as high as this, and he was also a human being, they immediately felt that the opportunity to show off in front of their big brother had come. Several younger brothers attacked together. They intentionally avoided Lin Ming's vital points, but attacked Lin Ming's limbs. If this move hit an ordinary innate warrior, his limbs would be crippled, and he would become a useless person for the rest of his life. Crack. A blood red light burst out, and Lin Ming flicked his 5 fingers lightly, and 5 blood drinking seals flew out like arrows. The blood red light burst out, and the fierce and rich murderous aura enveloped the sky and the earth, making the other warriors around tremble. 5 giant demon minions, each with a blood drinking seal. The red light shattered the void. Ah, ah, ah. The 5 people screamed and fell to the ground holding their right hands. Their right hands were cut off at the same time, and blood spurted wildly. In an instant, the 5 people's right hands were cut off, and Lin Ming didn't move at all. What? What did this kid do? What is that red light? A hidden weapon? What is the origin of this kid? Cutting off the palms of the 5 giant demons with one move was obviously a mercy. Otherwise, if he could cut off their right hands, he could also cut off their necks. On the square, warriors of all races, whether stall owners or customers, were all shocked. They were prepared to see Lin Ming's miserable end, but they never thought that this young guy was such a ruthless person. In fact, if they knew that Lin Ming's real age was only 18 years old, they would be even more shocked. The blood red light was too fast, so fast that they didn't have time to see what it was. They only felt a flash of rich blood energy, and they all felt a chill on their backs. Stinky boy. Aori's face completely sank. Why was he so unlucky today? Even the 2 young humans he met were perverts. Aori could defeat the 5 little brothers in an instant, but he was not sure if this young man had hidden more cards. With this calculation, his chance of winning against this young man would not exceed 50%. Is this really a human innate early strongman? Even the saint level genius of the goblin race is no more than this. Aori groaned inwardly. He had never encountered such a perverted human warrior in the 6 months he had been in Polaris City, but today he encountered all of them. He was now in a dilemma. After all, he was a well-known figure in Hungry City. Now he was beaten in the face by a human boy in the innate stage. If he left in disgrace, he would be laughed at in the future, and he would have no chance of survival. Although I'm more likely to lose against this kid, I will try my best to catch him off guard. It is not difficult to gain the upper hand within 3 or 5 moves. When the time comes, I will stop, and I can step down. Thinking of this, Aori said coldly, "Boy, I admit that I underestimated you just now. You still have some skills. You injured my men. If you can take 3 of my moves, this matter will be revealed," Aori said shamelessly. At this time, he dared not to take Lin Ming's blood-killing order. He was thinking about how to gain the upper hand within 3 moves to avoid losing his reputation. Lin Ming had a faint mockery on his face and let this guy toss. Crack. Aori drew out his weapon. It was the mid-grade earth-level spear that he had bought at Angrixon at a great price. Even before, he had not drawn his weapon when facing the woman in black. This time, facing Lin Ming, he had to go all out. "Boy, you don't draw your weapon." Seeing that Lin Ming was unmoved, Aori was extremely unhappy. "You look down on me and are courting death. The Demon King dominates the world," Aori shouted, and thrust out his spear. On Aori's body, a shadow of the Demon King condensed. The Demon King had a pair of wings on his back. With the appearance of the Demon King's shadow, Aori's momentum exploded instantly, as if the great situation between heaven and earth was stirred up by his spear. It's the Heavenly Demon Tattoo. Aori is serious. The Heavenly Demon Tattoo condensed in Polaris City can increase the power of the magic martial arts. I'm really envious. Everyone was sighing. At this time, Lin Ming made a move. He did not draw his weapon, but suddenly stepped forward and smashed his body with a bone-shattering punch. The vibration essence flew out with dozens of blood drink seals, and a red light flashed across the sky. The shadow of the winged demon was directly cut into pieces by the blood drink seal, and then was crushed into powder by the vibration essence, and disappeared. Aori's face changed drastically, and he desperately urged the body protection magic essence, but how could the mere body protection magic essence block the sharp blood drink seal? Puff. The body protection essence was shredded like waste paper, and Aori flew out with blood spitting out, and fainted on the spot. Lin Ming won with 1 move, and his face was not happy or angry. Now his strength is very rare among the younger generation. What's more, Aori is not the top powerhouse among the younger generation. Emogu, whom he met on the road before, is much stronger than him. Too strong. Aori is not at the same level as him. With this kind of strength, if he enters the outer city of Polaris City, he can occupy a place, not to mention sweeping it. This guy is only in the early stage of Xianshan, and he looks very young. I don't know which sect cultivated this genius. It is hard to imagine that a human warrior can cultivate to this level. The surrounding warriors were discussing, and behind Lin Ming, the stall owner who sold the god blood pill was already pale. In Hungry City, although there are not many cases of killing people in the street, it is not uncommon. This young man can easily defeat Aori, so it is not difficult to kill himself. Imagine the scene of their negotiation just now. The stall owner felt a chill down his spine and was terrified. 100 feet away from the square, a young man in black smiled slightly. You can't judge a person by his appearance, junior sister. This young man is much stronger than you. The young man in black who spoke was Emogu, and the masked woman in black standing next to him was his junior sister Emoking. He is indeed better than me, but in a few years, I have the confidence to surpass him. Emoking said unconvinced. Surpass him? That may not be possible. He may even be younger than you. Emogu glanced at Emoking, and said with a smile. Chapter 531 Robber. Emoking is now 23 years old. In her sect, she is an absolute saint level genius. Her future achievements are likely to surpass Emogu and be no less than Mu Qianxue. When Emogu said that Lin Ming was younger than her, King was speechless. She was used to surpassing others, so she reflexively said that she was confident that she would surpass Lin Ming in a few years. Now she found out that the other party was younger than her, which was a little hard to accept. Let's go. He is probably going to Polaris City. If he goes to other demon cities, he will not pass through Hungry City. Think about what I said before, asking him to be careful about the blood killing order being taken away. It was probably just a joke. Maybe if I really tried to snatch it, I might lose to him. Brother, do you think even you are not his opponent? King was a little surprised. It's hard to say. It seems that in a few years, another super strong man will appear in Polaris City. Emogu sighed sincerely. Most of those who are willing to come to the blood killing plane are young talents. As for the older generation, the powerful ones rarely come to blood killing plane. They are afraid of the so-called mysterious curse, and it is meaningless for them to train with a group of young talents. As for the weaker older generation, there is no need to come to blood killing plane. At such an old age, they are still weak and most likely will not have any greater development prospects. They will risk their lives in blood killing plane and fail to improve their cultivation. It is not worth the loss. It can be said that blood killing plane is a gathering place for young talents in the Holy Demon continent. Here, there are many geniuses. If you can fight against others of higher levels, others can too. Never underestimate the warriors of the same level just because of your genius. Even those who are lower than you and younger may kill you in seconds. In blood killing plane, even a fierce dragon must hide, otherwise who knows if it will provoke a stronger one. After Emogu finished speaking, he retreated to the tall building behind him. King gritted his teeth, looked at Lin Ming deeply, and quickly followed. Young man, for this god blood pill, I will only charge you 10 middle grade blood evil crystals. Look. In Hungry Square, the troll who was selling the god blood pill regretted it so much when he saw Lin Ming's terrifying power. Not only did he miss an opportunity to make friends with the top genius, but he also made an enemy with him. Hungry City is not like other places. If warriors have a grudge, they may take revenge on the spot. It is not uncommon to kill someone over a disagreement. Of course, the troll store owner was scared. In order not to offend Lin Ming, he could only reluctantly give up the god blood pill. If he didn't really need the blood evil crystals, he probably wouldn't even charge Lin Ming 10 middle grade blood evil crystals. With such a good thing coming to him, Lin Ming would naturally not refuse. I don't have middle grade blood evil crystals. I only have middle grade true essence stones and low grade blood evil crystals. You name a price. The store owner was stunned. Where did this guy come from? He has such a good talent, but he doesn't have middle grade blood evil crystals? The exchange ratio of low grade blood evil crystals to medium grade blood evil crystals is 100 to 1. Although that is the ratio, in fact, for geniuses, low grade blood evil crystals are of little use, so most people are unwilling to accept low grade blood evil crystals. The stall owner gritted his teeth and said, 1000 low grade blood evil crystals, half sold and half given away. After saying that, he looked at Lin Ming eagerly, hoping that Lin Ming could get over the previous grudge. He still had to stay in Hungry City in the future, and he didn't want to live in fear. How could Lin Ming not know what the other party was thinking? He took the god blood pill without any hesitation. 2000 low grade blood evil crystals, count them. Lin Ming threw out a zumi ring, which belonged to the 6th elder of the Mo Kang tribe. When the store owner heard that it was 2000 low grade blood evil crystals, he was delighted. It seemed that this human warrior was easy to talk to and not aggressive. However, when he took the zumi ring, he was speechless. The blood evil crystals in the zumi ring were garbage. They were basically mined from an abandoned blood evil crystal ancient mine. These 2000 blood evil crystals might not be as good as 1000 pure low grade blood evil crystals. Where did this person come from? The store owner was speechless. Only civilian warriors would use this kind of blood evil crystal. People have to bow their heads under the eaves. The store owner could only swallow his anger. This is the rule of the blood killing plane. After leaving Hungry City, Lin Ming bought a mount for traveling. He didn't have many blood evil crystals on hand. He supplemented some true essence stones and bought a blue-winged bird. The flying speed was not too fast, mainly to give Lin Ming enough time to rest. After all, the deeper you go into the blood-killing plane, the more dangerous it is, and the more common the killing is. Lin Ming needs to maintain the best combat state at all times. Lin Ming had already encountered more than a dozen waves of warriors on his way here, including humans, trolls, and fairies. There were many races, and judging from their conditions, all of them had thick and pure true essence, and were very young. The martial arts culture in the Holy Demon continent is more prosperous than that in the Xianan continent. One reason is that the talents of other races are excellent, and the other is that the Holy Demon continent has many races, and is prone to the birth of strong people due to years of fighting. Years of fighting are indeed prone to producing geniuses. Since ancient times, when the number of powerful emperors in the Xianan continent has increased dramatically, it is often the time when wars swept the entire Xianan continent. The closer he got to Polaris City, the more young talents he saw, which amazed Lin Ming, especially those from the Fairy clan. Their talents were even better than those of the Troll clan. It was a pity that the Fairy clan was rare, otherwise they would have long been kings of the Holy Demon continent. Lin Ming had seen 2 young Fairy clan heroes who were suspected to be saint-level geniuses along the way. The Holy Demon continent has many geniuses, and the blood-killing plane has gathered a large number of geniuses from the Holy Demon continent. It's really terrifying. Although Lin Ming sighed, he was secretly excited in his heart. Competition and challenges coexist. Only in this way can we make progress faster. If we stay in seclusion, we will never be able to comprehend the essence of martial arts. This blood-killing plane, it's the right place. After waiting for so long, I finally met a little fat sheep. A few miles away from Lin Ming, several dwarf demon warriors gathered together and looked at Lin Ming like they were looking at prey. He is in the early stage of Xianshan, and his mount is also ordinary. Isn't he too poor? Well, although his cultivation is a bit low, it seems that his true essence is extremely condensed. After all, he is a genius from a big sect. He should have some wealth. He came to the blood-killing plane in the early stage of Xianshan. He is really confident. However, confident people usually die early. Many geniuses have heard of the great name of the blood-killing plane for a long time, and they think highly of themselves. They rashly came to the blood-killing plane without enough cultivation, and ended up being buried in the wilderness. Some of them were killed by robbers before they even entered the city gate. Most of these robbers were from the Dwarf Demon clan. In the Holy Demon continent, the Dwarf Demon clan was notorious. Although the Giant Demon clan was ferocious and bloodthirsty, they were brave enough to take responsibility for their actions and had some bottom lines in some matters. However, the Dwarf Demon clan was greedy, mean, insidious, and did all kinds of bad things. They bullied the weak and feared the strong, coveted beauty, and had abnormal behaviors. Except for the orcs, beautiful women from other tribes who fell into the hands of the Dwarf Demon clan would often have the most miserable ending and be tortured to death. If there were no such people, what would we brothers eat? The leading Dwarf Demon clan member licked his lips greedily. Go, kill him. Even if a lion fights a rabbit, it also uses all its strength. Although these Dwarf Demon clan members were much more powerful than Lin Ming, and there were many of them, they still attacked together. For a moment, the black magic energy rolled like dark clouds. Lin Ming sneered and rushed straight into the dark clouds without slowing down. It has long been said that murder and robbery can be seen everywhere in the blood-killing plane. I went so far into the blood-killing plane and only encountered the first wave of robbers. Moreover, my cultivation is so low, and I'm not traveling with anyone. I'm really lucky. Lin Ming teased in his heart, without even drawing his gun, and flicked his 10 fingers, and the blood-drinking seal flew out. Red light cut through the void, blood flew, dyeing the earth red, and 7 or 8 dwarf demons were cut into pieces by the blood-drinking seal storm released by Lin Ming. Some dwarf demons, their eyes were wide open until they died, with a look of astonishment and disbelief on their faces. Bang bang bang. Groups of blood mist exploded from these dwarf demons, and condensed into a new blood-drinking seal. The blood-drinking seal of the Dwarf Demon clan is not bad, not inferior to that of the Troll clan. Lin Ming looked at the scarlet blood runes in the air and muttered. It seems that only the blood and ki power of humans is the worst, and the blood drinking seal condensed is also the weakest. Did you see that? The blue-clothed boy raised his hand and fired more than a dozen hidden weapons, killing 7 or 8 dwarf demons. These dwarf demons have higher cultivation than him. Well, although those dwarf demons have terrible personalities, they are still very strong, especially good at escaping. But they were killed in one move. Who is this young man? He is a leader among saint-level geniuses, and he is only so good at the innate stage. Interesting. It has been a long time since the human race has produced a genius that can be shown off in Polaris City. Unfortunately, this guy's cultivation is too low. Compared with Dagu and Maha of the trolls, there is still a big gap. The two of them have maintained a perfect record recently. I wonder how many wings their demon tattoos have grown. At the beginning, the warriors who went to the 12 demon city only had a vague demon tattoo on their bodies. As the evil spirit accumulated, the tattoo became more and more solid. When the evil spirit accumulated to a certain extent, they would grow 2 wings, and then 4 wings, 6 wings, all the way to 12 wings. The way to plunder the evil spirit is to kill people or defeat others. In the Pallister City arena in the blood killing plane, the probability of death in a fight is more than 60%. Regardless of death or defeat, 50% to 70% of the evil spirit on the opponent's body will be added to the winner, and the other half of the evil spirit will dissipate. This is a peculiar rule of the 12 heavenly demon city. Dagu, Maha. Lin Ming has heard these 2 names for the 2nd time. These 2 people are elites of the giant demon tribe. I don't know how strong they are. There seems to be a fool of the dwarf demon tribe. A person who can be mentioned by Aori must be no ordinary person. Chapter 532 Polestar City. Before coming to Polaris City, Lin Ming had imagined the scene of Polaris City many times. Because he had seen the Grand Demon God Palace, Lin Ming thought that, even if the walls of Polaris City were dozens of feet high, and stretched for countless miles, and looked like a mountain range on the horizon from afar, he would not be surprised. However, when he really saw Polaris City, Lin Ming was still shocked. A shock from the heart. Polaris City was actually built on a cliff that was 6,000 or 7,000 feet high. The cliff seemed to be chopped out by a god with a divine weapon sword. It was square and pierced the sky like a divine halberd. Polaris City was located on the top of this Optimus Prime-like cliff. The wall was dozens of feet high, but it was not, as long as Lin Ming thought. On this grey-brown wall, thousands of thick steel cables hung down from the 6,000 or 7,000 feet high sky like a galaxy. Each ring was as thick as an adult man's thigh. Lin Ming could not imagine the weight of these cables, nor how they were fixed on the city wall. How strong must the city wall be to bear such heavy cables? After approaching these cables, Lin Ming discovered that these thick cables, from beginning to end, were all engraved with dense runes for nearly 10,000 feet. These runes included troll characters, ancient divine characters, and the oldest ancient characters of the goblins. The engraving of so many characters, corroded by the years, was not blurred at all, but extremely clear. Just by touching them, one could feel a vast and thick breath, with a heavy sense of oppression, blowing towards him. Lin Ming could not imagine what kind of divine power had opened up this city in the sky. Polestar Sky Demon City, no wonder it was named this. The height of 6,000 or 7,000 feet is indeed worthy of the word Polestar. Lin Ming looked up and found that many warriors were climbing along these thousands of chains, step by step, like lonely climbers, stubbornly and persistently conquering the peak of martial arts that belonged to them, although they knew that the result of conquering would be to be smashed to pieces. Flying is prohibited in Polaris City. Lin Ming had long discovered that the peculiarity of the rules here, although it did not suppress the true essence, but it prohibited flying. Not to mention himself, I'm afraid that, even if the life-falling great power came here, he would have to climb up step by step honestly. These thick chains are the entrance to the city. Otherwise, even if it is a warrior in the innate stage, it is not an easy task to climb a cliff of 6,000 or 7,000 feet with bare hands under the condition of flying prohibition. Lin Ming chose one of the chains and climbed up step by step. These chains are extremely cold and a little slippery. People with insufficient cultivation have no chance of entering the city. If they fall from the 6 or 7,000 feet high sky supporting chains, even an 8 warriors will be smashed to pieces. Lin Ming spent half an hour climbing 80% of the distance in one breath. Looking back, below him, on the distant ground, was an endless blood-red plain, majestic and vast. Clouds floated leisurely under his feet. Thousands of chains disappeared in the vast blue sky because of the distance, and it looked as if they were broken. Such a magnificent scene was horrifying. The warriors climbing the Pole Star City were like tiny ants, climbing on the thick chains. However, Lin Ming knew that these ant-like warriors would have a vision like an eagle when looking back. This is the way of warriors. The higher you stand, the farther you can see. Finally, they reached the top of the cliff. On this high cliff, the wind was howling. With such a strong wind, ordinary people might even be blown away. On the grey flat rock on the top of the cliff, stood the city wall that had existed for who knows how many years. The gate is 50 feet long and made of heavy metal. Each rivet on the gate is like an inverted bowl. At this moment, the gate is open, looking like the mouth of a steel giant, swallowing all the warriors who enter. The 3 characters of Polaris City are engraved on the gate plaque. The characters are like flying dragons and snakes, domineering and overwhelming. Walking into Polaris City, all the buildings are made of dull blue-gray boulders. These boulders have not been cut too much, retaining their original rugged edges and corners, giving people a sense of oppression and majesty. The streets are wide enough to accommodate more than a dozen carriages. At this moment, on this street, there are young talents with outstanding talents everywhere. Even the saint-level geniuses who are rare in Cheyenne continent are not rare here, but they are not uncommon. Rich heaven and earth energy, and equally rich evil energy. What a great Polaris City. Lin Ming admired in his heart, but his admiration did not last long. He heard a scream from a corner of the street, a splash of blood spurted out, and a warrior with a broken hand ran away madly, and behind him, 3 or 4 warriors were chasing. They waved their weapons in their hands, and sword energy and halberd light shot out wantonly, and each move directly hit the vital points of the fleeing warrior, obviously wanting to put the opponent to death. This scene immediately reminded Lin Ming that this was the blood-killing plane. Here, the warriors gathered were basically on the killing path. For warriors on the killing path, killing can accumulate their momentum and promote the progress of the killing path skills. Therefore, killing people when they disagreed with each other was not a rare thing. Everyone here could become an enemy. As long as you kill someone, you can not only promote your skills, but also obtain a large amount of resources in the opponent's Zoomiring. However, if one wants to plunder the evil spirit of Polaris City and complete the heavenly demon tattoo, one must go to the source of evil spirit in the center of the city, where there is a special killing field. Lin Ming did not want to cause trouble, so he walked along the street towards the center of the city and soon arrived at the so-called source of evil spirit in the center of the city. The only building here is a magnificent martial arts arena, covering an area of dozens of miles. As long as one enters this martial arts arena and kills someone, one can directly plunder the evil spirit of the opponent and complete the heavenly demon tattoo. What is this? Before Lin Ming approached the martial arts arena, he suddenly felt that the blood-killing order he carried with him became hot. Streams of heat flowed out of the blood-killing order and merged into his body meridians. And around the blood-killing order, a small vortex of evil spirit rolled up. Lin Ming's heart moved, and he immediately understood that this was the natural reaction of the blood-killing order after entering the source of evil spirit. On his right arm, he felt as if it was burned by fire. A vague heavenly demon tattoo slowly condensed under Lin Ming's gaze. Curved demon horns, sharp fangs, a blurry but extremely ferocious face. This is the demon tattoo. Because my uncle came back suddenly, I was busy all day. After I came back in the evening, I only had 5 hours left until 12 o'clock. I wrote barely 2 chapters. I feel dizzy. I will write more tomorrow. I beg for some recommendation votes. The recommendation votes this week will soon exceed 10,000. Thank you everyone. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 533, Palace to Tower. At the moment, when the heavenly demon tattoo was formed, Lin Ming found that in front of him, a dwarf demon with a crescent-shaped scimitar on his back was looking at him, and his eyes were like looking at prey. There were several dwarf demons beside him. The scimitar dwarf demon laughed and said, "Another newcomer has come, and he is still a human. I like humans the most. Such a newcomer, who has cultivated to the innate stage. TSK, he is only in his 20s, I guess he is very refreshing." When the scimitar dwarf demon said this, several dwarf demons around him laughed loudly, and some whistled at Lin Ming. Once the blood killing order is used, it will temporarily merge with the warrior, and condense into a heavenly demon tattoo. Killing Lin Ming outside the killing field would not be able to get the evil spirit on Lin Ming, and no one took action for a while. Lin Ming took a look at the scimitar dwarf demon. The height of a dwarf demon is generally only 6 feet. This dwarf demon is particularly short, only 5.5 feet, with a wrinkled black skin, and a lot of fine hair on the skin, which looks really innocuous. Ignoring the other party, Lin Ming walked directly to the fighting field. At the entrance of the martial arts arena, there were 7 or 8 guards standing. They stopped Lin Ming directly and said, "Polar Star Babel Tower, the entrance fee is 1 medium grade blood evil crystal." Polar Star Babel Tower. It seems that this is the name of the martial arts arena. It is really domineering, but the expensive entrance fee is really shocking. You know, the god blood pill sold in Hungry City before is only 100 medium grade blood evil crystals. After entering the martial arts arena 100 times, it will be all spent. Although the people who rush to Polar Star City are all geniuses of the sect, if they often go in and out of the martial arts arena, I'm afraid they will also be painful. Is the low-grade blood evil crystal okay? Lin Ming asked. The guard of the martial arts arena looked at Lin Ming with a little contempt and said coldly, 200 yuan for low-grade. 1 medium-grade blood evil crystal is equivalent to 100 low-grade blood evil crystals. The guard asked for 200 yuan at the first moment, and his attitude was cold. Obviously, low-grade blood evil crystals are not welcome to pay the entrance fee. Lin Ming didn't care and took out the low-grade blood evil crystal from the Zumi ring. The low-grade blood evil crystal obtained from the Mokan tribe was of poor quality. When Lin Ming killed the 6 elders, he only got a few thousand low-grade blood evil crystals. In the eyes of the warriors of the Demon Cloud Grassland, he was rich enough to rival a country. However, after coming to the blood killing clean, he had spent all the money after just a few times. The gap between warriors was too big. Lin Ming took out 300 yuan and paid the guard. The guard of the martial arts arena took the 300 low-grade blood evil crystals impatiently and let Lin Ming walk into the martial arts arena. "Such a poor guy was allowed to go in," said another guard. "Since he wants to go in and die, let him go." These people always think that the Tower of Babel is a place where they can train casually. After entering, they realize that they are just fertilizer. The guard who charged before said disdainfully. Walking into the tall walls of the martial arts arena, Lin Ming took a deep breath. He finally understood why this place was called the Polar Star Tower of Babel. The height of the martial arts arena hall was hundreds of feet high. It was originally built on a cliff 6 or 7,000 feet high. With this tower hundreds of feet high, it could really be called the Tower of Babel. The Tower of Babel was thin at the top and thick at the bottom, and was cone-shaped. The upper part was hidden in the misty red fog, and it was difficult to see clearly. The red fog was the condensed evil spirit. Because of the cover of the evil spirit, the Tower of Babel could not be seen from a distance. Lin Ming walked into the first floor of the Tower of Babel. He found that the internal structure of the martial arts arena was far more complicated than he had imagined. Along the way, there were all kinds of small bars, restaurants, inns, and even brothels. Lin Ming had only walked a few steps when a prostitute dressed up in fancy clothes winked at him. Most of them were from human and goblin tribes, and some were even warriors. However, they were not talented and their cultivation was too low. They would not achieve much in their martial arts. Instead, they would earn some blood evil stones by engaging in the flesh trade, which would allow them to live a comfortable life. The prostitutes from the human and goblin tribes were fine. When Lin Ming saw a prostitute from the troll tribe and a dwarf demon tribe also flirting with him, he felt his stomach cramp. Even though he had a good mental quality, he almost vomited. The prostitute from the troll tribe was a head taller than Lin Ming and was big and strong. Her chest looked like two balls hanging on it. Her green skin was covered with thick makeup, which was extremely disgusting. Not to mention the dwarf demon tribe, who were short, with wrinkles all over their faces and dark skin, and looked like a monster old woman. If it was just this kind of prostitute, Lin Ming could barely accept it. After all, there were many troll and dwarf warriors here, and they had special aesthetics. However, when Lin Ming saw with his own eyes a male warrior from the goblin tribe pulling a prostitute from the troll tribe into the room, he was completely speechless. This goblin warrior, how much taste must he have? Lin Ming exhaled lightly, and it was hard to imagine the life of the warriors in Polaris City. Perhaps the anger accumulated from years of fighting has twisted their hearts, and they have to vent it, so that they do some things that are completely perverted in the eyes of others. This Babel Tower is too big, covering an area of more than 10 miles, and there are all kinds of facilities inside. After paying the entrance fee, you can live here and not go out for a long time. No wonder there were so few people outside when I entered the Babel Tower. Lin Ming walked all the way to the large arena on the first floor of the Babel Tower, pushed open the door of the arena, and a noisy and decadent atmosphere hit him. Lin Ming had seen a martial arts arena before. The game was in the center, surrounded by a circular stand. The audience sat in the stands in an orderly manner, commenting on the battle or cheering. However, here, the ordinary concept of a martial arts arena was completely subverted. This was a place for eel killing and venting. The air was filled with a suffocating frenzy. There were tens of thousands of seats in the arena, but there were very few people sitting. Most people stood on their seats, screaming, laughing wildly, and waving their weapons. A large number of races gathered together, including trolls, humans, and goblins. The warriors of the trolls were originally cruel and violent. At this time, in such a scene, their nature was even more evident. They roared and howled crazily. In other places, even those young women of the goblin tribe, who were beautiful and should have been princesses, now held bright red wine glasses in their hands, and blood-like liquid flowed from the corners of their mouths, looking very charming. In this fighting arena, there are not only warriors, but also a large number of beautiful female slaves, who are carrying drinks and wearing very few clothes. This breath of alcohol and confusion constantly provokes the nerves of the warriors present. Boom boom boom. In the center of the fighting arena, a troll holding a long-handled battle axe willfully attacks a human man. The human man is also 9 feet tall, with thick arms and round arms, but compared with the troll warrior, he seems smaller, and his strength is obviously not as good as the troll man. He has been defeated, and is in danger. Kill. Kill him. Kill. Kill. The mania in the air, the strong evil spirit, coupled with the catalysis of alcohol and confusion, can easily make people lose their minds and fall into madness. Go to hell, haha. The troll man roared, kicked the human man off balance, and then chopped him on the back with an axe. Crack. The spine was broken, and the heart was cut open from the back by the giant axe. The human warrior screamed and died. Good fight. Xana, you are so brave. A female troll screamed. Looking at her fanatical expression, she seemed to be eager to rush onto the stage and offer herself to Xana. Xana was obviously the name of the troll. The moment the human warrior fell to the ground, a bloody aura escaped from the human warrior's body. Some of it dissipated, but most of it was absorbed into Xana's body. After absorbing this aura, Xana seemed to be like smoking opium, enjoying it very much, and couldn't help but let out a wolf howl. Haha. Cool. Who else is coming up? Xana was still not satisfied and shouted to the audience. A human warrior who was probably a companion of the dead man saw the moment the big man died. His eyes were bloodshot, and he wanted to go up and cut Xana into pieces immediately, but he still held back and didn't go up. He knew very well that he was no match for him at all, and he would have the same fate if he went up. Orcs and human scum, cowards, don't you dare to come up. Come on, let me taste your delicious blood. You despicable people, it's your honor to die in my hands. Ha 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 ha. Xana laughed wantonly, and with his laughter, the trolls in the other audience seats also laughed, also mocking the orcs and humans. In this Polaris city, only those with enough strength can obtain the qualifications to survive and be respected, otherwise they will be trampled and killed wantonly. And both humans and orcs are synonymous with cowardice. Damn, too arrogant. A human warrior wanted to go up, but was stopped by his companion. Don't be impulsive. He has won 5 consecutive victories. This guy's strength is definitely top notch in the first floor of the Tower of Babel. Just now, 3 human warriors and 2 orc warriors fell under his giant axe. Our strength is not necessarily stronger than those who just came on the field. If we go up, we will die. Fuck. The human warrior cursed, but he injured it after all. Lin Ming was right next to the human warrior and heard their conversation clearly. That person just said that Xana's strength is top notch in the first level of the Tower of Babel. So, with each level of the Tower of Babel, the strength of the participating warriors will increase a lot. Lin Ming muttered to himself, I'd better pass this first level as soon as possible so that I can hone my strength by training at a higher level. Chapter 534 First Victory. Kill. 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 Such shouts echoed in the Tower of Babel. It was easy for the major races to form oppositions, especially since humans and trolls were mortal enemies. It was normal for them to target each other in the arena. However, in most cases, humans always failed. Because humans in the demon city were not only weak in individual strength, but also far less in number than the trolls. The human base in the Holy Demon continent was of course the largest among all races, but after all, only a small number of humans followed the path of killing, and the proportion of geniuses was also small, so there were not many human warriors entering Polaris City. On the other hand, the trolls not only had many geniuses in the tribe, but also many warriors who followed the path of killing. Naturally, a large number of young trolls gathered in Polaris City. As a result, the human race in Polaris City had been weak for a long time and had no status. As for the orcs, they were not necessarily much better than humans. Their naturally dull understanding made them achieve half the result with twice the effort, no matter which method they practiced. Therefore, there were few geniuses among the orcs, and not many who practiced the path of killing. It can be said that the 12 demon main cities, including Polaris City, are the world of the trolls. In addition to the trolls, the dwarves can also occupy a place. Although the number of goblins is small, no one dares to provoke them because of their strong personal strength. There is even a saying that it is better to provoke trolls than goblins. The truly powerful goblins are the ruthless characters who eat people without spitting out bones. Really weak. At this time, several beautiful goblin women were sitting in the audience and chatting and laughing, as if it was a kind of enjoyment to be in this Babel tower full of killing and blood. In this regard, the impulsive and irritable half-orc warriors could only endure it. Xana on the stage was the first group in the first floor of the Babel tower. Although these half-orcs had low comprehension, they were not stupid. They knew when to take action and when not to, otherwise they would not be alive until now. Let's go. Several human warriors could not bear the pressure and wanted to leave halfway. Bah, you are useless. You can't even handle this little bit of pressure, and you still want to kill? Go home. Xan laughed wantonly. The faces of the human warriors turned red, and they clenched their fists. One of the small warriors, who was only in his early 20s, almost couldn't help wanting to attack under the repeated provocations of the opponent. Don't be impulsive. An older warrior in black pressed down the fist of the small warrior. Hey, kid, come up if you have the guts. Xana was provoking again. At this moment, Lin Ming stood up calmly and said, I'll do it. The strength of the first floor of the Tower of Babel was very average. Lin Ming just wanted to pass it as soon as possible and didn't want to get entangled here. With a shake of his body, Lin Ming came to the ring. The human warriors who wanted to leave were delighted to see that a human finally dared to go on stage. However, when they saw Lin Ming's cultivation, they were stunned, and their originally excited hearts sank. Innate early stage, although it can be seen that Lin Ming's true essence is pure and condensed, far beyond the average innate early stage warrior, but after all, his cultivation is too low. Humans and trolls, those of the same level or even one small realm higher, are still inferior to each other, not to mention that his cultivation is lower than that of the other. This human warrior's face was ugly, not knowing what to say. Originally, Lin Ming had a bright future, but taking action at this time was completely sending himself to death, and it was a meaningless death, which only made the trolls laugh. Sure enough, When the trolls, dwarfs, etc. in the audience saw Lin Ming jump onto the stage, they were stunned at first and then burst into laughter. The human race has no one left. They let a little kid come up. Haha, early stage of Xianxian, am I seeing right? Not even enough to fill the gaps between teeth. Oh, the little handsome boy is so handsome. It would be a pity if he died. Come to me, I will love you well. A plump and charming fairy girl said with a chuckle. In Pallister City, even human warriors are mostly fierce and ferocious, and there are very few with pretty faces. On the ring, Lin Ming turned a deaf ear to these. Xana crossed his arms over his chest and looked at Lin Ming with interest. In Polaris City, I often see fools who overestimate their own abilities, but I have never seen anyone as stupid as you. You want to challenge me at the early stage of Xianxian? This is your first time out of the sect, right? Do you think that warriors from other places are like those pigs in your sect, allowing you to cross the level and ravage them? Lin Ming looked at Xana impatiently and asked, are you here to fight, or to talk nonsense? Hearing Lin Ming's words, Xana's face sank, and he let go of his hands, looking at Lin Ming with murderous eyes. You arrogant boy who doesn't know how to live or die. Go to hell. Xana suddenly pulled out the axe behind him, and chopped at Lin Ming with one axe. The power of this axe, accompanied by the rolling of magic energy, was like a roaring ancient beast, rushing towards him. Lin Ming stood where he was, and could faintly hear countless ghosts whistling in the magic energy. With his right hand touching the zoomy ring, the purple spear was unsheathed, and a red lightning flashed on the tip of the spear. Blood-killing evil thunder. Crack. The red lightning pounced on Xana like a red python. The power of thunder was specifically designed to defeat ghosts, evil spirits, and monsters. After the blood-killing evil thunder collided with the demonic cloud, it was like a red-hot iron inserted into the ice and snow. With a hissing sound, the demonic cloud quickly melted away. Xana was shocked. He thought that he could split Lin Ming in half with one move, but he never expected that the opponent's move would suppress him in turn. Ghost Shadow Slash. Seeing the red python rushing up, Xana's eyes flashed with a hint of ferocity, and he chopped the python's head with an axe. Bang! Xana's arms were numb, and his figure retreated violently. The blood in his body surged, and he barely repelled the blood-killing evil thunder, but he was extremely shocked. How could this kid be so strong? The lightning-fast battle did not allow Xana any chance to be distracted. Lin Ming took a step forward and rushed over. As soon as he attacked, he used the blood-destroying evil thunder. He would stay on the Tower of Babel for a long time. In the future, he would face all kinds of enemies. If his moves were known by others, it would be much more dangerous. Therefore, he repeatedly used the blood-destroying evil thunder. The blood-destroying evil thunder was originally a thunderbolt that leaned towards the evil spirits. It was extremely bloodthirsty and similar to the killing skills of the devil. It was just right to use it at this time. Get out of here. Xana roared, his eyes bloodshot, holding a long-handled battle axe in both hands, and chopped at Lin Ming with an axe. However, at this time, Lin Ming's body trembled, and the golden peng breaking the void body technique was used, and he avoided this attack like a ghost. Boom. Behind Lin Ming, the blue-gray stone bricks on the ground exploded. Under the stone bricks, there was a layer of black iron several feet thick, and there was also a formation on it. The axe only left a shallow mark. This kid is really hard to deal with. The attack missed, and Xana's figure flashed, but he still couldn't get rid of Lin Ming's spear. The spear swept past, and the blood-destroying evil thunder rushed straight to Xana's face like a maggot on the tarsal bone. Xana roared and punched the head of the blood-destroying evil thunder. With a bang, the blood-destroying evil thunder exploded, and Xana's whole body was paralyzed, and his fist was charred. Die. Lin Ming's spear sank, and pierced Xana's heart. The magic crystal of the demon clan was in his heart. Xana's eyes were bloodshot. Facing the threat of death, he burst out with 120% of his strength, bit his tongue fiercely, and used the pain to get rid of the paralysis. He grabbed the Zixuan spear and wanted to hold it alive. However, the moment his hand just touched the Zixuan spear, King Kang's true essence burst out, and the vibration force poured into Xana's arm like a tide, directly cracking his hand bones. Puff. The purple spear pierced Xana's heart without any suspense. With one shot, blood spurted out from behind Xana. After hitting Xana's vital point, Lin Ming was merciless. With a twist of the spear, He directly shredded the magic crystal in Xana's heart into pieces. Xana's body shook, his eyes bulged out, bloodshot eyes entangled, and he looked at Lin Ming in disbelief. His breath was gone. From the start of the battle to Xana's death, there were only 4 or 5 breaths of time. Many trolls and goblins present, who were still chatting and laughing just now, were all stunned now. Xana is dead? Question mark? Xana, who was ranked first in the first group of strength in the entire first floor of the Tower of Babel, actually died just like that, and died at the hands of a human warrior in the early stage of the innate. The entire arena was silent. Those human warriors who had felt sorry for Lin Ming before, and thought he was going to die, had mouths long enough to fit an egg. This young man in his 20s actually beat Xana? The gap between humans and troll warriors of the same level was already deeply rooted in the minds of these people. Although they were unwilling, they had to admit it. They stared at Xana's body still hanging on Lin Ming's gun. Behind Xana, blood was gushing out. Boom. A cloud of blood mist burst out from Xana's body, flew to Lin Ming's hand, and quickly condensed into a blood drink seal, and then disappeared. Xana's body quickly shrank, and then was thrown away like a broken sack. This Xana is indeed a leader among the young generation of trolls. His blood and ki are extremely powerful, and it is perfect for condensing the blood drink seal. Killing people and sucking blood, Lin Ming did not change his face, and his eyes swept the audience. Is there anyone else coming up? This kid. The troll warriors present saw that Lin Ming's face had changed. It only took 4 or 5 breaths to get rid of Xana. Now no one dared to look down on Lin Ming. The fairy girl who had teased Lin Ming before also put away the frivolous smile on her face. He is actually practicing a blood-sucking technique, which can be described as the devil among devils and the killer among killers. This little guy looks harmless, but I didn't expect that he is practicing this kind of technique. I was almost deceived by his appearance. The fairy girl was a little scared. If she really seduced Lin Ming and tried to absorb his essence, she would probably be eaten to the bone. Chapter 535. Fight again. Lin Ming stood on the ring with a gun, pointing the gun at the ground. What is this? Lin Ming suddenly found that a stream of scorching energy poured in from under his feet, rushing straight to his head. After this energy flowed into his body, it ran wantonly in his body meridians, rushing forward, and all kinds of illusions appeared in front of Lin Ming's eyes. It seemed that there was a manic force that had been suppressed for a long time, rushing out from the depths of his heart, making Lin Ming's blood boil. Is this evil spirit? Lin Ming looked up at Xana's flying body. This energy flow was indeed escaping from him. Before, Lin Ming also absorbed a small amount of evil spirit with the help of the blood killing order, but because the process was slow, he didn't feel much. Now that he suddenly inhaled so much at once, Lin Ming only felt that some of the most primitive desires in his heart and the dark side lurking in the depths of his soul were ignited. Longing for blood, longing for killing, longing for wanton indulgence and beauty. At this time, Lin Ming felt an inexplicable throbbing and pleasure in his heart and wanted to vent it out like a primitive beast. This sudden change made Lin Ming's heart tremble. He hurriedly calmed his mind and entered the ethereal martial spirit to calm his mind. Lin Ming had practiced the Tai Soul art for a long time, and with the strength of his spiritual sea, the restlessness brought by this evil spirit disappeared in an instant. This evil spirit can really disturb people's hearts. The people in Polaris City are so crazy and perverted. It's probably because the evil spirit has invaded their souls for a long time. Lin Ming thought of Xana's enjoyment expression after absorbing the evil spirit and his dark green eyes. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. If he couldn't suppress the evil spirit, he might even be controlled by it in the future and become a walking corpse who only knew how to kill. Lin Ming closed his eyes silently and opened them again after a few breaths. His eyes were already clear. On his arm, the originally blurred tattoo of the demon became more solid, and the ugly demon face became more hideous. This kid has a strong willpower. A troll stared at Lin Ming with a serious face. This is his first time in the killing field. Most people who absorb evil spirits for the first time may lose their minds in a short period of time, but this guy recovered just by closing his eyes slightly. He is not simple. Well, especially Xana, who was originally a warrior of the first group on the first floor of the Tower of Babel. He has accumulated so much evil spirits, and most of them were absorbed by that kid, but he can still stay calm. People who are not dominated by evil spirits and desires are the most terrifying. This is interesting. Next to the two talking trolls, a charming and sexy fairy woman drank the red liquid in the glass in one gulp, licked her lips, and her eyes revealed a hint of excitement. Seeing the reaction of the fairy woman, the troll who spoke before laughed. Blood rose. Want to seduce him? Don't be too confident. Be careful that you will lose more than you gain, and get yourself into trouble. Hehe. You don't have to worry about this. As long as they are men, their inner desires cannot be controlled. The fairy woman laughed like a silver bell. On the ring, several male slaves quickly came up and dragged away Zina's body, but they kept Zina's Sumeru ring. According to the rules of this fighting arena, everything in the dead person's Sumeru ring is the spoils of the winner. However, the blood killing order on the dead body will be taken back by the Tower of Babel after death. My lord, this is yours. A male slave came over with Zina's Sumeru ring and handed it to Lin Ming tremblingly. Let me ask you a question. Lin Ming stopped the male slave who was burying the body. The male slave was startled and asked hurriedly, "What are your orders, sir? What are the conditions for going to the second floor?" The male slave said respectfully, "My lord, according to the rules of the Tower of Babel, to go to the second floor, the trialist must win 12 games in a row on the first floor, or win to the point where no one dares to challenge him." Understood. Lin Ming casually threw a low-grade blood evil crystal to the male slave. Winning 12 games in a row is not difficult. Presumably, those geniuses with high cultivation will be sent directly to the second floor of the Tower of Babel, or even higher floors. No one on the first floor of the Tower of Babel can really make Lin Ming feel threatened. Is anyone going to the stage? While asking, Lin Ming shifted his gaze to the area where the trolls were. Things change. Previously, humans were forced by trolls, but now humans are forcing trolls. This kid, he really thinks he is invincible. A troll man in the corner of the arena crushed the wine glass with one hand. This troll was dressed in black and carried a 9-foot-long giant sword on his back. His strength was also in the first group on the first floor of the Tower of Babel. As members of the first group, their strengths vary. This giant troll is even stronger than Zana. You want to go? His lightning is very tricky and has a restraining effect on our skills. If I'm not mistaken, the lightning should be a mid-level earth-level lightning spirit. It's just a mid-level earth-level lightning spirit. I don't take it seriously. I just don't know if this guy has any other tricks. Hey, so what? Don't you have some tricks up your sleeve? Yes. The black-clothed troll laughed and stood up. I will fight you. The black-clothed troll said, leaping over the audience. His 10-foot-tall body, carrying a giant sword weighing thousands of pounds, slammed heavily on the ring like a heavy hammer, and 2 floor tiles were directly crushed by him. After the black-clothed troll landed, he roared like a wild beast. The roar was deafening. He was shirtless and wrapped in thick steel chains. When he walked, the chains collided, and he looked like a violent gorilla. Lin Ming took a look at the black-clothed troll. In terms of the strength of his aura, the other party was much stronger than Zana. It's Guyu, the heavy sword king of the demonic demon sect. Someone in the stands recognized the black-clothed troll. The demonic demon sect is a 5th grade sect. Guyu is a direct disciple of the demonic demon sect. His strength can be ranked in the top 10. This time, it's going to be a bad time for that kid. Guyu, kill him. Kill this kid. The trolls in the audience shouted crazily, and there were also women from the fairy clan, who screamed while pulling out their bellybands and waving them in the air. Guyu drew out the heavy sword on his back, a 9-foot-long heavy sword without a blade. The tip of the sword touched the ground, and the floor tiles exploded. He laughed and said, "Boy, if you had already given your all in the previous battle, you can just wait to die." Black sun shining in the sky. With a sword strike, a black light was stimulated on the tip of Guyu's sword. For a moment, rolling magic energy formed a black sun in front of Guyu. The rolling black flames burned, and the broken bricks and stones on the ground were melted into magma. Lin Ming stabbed out with a gun, and the thick arc of blood-destroying evil lightning drilled into the black sun and directly penetrated the black sun. However, when the red lightning was about to break through the sun, it was stuck by the rich magic energy beam. Hey, is this the only trick you can use over and over again? Then wait to die. Guyu laughed grimly. His black sun shining in the sky was not restrained by lightning and was extremely resilient. Guyu pushed with both hands, and the black sun bound the blood-destroying evil lightning and rushed towards Lin Ming together. Boom. The terrifying shock wave was surging wildly, and the floor tiles were completely lifted up. Even the black iron floor under the floor tiles was melted to form a shallow pit. At the same time as the explosion occurred, Lin Ming's figure floated away, and only his clothes were slightly burned. Humph, you are good at running away, but it's a pity that you can escape on the first day, but not on the 15th day. Guyu spread his arms, and a series of magic energy beams as thick as thighs emanated from his body and spread out in all directions, quickly surrounding the area where Lin Ming and Guyu were standing. In just a few breaths, hundreds of magic energy beams woven into a large net completely covered the two of them. Lin Ming looked around calmly and saw countless magic energy beams dancing wantonly, like black pythons. Hey, Guyu has even used the black snake prison. It should be over. This black snake prison is like a net of heaven and earth. After being trapped by it, you can only fight Guyu head on, and Guyu's strongest point is a head-on confrontation. The troll audience in the audience was obviously excited when they saw this scene. The talents of the trolls are mainly reflected in strength, defense and attack power. In terms of speed, they are not as fast as humans. If Lin Ming's speed is restricted by the black snake prison, he can only fight hard, and humans fighting trolls head on is courting death. See where you can escape this time. Guyu laughed loudly, black sun shining in the sky. Boom. The black sun emerged from Guyu's heavy sword again, which was larger and hotter than the previous round. Although Guyu was arrogant, he would not underestimate Lin Ming. He used up 30% of his true energy in this attack. He held the sword with both hands and swung it out. The black sun shot towards Lin Ming like a burning black meteor. The black snake prison was all around, and there was no way to avoid it. Facing this fierce black sun, Lin Ming chuckled. You seem to only know one move over and over again. Humph, you are still talking nonsense when you are about to die. Die. The 9-foot heavy sword slashed heavily. At the moment when the black sun approached, Lin Ming flicked his fingers, and the 3 thunder spirits merged into one, and the evil god thunder spirit roared out. Puff. With a barely audible sound, the evil god thunder spirit sank into the black sun and came out from the other side, piercing Guyu's throat at a speed that was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. Get out. Because the energy of the evil god thunder spirit was highly compressed, Guyu thought it was an ordinary hidden weapon and punched it without thinking. In fact, in this moment of lightning, Guyu could not launch a stronger attack. However, even if Guyu's fist was tempered and wrapped in magic energy, how could it compare with the sharp evil god steel needle? The protective magic essence was pierced by the evil god's steel needle like a piece of shredded paper. Guyu's fist was directly pierced through. The evil god's steel needle did not slow down, and even the trajectory did not change at all. Just like that, it continued to pierce Guyu's throat with a trace of blood. Puff. The throat was pierced, and the Adam's apple was shattered. Guyu stared blankly with his eyes wide open. The speed of the evil god's steel needle was so fast that he had not yet reacted to what happened. Chapter 536. No one dares to fight. Everything happened in a flash. The evil god's steel needle pierced Guyu's throat and returned instantly. Guyu stared blankly at the blazing black sun in front of him, and his vision began to blur. Will you die together with me? Boom. Before he finished speaking, in front of Lin Ming, the black sun was cut into pieces by dozens of red rays. The remaining part hit the red vortex of the blood drinking seal, and the flame power was all bounced away by the violent spiral force. Sorry, I don't intend to die with you. Lin Ming retracted his right hand, and all the blood drinking seals flew back into Lin Ming's body, and were all hidden. Guyu supported the giant sword, one hand on the warrior's neck. Blood gushed out like a leak. He stared at Lin Ming, his eyes filled with resentment and despair. It was so easy to break. How is it possible? Guyu's voice was deeply hoarse. His vocal cords were in his throat. If a human's throat was pierced, they would avoid it within a few breaths, let alone continue to speak. The troll's body was indeed strong. Under the ring, the audience who had been shouting wantonly before were all silent. The belliband in the hands of the fairy tribe's seductive girl fell down. Those trolls who asserted that Lin Ming would lose in a head-on confrontation opened their mouths wide, and the sound of sucking in cold air was endless. Guyu was defeated too. The Black Sun Yaokan was broken in an instant. This human kid was able to defeat Guyu in a head-on confrontation. What kind of freak is he? What was that purple light that pierced Guyu's throat? It was too fast. I didn't see it clearly. People of all races off the field were discussing one after another, and when they looked at Lin Ming, they all had a hint of fear in their eyes. In Polaris City, humans and orcs are often despised because they are weak, but truly powerful humans are also feared by other races. Here, strength is the rule. Boom. Guyu fell on his back and fell heavily to the ground, splashing a pool of blood. Lin Ming flicked his fingers, and the blood-extinguishing evil thunder flashed and sucked Guyu's blood dry. Another blood-drinking seal slowly condensed. That thing. A young man from the goblin clan had a gleam in his eyes. Just now, it was that red cursed seal that cut through the black sun-shining sky. Although the blood-drinking seal was fast, it still couldn't avoid the eyes of some masters. It was discovered that Lin Ming couldn't defeat Guyu with the blood-extinguishing evil thunder alone, and could only expose the blood-drinking seal and the evil god thunder spirit. However, these were only a small part of Lin Ming's strength. Lin Ming was not so arrogant as to think that he was invincible in the Tower of Babel. He had to be careful. The higher he went, the more masters he would encounter. In the ring competition, no warrior would come to die knowing that he would lose. At least he would be almost defeated, or have the confidence to win before he would fight. At this time, once all his moves were known, and the limit of his strength was known, then he would not be far from death. After taking away the blood-drinking seal, the evil spirit on Guyu's body also turned into a burning energy flow, and flowed into Lin Ming's body, spreading throughout his meridians. Then the mannequin bloodthirsty primitive animal desire invaded Lin Ming's body again. However, this time, Lin Ming was prepared. He just closed his eyes for a while, and when he opened them again, his eyes were clear. Several male slaves quickly carried Guyu's body down, leaving Guyu's Zumi ring for Lin Ming. Lin Ming didn't even look at it, and put it away directly. Next, is there anyone to fight? After another battle, Lin Ming asked this question again, but no one dared to answer. This kid is too arrogant. Some trolls said with gnashing teeth, but they were just talking. They would never dare to go on stage. Guyu, who died this time, was stronger than Zana. Even among the warriors in the first group, he was ranked at the top. However, even such a person was killed by Lin Ming in a short time. Who would dare to fight with Lin Ming? The greedy and insidious dwarfs looked at Lin Ming with hatred and fear. Some dwarfs felt uncomfortable, and had already left the stage secretly. However, many female goblins were full of interest in Lin Ming, and even flirted with him without hesitation. The entire arena fell silent. Among the tens of thousands of warriors, no one dared to fight. A human warrior looked at Lin Ming on the stage with a complicated expression, and said with emotion, "It's a big win." Well, in the Tower of Babel, there hasn't been a human big win in 10 years. The so-called big win is when a warrior fights on the stage until no one dares to challenge him. This situation usually occurs in the trolls and goblins. Each level of the Tower of Babel has requirements for the warrior's cultivation. Warriors with too high cultivation must go to the higher levels of the Tower of Babel, so the warriors who can be a big win can only be the top geniuses among the same level warriors. This is too difficult for humans. Even saint level geniuses can't do it. It's incredible. I wonder which sect he is from. With this kind of talent, as long as he doesn't die, it won't be a problem for him to be crowned an emperor. It's better not to ask about this kind of thing. Some warriors are afraid to mention their origins. Time passed by minute. After a period of silence, a blue-skinned middle-aged man in a formal suit walked onto the stage and announced calmly, "No one dared to fight in half an incense stick of time. The village is over. Congratulations, trialist. You have obtained the pass to the second floor of the Tower of Babel, as well as the invincible honor badge on the first floor of the Tower of Babel, and 10 killing points." Invincible honor badge. Killing points. Lin Ming raised his eyebrows. He knew very little about the rules of the Tower of Babel. This was the first time he heard of these two things. The blue-skinned middle-aged man smiled. He had long seen that Lin Ming had no idea about the rules of Polaris City. He really didn't know where this young man came from. he explained. In the Tower of Babel, every warrior has a corresponding authority. The authority of ordinary warriors is only the lowest 1 star. Every time you get an honor badge, your authority will increase by 1 star, and the highest is 12 stars. For example, if you are now at a star authority, you can enjoy a 95% discount on all consumption in the Tower of Babel. As your authority increases, the discount will be more, and there are many places that you cannot enter without sufficient authority. Huh? What places? The blue-skinned middle-aged man smiled mysteriously and said, for example, some special auction houses, and some cultivation treasures. Cultivation places? Lin Ming's heart moved. After practicing martial arts for so many years, he knew the importance of cultivation places. When he practiced in the 7 killing arrays of the 7 Zuanwu mansion, the effect was completely different. Of course, the 7 Zuanwu mansion is a world of difference compared to the Tower of Babel. The Tower of Babel is originally the source of the evil spirit of the blood-killing plane, and contains magical laws that even the powerful emperors cannot break through. The quality of the cultivation places in it can be imagined. What are the honor badges? Lin Ming asked. He was very interested in the cultivation places. There are many. In addition to the invincible badge, there are also the 100 consecutive victories badge, the 1000 kills badge, the Terminator badge, the 6-winged demon badge, the Lord badge and so on. Lin Ming did not know what the so-called Terminator badge was, and he did not ask, what about killing points? What can they do? Killing points can be used to buy some special things. For example, in the training grounds mentioned earlier, if you want to enter certain training grounds, you not only need permission, but even if you have permission, you also need to pay enough blood evil crystals and killing points to enter. For example, some items in special auction houses also require killing points to purchase. The blue-skinned middle-aged man patiently explained to Lin Ming. I see. When I entered the Tower of Babel, I seemed to have heard a saying that in the Tower of Babel, power is the rule. But you just mentioned so many other rules of the Tower of Babel. Are they customary? Or were they made by someone? The blue-skinned middle-aged man laughed and said, of course someone made them. It is because there is a stronger force to maintain these rules that they can continue. The person who made and maintained these rules is the 10-winged lord. 10-winged lord? Isn't it 12 wings? These are not what you need to worry about now. When you reach that level, you will know. The blue-skinned middle-aged man kept silent after saying this. Lin Ming had no choice but to give up. He took his token and honor badge from the blue-skinned middle-aged man, said thank you, and walked down the stage. Wherever he passed, the crowd naturally parted. No one dared to block Lin Ming's way. There were a few seductive women from the fairy tribe who stood there and flirted when Lin Ming passed by. However, when they saw that Lin Ming was not looking at them at all, they could only snort in annoyance. Lin Ming was too lazy to pay attention and walked towards the door. He was not in a hurry to go to the 2nd floor. He just wanted to find a place to rest and refine the evil spirit in his body. Brother. When Lin Ming walked to the door, he was stopped by a human warrior. Turning around, he saw that the warriors who stopped him were the ones who were forced by Zenda before. Seeing Lin Ming looking over, these people smiled awkwardly. Compared with Lin Ming, they were really embarrassed. The leading human warrior coughed and said, I see that this brother is not familiar with the Tower of Babel. If you don't mind, just follow us. I will take you to find a quiet place to stay and introduce you to the rules of the Tower of Babel. What do you think? Lin Ming thought about it for a while and simply agreed. It would be much more convenient if he had a guide now. Then I'll trouble you guys. Haha, no problem. Actually, we should thank you. You really stood up for the human race in the Tower of Babel. You don't know that many humans usually don't dare to come to the arena. If it weren't for you today, we might be in danger. Even if we are fine, we will be humiliated. The human warrior sighed sincerely. The arena is the world of trolls and goblins. Humans have to bear a lot of pressure when they come here. Moreover, many places in the Tower of Babel do not prohibit killing. In this case, you have to sleep with one eye open, which is very stressful. Chapter 537, The 7 Demon Stars. Lin Ming walked out of the fighting arena with these humans and learned their names. The leader was named Zhu Yan, who was forced by Zenda before. He was a small warrior in his early 20s named Wang Dang. This Babel Tower was incredibly large. The fighting arena, which was large enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people, only occupied a small part of the first floor. The rest of the place was filled with stone houses of various types. The number was astonishing. The passages in the Babel Tower were always square, and the corners were sharp. The buildings here were all made of a kind of grey stone, which looked solemn and simple. Lin Ming saw many mortals along the way, not only humans, but also goblins, and trolls who could not fight. Most of these mortals were young and beautiful women, and there were also some handsome boys and strong male slaves. How did so many mortals get to Polaris City? Lin Ming couldn't help asking. The cliff where the Polestar City is located is 6 or 7,000 feet high. It is only connected by thick chains. Even warriors in the condensation vein stage may not be able to climb up. Mortals can only climb up under the support of top masters. However, Lin Ming has seen more than 100 mortals along the way, and this should be only a small part of the mortals in the Tower of Babel. If you count it this way, it is not uncommon for the entire Tower of Babel to have 100,000 mortals. Zhu Yan glanced at these busy mortals and said, I don't know how long the Tower of Babel has existed. Most of these mortals were born in Polestar City. At first, their ancestors were just slaves brought up. Later, they survived and multiplied in Polestar City. From generation to generation, these people basically cannot live in Polestar City in their lifetime. Unless they die, their ashes will be scattered from the burial bone cliff, which can be regarded as returning to their homeland. I see. Lin Ming understood in his heart that Polestar City is so large, and the food, clothing, shelter and transportation of so many warriors must require a large number of mortals to serve, and these mortals do not understand martial arts, so naturally they cannot leave Polestar City. Land resources are scarce in Polaris City, and generally there are no graves for the dead. After death, the ashes are thrown directly from the bone burial cliff from a height of thousands of feet. It can be said that dust returns to dust, earth returns to earth. This is the life of a mortal, but it is also the same for the warriors who died in Polaris City. Lin Ming said again, I heard that blue-skinned middle-aged man talking about the 10-winged heavenly demon lord before. What's the matter? Zhu Yan said, so many geniuses from other sects come in and out of Polaris City every year, which involves huge interests. Where there are interests, there are naturally people who are jealous. You should have heard that since ancient times, there have been super forces or some super strong people who have set their sights on the 12 heavenly demon city, but they were all killed by some mysterious curse power. But later people discovered that the curse of the Tower of Babel only targets external forces, but has no curse effect on geniuses who grew up and trained in the source of evil spirits. As a result, some strong people in the Tower of Babel united to formulate rules. Most of these strong people are 10-winged heavenly demons, and the heavenly demon tattoos on their bodies have condensed to more than 10 wings. After Zhu Yan let out a long sigh, he said with an envious tone, it is obvious that he is envious of the wealth that the strong people in the Tower of Babel can accumulate. Lin Ming understood in his mind and asked, among these 10-winged demons, most are goblins and trolls. There are very few humans, right? Speaking of this, Zhu Yan's originally excited expression turned sad again. I have only heard some rumors about the 10-winged demons. It seems that among the 10-winged demons in Polaris City, there are really no humans or orcs, so the status of humans and orcs is so miserable. Is the talent of humans so bad compared to that of trolls? Wouldn't the gap become bigger the higher you practice? Lin Ming frowned. He didn't care whether there were humans among the 10-winged demons in the Tower of Babel. What made him depressed was that the talent of humans seemed to be extremely bad. Wouldn't it be difficult to continue practicing in the future? Seeing Lin Ming's expression, Zhu Yan guessed his concerns and said with a little envy, Brother Lin, in fact, this is not a problem for you at all. Humans are inferior to trolls in talent because of their bones and meridians. However, after a human warrior's life is lost, his body is reshaped, and he will have a brand new body to impact the Sea of Gods. Trolls do not go through this process. They go directly from a 6-star demon king to a demon emperor without losing their lives. Therefore, after humans reach the Sea of Gods, they are not necessarily worse than trolls. Some human emperors who have experienced 7 or 8 deaths before entering the Sea of Gods have stronger physiques than the demon emperors of the trolls. I see. Lin Ming breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. The path of martial arts is really complex and diverse. Different races have different corresponding training systems. As long as there is a way to make up for the difference in physique, no matter how difficult the process is, Lin Ming has the confidence to overcome it. Brother Lin, with your talent, as long as nothing unexpected happens, you will have great hope of becoming a sea god in the future. Unlike us, it is a great fortune to reach the late stage of Zuanden. Zhu Yan sighed. You know, Mu Qianxue was once the holy maiden of Shenhuang Island, not much worse than Mu Qianxue, but she died in the end. And these human warriors on the first floor of Tangshan Tower are not as talented as Mu Qianxue, and reaching the late stage of Zuanden is already the limit. Zhu Yan said this, but he still didn't know Lin Ming's actual age. If he knew that Lin Ming was only 18 years old, he would be even more shocked and speechless. At this time, on the 3rd floor of Tangshan Tower, a large table was placed in a spacious black stone room. On the surface of the table, a precise array disc was engraved. The array disc was full of various complex array patterns, and around the array disc, there was a circle of blood evil crystals shining. Above the array, there were some shaking images in the air. If you look closely, you can find that the image is the whole process of Lin Ming and Gu Yu fighting. This special light and shadow array is a kind of illusion array. The production process is extremely complicated. It can record light and restore the scene at that time in the form of an illusion array. At this time, a troll youth wearing red armor and with a rough face was concentrating on watching the changing scene in front of him. He was a genius of the troll tribe in Polaris City, who was known as the 7 stars of the heavenly demon in the Tower of Babel. This was the first time he paid attention to a human youth, who was only in the initial stage of innate cultivation. He had watched this battle for the 3rd time. At this time, a fairy girl who looked like a girl next door and had a pretty face came over. Her eyes were black and bright, and there were 2 scattered scales on the corners of her eyes, which looked very cute. After seeing the troll youth, the fairy girl giggled and said, "Dagu, you are studying other opponents again. I say, you are always studying this and that, aren't you tired? Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be in danger in 100 battles." After saying this, Dagu remained silent, still concentrating on watching the illusion. At this time, it was a scene where Gu Yu surrounded and killed Lin Ming with the magic energy beam. Huh, isn't this kid Gu Yu? I have some impression that he is still staying on the 1st floor of the Tower of Babel. You actually have the leisure to study the battles of those children on the 1st floor. How boring. What? Why are you so concerned about Gu Yu? Dagu shook his head. If you don't look at Gu Yu, are you looking at that kid? The fairy girl touched her delicate chin. Oh, surrounded by Dagu's magic beam, this kid is probably going to die. But just as she finished speaking, the battle scene and the illusion took a turn. In just a moment, Lin Ming killed Gu Yu with the evil god Ling and broke through the black sun with the blood drink seal. The fairy girl was stunned. The situation changed too quickly. It was completely beyond her expectations. Gu Yu died, and the human boy won. I didn't expect that he would beat Gu Yu. He should be able to go to the 2nd floor, or even survive on the 2nd floor. However, he is still far from going to the 3rd floor to fight us. Dagu did not deny the fairy girl's words, but slowly said, this human is called Lin Ming, and his cultivation is only in the early stage of Xianshan. What? The fairy girl suddenly widened her eyes, which were already too big. In the illusion array image, she could not see Lin Ming's cultivation at all. Only in the early stage of Xianshan? Are you kidding? How can a human be so strong? That's a fact, and he may not be older than you. Impossible. The fairy girl couldn't accept it. It's possible. Humans don't live as long as you goblins. Judging from his appearance, he should be in his 20s at most. Dagu closed the light and shadow array and put it into the Zumi ring. This will be an interesting opponent if he can reach the 3rd floor within 2 years. Many warriors stay in the Tower of Babel for several years or even more than 10 years. For high-level warriors with a lifespan of hundreds of years, more than 10 years is nothing. Moreover, every battle in the Tower of Babel may be a matter of life and death, so warriors are naturally very cautious when they appear. Many people spend most of their time as spectators, observing and trying to figure out the opponent's battle, or practicing in the Tower of Babel, until they think they are strong enough to take action. You have to know that there are 10,000 to 20,000 warriors on the first floor of the Tower of Babel alone, and there is only one arena on the first floor of the Tower of Babel. There are only a few hundred battles in this arena every day. The fairy girl was aroused by Dagu's words and said unconvincedly, even if he is younger than me, when he reaches my age, he may not have my strength. By then, I will definitely make more progress and he will never catch up with me. After hearing the fairy girl's words, Dagu smiled slightly and said nothing more. The fairy clan, even mortals, can live up to 200 years old. Fairies in their 20s can only be regarded as girls, which is equivalent to the mentality of humans, and trolls in their teens. The fairy girl in front of him seems harmless, but she is also one of the 7 stars of the heavenly demon. If you underestimate her because of her age, you will definitely die miserably. This Lin Ming is really an interesting opponent, but he needs to grow up. He is still too young now. Chapter 538 Reminiscence. Zhu Yan led Lin Ming around and came to a luxuriously decorated stone house in the northwest corner of the first floor of the Tower of Babel. Although this stone house is also made of grey rocks, the walls are decorated with thick nanmu, which smells fragrant. There are also many silk curtains hanging on the dome of the stone house. There is a huge vertical screen facing the screen, embroidered with mandarin ducks and peonies. Several beautiful girls stood in front of the screen, wearing sexy and enchanting clothes. Most of them are humans, and there are only a few fairies. This is a good place, Zhu Yan said in a tempting tone. Seeing this scene, Lin Ming immediately showed a strange look on his face. Brothel? No, but if Brother Lin needs it, it also has this function. Zhu Yan smiled meaningfully when he said this. To put it simply, this is a warrior service center, mainly for human warriors. Here, as long as you can afford the blood evil crystal, you can enjoy all the services you can think of. In fact, the warrior service center on the first floor of the Tower of Babel is still the worst. If you go to higher floors, as long as you have permission, points, and blood evil stones, you can buy anything, all kinds of top level treasures, rare materials, powerful contracted beasts, top level exercises, dual cultivation furnaces with beautiful looks and outstanding talents, and so on. There is nothing you can't think of that you can't buy. The Tower of Babel is a paradise for top level talented warriors. When Zhu Yan said this, a human woman in her 30s who looked plump and charming and was wearing a red liuxin skirt who was standing in front of the screen came up to him with a smile. Why do I seem to have heard Mr. Zhu say bad things about us just now? What do you mean we are the worst? The young woman in red had sharp ears. Although she was only doing business in the Tower of Babel, she also had acquired cultivation. Zhu Yan laughed. I said the wrong thing. Please don't take it as a fault. Weni Niang. I'll punish you later. The young woman in red said coquettishly, pinched her orchid finger, and turned her eyes to Lin Ming. Mr. Zhu brought a friend here today. What's his name? The service center opened by the young woman in red mainly targets human warriors, and Zhu Yan is considered to be a human warrior on the first floor of the Tower of Babel. He often comes here to consume, so they are naturally familiar with each other. My friend's surname is Lin. He is not an ordinary person. Zhu Yan kept it a secret. Of course he is not ordinary. There are no ordinary people who can come to the Tower of Babel, not to mention that this young man is so young. The young woman in red smiled foolishly and waved the pink handkerchief in her hand to Lin Ming. It's not as simple as you say. Zhu Yan grabbed the red-clothed young woman's soft hand, not wanting her overly frivolous behavior to disturb Lin Ming. Zina, Gu Yu, Wei Niang knows them, right? Hearing Zhu Yan mention these two names, the red-clothed young woman turned pale, then forced a smile and said, of course I know them. Why mention them? It's such a bummer. Opening a store in the Tower of Babel is not an easy thing. Although a large amount of taxes and protection fees must be paid every month, the Tower of Babel only protects the store from being smashed or robbed. Many times, strong warriors come to the store to do something excessive, and the Tower of Babel will not care, nor can it manage it. Especially the stores opened by humans are particularly prone to bullying. There are trolls who come to eat without paying the bill. kidnap beautiful maids, and even beat people on the spot, but they can only swallow their anger. Xana and Gu Yu are notorious on the first floor of the Tower of Babel. How could Wei Niang not know that when she saw such people, she wanted to close a store immediately? Zhu Yan smiled and said, just now, these two guys died at the hands of Brother Lin. Ah. Wei Niang was startled, and her handkerchief dropped. You said Xana and Gu Yu died? Died in. Wei Niang looked at Lin Ming again with a look of disbelief. She saw that Lin Ming was no more than 20 years old, and he looked handsome and calm. He didn't look like a ruthless person at all. It's true. Both battles didn't last more than 10 breaths. So, you should know. Zhu Yan didn't say anything more, but Wei Niang's eyes lit up. Tangshan Tower is a world where strength is king. Here, without strength, you are destined to be bullied. If Lin Ming can make a name for himself in Tangshan Tower in the future, and even be comparable to the top geniuses at the level of the 7 stars of the heavenly demon, then as long as Lin Ming takes care of her store, she will not only make a lot of money, but at least she won't be bullied. For Wei Niang, this was enough. Thinking of this, Wei Niang's heart was burning. Zio Crossing, Mi Tao, what are you still doing? Hurry up and invite the guests to sit inside. Move the jar of 500-year-old wine from the cellar. Inform the kitchen to prepare a table of delicious dishes. Today, all the consumption of Mr. Lin is free. After Wei Niang finished speaking, those beautiful girls came to Lin Ming and Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan was obviously an experienced man. He pulled one over and touched the girl's waist hard. He walked in with a laugh. This kind of comprehensive warrior service center has all kinds of services such as eating, drinking, playing and having fun. It is a place for warriors to relax and relieve stress. In the high-intensity life and death battle, many warriors have great psychological pressure and have to vent it. However, when a girl with a pretty face walked towards Lin Ming, she was rejected by Lin Ming. Mr. Lin, is this girl not satisfied? Wei Niang asked attentively. Lin Ming shook his head and said, just give me a quiet room and send the food to the room. This, Mr. Lin. Wei Niang looked at Zhu Yan in embarrassment. Zhu Yan saw that Lin Ming had no interest in these things and said, forget it, open a quiet room for Brother Lin and we will have fun. Then, okay. Wei Niang had no choice but to agree and found a pretty girl, told her a few words and asked her to take Lin Ming upstairs. This is a very elegant room with a blue-gray floor and the stone walls are still covered with Nanmu decorations. The white and neatly made bed looks clean and comfortable. On the wooden table in the room, there is also a pot of orchids, which smells refreshing. Lin Ming turned his head and looked at the girl who brought him here and said, you can go out. The girl blushed, lowered her head slightly, and looked at her toes with her watery eyes, looking embarrassed. What's wrong? Well, if I go out like this, Wei Niang will blame me. The girl bit her lip and said, her voice was as soft as a mosquito. As she spoke, the blush on her neck spread to her ears. Lin Ming was not an idiot. He understood what the girl meant when he saw this scene. He looked at the girl in surprise. She was still a virgin. These mortal women in Polaris City had no freedom and status. For them, the best outcome was to be favored by a warrior and taken in as a personal maid or concubine. As for love, it might not even be a term these girls had heard of. When they reached a certain age, their first time was often given to honored guests like Lin Ming. Lin Ming felt a little sympathetic. What's your name, and how old are you? My name is Wana, and I'm 16 years old this year. The girl answered obediently. 16 years old, 1 year younger than Xingsun. Unconsciously, Lin Ming's mind flew back to Xianan continent and thought of Qin Xingsun and Mu Qianxue. I wonder how Xingsun is doing. With Miss Mu's care, he should be fine. Lin Ming muttered to himself. The South China Sea was in turmoil. When he left, the war between the South China Sea Demon Realm and Shenhuang Island was still going on. The strength of the South China Sea Demon Realm was much stronger than Shenhuang Island had originally expected. I'm afraid that the South China Sea Demon Realm had been dragging its feet and not launching a full-scale general attack before, just because it was thinking about the Demon God Emperor Palace. Now that the matter of the Demon God Emperor Palace has been concluded, the South China Sea Demon Realm is likely to go all out. Shenhuang Island can join forces with the Great Zen Temple to take the Brahma Dragon route, but it is unlikely that they can join forces with the Great Zen Temple to help it deal with the South China Sea Demon Realm. As for those 4th grade sects in the 5-element domain, although they can cooperate, it is also based on interests. If they take action, they will all have to pay a high price. Shenhuang Island can hold out for 1 or 2 years, and if it lasts longer, I'm afraid it can't afford the high price. If this continues, Shenhuang Island will be in trouble. Thinking of this, Lin Ming felt heavy-hearted. He knew that he was irresponsible in leaving this time. If the slightest news leaked out, it would cause a catastrophe to Shenhuang Island. Wana. Lin Ming recovered from his memories and looked up at the girl. Yeah. The girl hurriedly responded, looking at Lin Ming with a complex expression and a hint of nervousness. If Wei Niang asks, just say it was me who said it. She won't blame you. Lin Ming didn't have the mind for romance at the moment. He only wanted to improve his strength as soon as possible. Hearing Lin Ming say this, the girl was stunned and then bit her lip and said, yeah. Wana knows. Seeing the disappointment in the girl's eyes, Lin Ming felt a little reluctant. In fact, he knew very well that for these girls, it was not easy to be a concubine of a warrior with strong strength and good character. In the Tower of Babel, many warriors had abnormal personalities due to the huge pressure, and it was not uncommon for female slaves to be tortured to death. At least now Lin Ming looks not only powerful but also kind, young and good looking, so he is naturally the best candidate for the master. After seeing Hope and being rejected again, Wana was of course a little disappointed. After leaving Lin Ming, she didn't know what her fate would be in the future. Lin Ming sighed lightly and finally felt a little reluctant and said, how about this? You wait outside the hall. I will call you when I have something. Don't let anyone in. Wana was delighted, nodded vigorously, and then went out of the hall obediently and closed the door for Lin Ming. After Lin Ming closed the door, he casually cast a ban, locked the door, and set up a simple formation to prevent being monitored. Then, he took off his shirt and took out all the Sumeru rings of Guyu and Zana that he got today. Chapter 539. Talk about the recent situation and the thanks for the recommendation. Please enter. Actually, I was sick these days. It was just in time for the promotion of the book. So when the book was promoted, I didn't write a thank you note, nor did I ask for monthly tickets. I only wrote 3 chapters and 9,000 words the day before the promotion. After the promotion started, I got sick, and the promotion that I had planned was gone. I didn't have time to thank the editors Kang Da and Hu Ya Millimeters, nor did I have time to thank the book friends and brothers who supported me. In short, I spent the 3 days of the promotion with a completely indifferent attitude. There were only 2 chapters a day, and they were very late. The second chapter often didn't come until 12 o'clock. There was really no other way. I was in the hospital for a long time during the day. I didn't have any manuscripts saved. I used to carry a notebook with me, but when I was getting in fourth, the needle was inserted in my left hand, so I could only type on the keyboard with one hand. It was very awkward and I couldn't write a few words. I could only come back to write at night. So I finished the task very late every day. This seems to be the first time that I have been on fourth since I started writing a book. I didn't tell everyone about my illness because I knew that I couldn't stop updating during the promotion period anyway. In that case, I simply didn't say anything and tried my best to complete the update. Now, I'm almost cured. The second chapter will be released the day after tomorrow at the latest. However, under this circumstance, Wuji seems to be the only book that has been on the 24-hour bestseller list among the books recommended so far this week, and it has been on the list for 3 consecutive days. The bestseller list is the sales data, including the total fan value of rewards and subscriptions. If it ranks in the top 10 of the entire site, it can be on the list, but there is nothing to be proud of. The main reason why Kanjian can be on the list is Wuji has a lot of words. It will be the 4th day soon. I don't know if it can still be on the bestseller list. I really want to be on the list again. The last time. So, here, Kanjian wants to seriously ask everyone to subscribe. If you haven't subscribed to Wuji, please give a full subscription, or at least subscribe more. During this period of recommendation, Kanjian was confused and rushed to finish the manuscript. There was no explosion, so I didn't ask for subscriptions and monthly tickets. Now that the recommendation is over, it's a bit late to ask for subscriptions. But Kanjian still asks for it seriously once. I really need it. Subscriptions are the lifeblood of a book and the biggest yardstick for measuring a book's performance. Now Wuji's highest subscription is 68.68, and the average subscription is 35.38. I really want to take another step forward. The subscription data and the quality of the recommended results are directly related to the strength of Wuji's recommendation from Kidian in the future. I implore everyone, please subscribe. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 540 Threat. These two people have a pretty good family background, Lin Ming said to himself as he looked through the zoom earrings of Guyu and Zana. There were hundreds of medium-grade blood evil crystals in the zoom earrings of the two people. In addition, there were also many kinds of elixirs and treasures. Although they were not too precious, at least Lin Ming would not encounter the embarrassing situation of not having blood evil crystals to use. Top grade blood evil crystals? He casually took out a rectangular jade box from Guyu's zoom ring. In the jade box, there was a bright red crystal. A top grade blood evil crystal was worth 100 medium grade blood evil crystals, and even Guyu only had one. Blood evil crystals and true essence stones are essentially the same. They both contain a lot of energy and can be used for cultivation. However, true essence stones can only be used to condense true essence and cultivate Danshan, while blood evil crystals not only contain a lot of heaven and earth energy, but also contain blood evil energy, which can be used to refine the body, nourish the soul and other multiple functions. Righteous warriors can also use blood evil crystals, and no one will think that their blood power is too strong. In addition, the scarcity of blood evil crystals also caused the price of blood evil crystals to be much higher than that of true essence stones. Holding this top grade blood evil crystal in his hand, Lin Ming began to absorb the pure energy in the blood evil crystal. Although a top grade blood evil crystal is worth 100 medium grade blood evil crystals, the blood evil energy contained in it is only 50 times that of a medium grade blood evil crystal. Using one is equivalent to wasting 50 medium grade blood evil crystals. Of course, the efficiency of practicing with top grade blood evil crystals will be much higher. However, even some geniuses from large sects are reluctant to waste half of the energy just for this efficiency. This is why Guyu only has one top grade blood evil crystal. Lin Ming now only seeks efficiency. Blood evil crystals can be earned again, but time waits for no one. He hopes to have the capital to compete with Zhu and Wuji as soon as possible and return to the southern sky region. That is where his foundation is. The pure heaven and earth energy and the power of Qi and blood continue to flow into Lin Ming's body, and the light on the blood evil crystal gradually dims. In the blood killing plane, the fire energy is relatively thin, but the blood evil energy is extremely rich. At this time, using the Suzaku Forbidden God record to cultivate Danshan is far inferior to the Great Wilderness Halberd art. The pure energy in the blood evil crystal, combined with the evil energy contained in the heavenly demon tattoo, was greedily absorbed and refined by Lin Ming. The Great Wilderness Halberd art follows the path of killing, and it is perfect for refining blood evil energy. In Lin Ming's meridians, the burning energy rushed, circle after circle, and merged into the Danshan, forming a rolling vortex of true energy. In this process, Lin Ming's soul and body were nourished. Various exercises have their own advantages and disadvantages. For example, the general righteous exercises tend to cultivate the soul after the innate stage, and the magic exercises, after the innate stage, still tend to temper the blood and body. Relying solely on practicing the Vermilion Bird Forbidden God record will only tend to cultivate the fire element true essence, and follow a single gathering essence system. After achieving the life fall in the future, the cultivation method system will appear too thin, and thus limited in strength. If it can be supplemented by the Great Wilderness Halberd art, that is biased towards attacking and killing, this problem will be weakened a lot. Many people understand this truth, but there is nothing they can do. Generally, a large sect has a set of top-level inheritance, which sect can be like Lin Ming, who has many top-level cultivation methods around him, and can choose to learn. You know, when Lei Jingxian was stagnant in his realm, he risked his reputation, and colluded with the South Sea Demon Realm for a set of ancient demon scrolls. I don't know how long I have been practicing. Lin Ming was immersed in cultivation for an unknown period of time. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the light on the table had gone out, and the surroundings were green and hazy, as if it was already dawn. Standing up, his bones crackled and crackled. The sound was very crisp. The top-grade blood evil crystal in his right hand had completely dimmed. Not much energy was left, and his body was sticky with sweat, and there was a faint trace of blood in the sweat, and a bloody smell was spreading. Looking inward at Dunshan, the cultivation of the initial stage of Xianshan was further consolidated, and it had already moved towards the peak of the initial stage of Xianshan. I have been stagnant in the initial stage of Xianshan for several months. I don't know when I can break through the middle stage of Xianshan. The cultivation of the magic way is indeed much faster than the righteous way. If I can break through the Zuandan before the age of 22, I don't know how I will compare with the strong men who have lost their lives. Lin Ming was thinking wildly, and was about to take a shower. Suddenly, he had an idea, and he flashed to the door and gently opened it. Outside the hall, a pretty little girl leaned against the door, nodding her head. It was obvious that she was so sleepy that she fell asleep while standing. Wana. Ah. The little girl was startled and woke up smartly. Sir, Wana was like a child who had done something wrong. What are you doing standing here? Why don't you go to sleep? Wana hurriedly said. My lord asked me to stand outside the hall. Lin Ming was speechless. He just said it casually. He didn't expect Wana to stand outside the hall for an entire afternoon and a whole night. She was just a mortal. Her legs must be swollen after standing for so long. But this is the fate of maids. Many maids in wealthy families have to stand outside the master's bedroom all night, pouring water, carrying urine pots, and must rush to the master's bedroom at the sound of a call. If they are in the palace, it is even stricter. Even yawning is a bad rule, and will be punished by being slapped in the face. When maids get old, they often have no one to support them. This is also the reason why many maids want to be concubines. This is Wana's first time keeping watch. Falling asleep is a sign of laziness and ignorance, so she panicked. Go to sleep. Lin Ming sighed. He had wanted to redeem Wana before, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. In Polestar City, even if a mortal was free, he would be at the mercy of others. If he gave her money, it would bring disaster. It would be safer for her to stay with Wei Niang. As for Lin Ming taking her with him, it was impossible. In such a dangerous place, Lin Ming could not be distracted to protect a mortal. Wana was about to say something but stopped. Go to sleep, Lin Ming said in a tone that could not be refused. Wana had to bow and leave. Lin Ming did not go to the second floor. He planned to cultivate to the peak of the initial stage of Xianshan on the first floor. Now he was not far from this level. In this way, Lin Ming cultivated every day, and ate and lived in the warrior service center. Wana took care of his washing and changing clothes. In a blink of an eye, 15 days had passed. Lin Ming was only a step away from the peak of the initial stage of Xianshan. One day, Lin Ming walked out of the service center. He wanted to go to the second floor of the Tower of Babel to take a look. The difference in strength between the warriors on the second floor of the Tower of Babel and those on the first floor is huge. Gu Yu, who was at the top of the first floor, was only at the bottom of the second floor. There were tens of thousands of warriors on the first floor, but only a few thousand on the second floor, a tenfold difference. Among these people, there were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Even if they were saint-level geniuses, they dared not show off here, and even dared not to rashly fight with people of the same realm as themselves, because they might be an emperor-level genius who could be crowned an emperor in the future. During these 15 days, Lin Ming also learned a little about the second floor of the Tower of Babel from Zhu Yan. According to the rules of the Tower of Babel, warriors on the first floor were not allowed to enter the second floor, while warriors on the second floor could enter and exit the first floor at will, but they could not take the initiative to kill people on the first floor. Once they violated the rules, they would be hunted down by the law enforcement team. Lin Ming followed Zhu Yan's introduction and walked to the entrance of the second floor. Because it was early in the morning, there were few people in the passage of the Tower of Babel, and there was no one at the entrance of the second floor at this time. A solitary grey stone platform appeared in front of Lin Ming. On the stone platform, there was a small teleportation array. As long as the second level pass token was inserted, it could be directly transferred to the second level. Lin Ming took out the pass from the Zumi ring. At this moment, he suddenly felt a very secret murderous intent locking onto him. His heart trembled, and Lin Ming was filled with murderous aura. Who? The void was silent for a moment, and then a hoarse and sinister laugh came out. Boy, you are very sensitive. Then, the void beside Lin Ming twisted, and two guys wearing black cloaks, one tall and one short, walked out. The short black-cloaked man was a dwarf demon, with wrinkles all over his face, like a wrinkled walnut, and dim eyes. It was hard to imagine that he was actually just a young man in the dwarf demon tribe. As for the tall man, his skin was dark, like a piece of charcoal. He was from the barbarian tribe. At this time, he looked at Lin Ming with a playful look on his face, as if a hunter was sizing up his prey. Lin Ming calmly touched the Zumi ring, and his whole body was circulated with true energy. Although he could not accurately sense the other party's cultivation realm due to the different cultivation systems, he could roughly judge from the momentum that the two guys in front of him were definitely much stronger than Guyu. Don't be nervous. We are second level warriors. Don't worry, we won't kill you, because the rules don't allow it. Lin Ming was not surprised. It was normal for someone who was obviously stronger than Guyu to come from the second level. What do you two want to do with me? We want you to do us a small favor. The black-cloaked dwarf demon said. The dwarf demon warriors even have black tongues, which look like the tongue of a toad. Sorry, not interested. Lin Ming refused coldly without thinking. Hey, don't rush to refuse, otherwise, you may regret it. The black-cloaked dwarf demon said confidently. As he spoke, he snapped his fingers, and a formation disc spun out and floated in the air. On the formation disc, many complicated formation patterns flashed, and a video appeared out of thin air. The scene in the video was exactly the warrior service center, where Lin Ming had just stayed. Lin Ming was slightly startled. It was the first time he saw such a strange illusion formation disc. In the video, Lin Ming saw Zhu Yan who was teaching Wang Dong a lesson, Wei Niang who got up and washed, and Wana who had just washed his clothes, and was about to go to bed. At this moment, a strange grey energy enveloped the warrior service center, and then everyone seemed to have lost their souls. Wei Niang and Wana fell to the ground directly. Zhu Yan supported for a few breaths, and fell to the ground and lost consciousness. It was a mental attack. Lin Ming's face sank. What do you want to do? Chapter 541 The second floor of the Tower of Babel. I heard that you were going to enter the second floor, so I have been waiting for you there for a long time, wanting to fight you, but I didn't expect that you would have been training on the first floor of the Tower of Babel for half a month. The man in the dwarf demon cloak said with a sigh. As he spoke, the image on the array disc turned, and a large snake several feet long swam down from the house. Its body, as thick as a bucket, twisted and rolled up Wana, who was already completely unconscious. Seeing this scene, Lin Ming's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Although Wana was just his maid, she had taken care of his daily life for the past 15 days, which was meticulous. Lin Ming would naturally not tolerate anyone threatening him with Wana. The dwarf demon cloaked man noticed the murderous intent in Lin Ming's eyes and laughed. You are just as I guessed. From your attitude towards those mortals in the past few days, I know that you have boring sympathy in your heart. TSK, I really don't know how a person like you can embark on the path of killing. You monitor me. Lin Ming's heart trembled. He was confident that he had practiced the Tai soul art and had the blessing of the reincarnation martial intention. His perception was not inferior to that of mid-stage Zuandan warrior. In the past 15 days, he was actually monitored by someone and didn't know it. Fortunately, he didn't take out the Kyankan melting sun furnace, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thinking of this, Lin Ming's murderous intent became stronger. There are many ways to monitor people. I don't have to appear near you in person to monitor you. Even a small snake can be my eyes. The dwarf demon cloaked man said indifferently, not afraid that his monitoring method would be known by Lin Ming. Lin Ming frowned. Not knowing the secrets of these aliens was indeed a disadvantage. Why are you paying attention to me? Not only you, I'm interested in all the newcomers on the second floor. Frankly speaking, I want to fight with you in the ring. A trace of disdain appeared on Lin Ming's face. I see. It seems that you are not very strong and can only pick on newcomers? Humph, what do you know? The cloaked man sneered. Do you think it's a big deal that you can blow up the first floor and kill Guyu in 10 breaths? The second floor of the Tower of Babel is far from comparable to the first floor. There are training grounds on the second floor that the first floor does not have. Training there will get twice the result with half the effort. Moreover, no matter which race a person is, he will be affected by the environment. A group of geniuses gathered together and mixed in with a group of powerful opponents will become stronger. Especially on the second floor, there are many Evildoers who have the strength to go to the third floor, but they still hide on the second floor. My own strength at the second level is not weak, but I have accumulated too much evil spirit. Many masters are eyeing me, wanting to obtain my evil spirit to make up for their demon tattoos. I won't let these guys succeed. So you only target newcomers? So, the so-called strong evil spirit in your body is also accumulated from plundering newcomers? Lin Ming sneered. He didn't expect that there would be such a strange thing in the Tower of Babel. However, this method is indeed effective. If you are patient enough and do whatever it takes to accumulate enough evil spirit and then practice magic, you will definitely get twice the result with half the effort. Yes, I have been cautious since I won 5 consecutive victories on the second floor. Now I have won 19 consecutive victories. Unfortunately, many newcomers are too timid. After arriving at the second floor, they do not participate in the battle. They practice for half a year, and some even hide in the forbidden war zone and never go out. So, I have to use some tricks. Don't worry, I will not kill you. I just want the evil spirit from you and another winning streak. In fact, it is your good fortune that you can fight me in the first battle. At least, other people are not as kind-hearted as me. You may die without a complete body. The cloaked man laughed twice, then spoke in a tone that could be tentatively called kind, but with his wrinkled face and disgusting smile, it made people feel extremely disgusted. So, I have to thank you? That's right. Fighting with me will help you understand the rules of the second floor as quickly as possible. After this battle, I will not hesitate to give you some benefits and tell you some ways to survive on the second floor. Don't underestimate these ways of survival. They are all obtained by many warriors at the cost of their lives. The cloaked dwarf said in a tempting tone. What if I say no? You are a smart man. You can still fight and plunder, even if the evil spirit is gone. But if you offend me, I will have many ways to make it difficult for you to move on the second floor, or even die accidentally. In addition, you don't want your little maid to be ravaged and tortured to death by some perverted trolls with great psychological pressure, right? Ha ha ha. The cloaked dwarf laughed wildly. The Tower of Babel prohibits second floor warriors from killing people on the first floor, which is only for warriors in the trial, and killing mortals is not included. Lin Ming suppressed the murderous intent in his heart and looked neither happy nor angry. Let the person go. I agree to fight with you. Okay. The cloaked dwarf demon was unexpectedly straightforward. In fact, he was not afraid that Lin Ming would go back on his word. In the Tower of Babel, it was difficult to protect a mortal, but it was easy to kill a mortal. If Lin Ming went back on his word, he could easily find an opportunity and kill the girl with a small trick. I'll wait for you on the second floor. I hope you won't have to wait too long. The cloaked dwarf demon licked his lips excitedly, took out the pass from the Sumeru ring, and inserted it into the teleportation array. With a flash of light, he disappeared with the barbarian youth. Lin Ming walked back expressionlessly and walked all the way back to the warrior service center. The person who was knocked unconscious by the cloaked dwarf demon had already woken up. The girls in the warrior service center all had blank expressions on their faces. They had no idea what had just happened. They just felt like they had had a terrible dream. But Zhu Yan and other warriors knew that they had just been attacked by a master with a mental attack. A powerful and terrifying force enveloped the entire warrior service center in an instant. He fainted without even the slightest thought of resistance. The gap in strength was too big. If the other party wanted to kill them, it would only take a thought. Such people are most likely warriors from the second floor. Zhu Yan was in doubt and had no idea what the other party's purpose was. At this time, he saw Lin Ming coming in, and suddenly his mind moved. Could it be Brother Lin, just now? Lin Ming waved his hand. Brother Zhu, I'm going to the second floor today. Please help me take care of Wana. Hearing Lin Ming say that he was going to the second floor, Zhu Yan became more certain of his guess. Brother Lin, is there someone on the second floor watching you? Lin Ming did not comment, but just said, whether there is anyone targeting me or not, I will go to the next floor in the next few days. Seeing that Lin Ming was determined to go, Zhu Yan showed a complicated expression on his face. He also knew that Lin Ming was a dragon in the abyss, and it was impossible for him to stay on the first floor for a long time. He came to the Tower of Babel for training. Brother Lin, take care of yourself. Lin Ming simply packed up his things, said goodbye to everyone, and then walked out of the warrior service center alone. Wana said nothing, just looked at Lin Ming's disappearing back, and remained silent for a long time. Welcome to the second floor of the Tower of Babel. When Lin Ming stepped out of the teleportation array on the second floor, this pleasant voice immediately rang in his ears. He looked up and saw a fairy girl in front of him. Her cultivation level was only about the condensation meridian stage. Obviously, she was a full-time guide. Excuse me, sir, are you going to the fighting arena or the training ground? The fairy girl bowed and said politely. Training ground. Lin Ming raised his eyebrows. He had heard the cloaked dwarf demon mention the training ground on the second floor of the Tower of Babel before. Practicing there would get twice the result with half the effort. Polaris City was originally located at the source of evil spirits and had a long history. There were countless ancient magic arrays engraved in it. Lin Ming was looking forward to the training ground in Polaris City. Thinking of this, Lin Ming asked, are there any authority requirements for entering the training ground? The fairy girl said, there are no authority requirements for the second level training ground. You just need to pay enough blood evil crystals according to the level of the training ground. For higher level training grounds, you need to pay not only blood evil crystals, but also killing points. For example, for a special training ground, 1 killing point is required for every 10 days of training, and for a first level training ground, 1 killing point is required for every year of training. 1 killing point for 10 days, it's really expensive. Lin Ming was secretly shocked. He only had 10 killing points, which he got when he won the Invincible Honor badge on the first level. Training in a special training ground is only enough for 100 days. Thank you, take me to the fighting field first. Lin Ming wanted to settle the feud with the dwarf demon cloak man first. Okay, please follow me. The fairy girl's voice was very sweet and sounded very comfortable. The Babel Tower is thick at the bottom and thin at the top. The second floor is much smaller than the first floor, and the fighting arena is also smaller than the first floor. It can only accommodate 8,000 spectators, but this is more than enough, because there are only a few thousand warriors on the second floor. When Lin Ming arrived at the fighting arena, there were only a few hundred people sitting in the audience seats. The other warriors were either resting or practicing in their own residences. Although there were few people, it was still filled with wild and bloody atmosphere. This kid is here. In a corner of the fighting arena, the barbarian cloaked man saw Lin Ming. Hey, this stupid boy is quite fast. He is so stupid. Because of ridiculous sympathy, he has ruined his life. The dwarf demon cloaked man touched his wrinkled chin, and a bloodthirsty light flashed in his eyes. Huh? Are you going to kill him? The barbarian cloaked man was slightly startled. Of course we have to kill him. Although this guy is not very strong now, his talent is too terrifying. If we don't get rid of the roots, there will be endless troubles. Yes, but if the news of killing him gets out and other newcomers know, they will be on guard, and it will not be easy for them to find newcomers to fight us. It doesn't matter. I've already thought about it. If I kill him, I will have 20 consecutive victories, and can get 2 kill points. At the same time, I can also make up for the 4-winged demon tattoo. Then, I can practice in a first-class training ground for 2 full years. After I come out of seclusion, my strength will increase greatly, and I won't have to always attack newcomers." When the dwarf demon cloaked man said this, his eyes flashed with excitement. He had been looking forward to this day for a long time. Chapter 542 Soul Breaking Domain. Blue Star wins. Who's the next challenger? On the fighting field, a blue-haired goblin man defeated a barbarian with a sword, and the black-clothed referee announced. This black-clothed referee was similar to the blue-skinned middle-aged man that Lin Ming had seen on the first floor, with several racial characteristics, a typical mixed-race person. In Polestar City, due to years of reproduction, many of the natives have bloodlines of other races, so using mixed-race people as referees would be relatively fairer. Line crossing, this guy has won the second game. If he wins again, it will be 3 consecutive wins. How come I haven't heard of him before? It's normal that I haven't heard of him. In fact, this guy is a newcomer. It is said that he won the first floor a year ago and got 10 killing points. After coming to the second floor, he didn't fight a single game. He practiced in seclusion for a whole year. Today is his first battle. Secluded for a whole year? He is really patient. He is a scary guy. A master of the 2-winged demon level can't last more than 10 breaths in his hands. This is probably because he has hidden some of his strength. I guess he should have the strength close to that of a 4-winged demon. The audience in the stands were discussing. Lin Ming listened to them and couldn't help but pay more attention to this land crossing. In fact, since he came to Tangshan Tower, he found that here, because of the different cultivation systems, it is no longer accurate to use the realm of cultivation to divide the strength of warriors. What's more, there are many warriors who can fight above their level. A 5-star demon general in Tangshan Tower may be able to easily defeat a 1-star demon king outside. In this way, it is more accurate to use the demon tattoos on the warriors to distinguish their strength. The stronger the warriors, the more wings they have on their demon tattoos. From 2 wings, 4 wings, to 10 wings, 12 wings. Lin Ming's demon tattoos are almost condensed into 2 wings. As he participates in more battles in the future, his demon tattoos will continue to grow. Line crossing, you only won 2 games. Do you think you are invincible? A red-haired man jumped onto the field. He was also a warrior of the barbarian tribe. He appeared at this time, obviously with the intention of helping his companions. In the Tower of Babel, racial consciousness is very strong. Generally, when fighting with the same tribe, they will not kill, but when fighting against other tribes, they will be ruthless, and it is very normal for people to die. Just you? It seems that my 3 consecutive victories are easy to get. Line crossing looked at the red-haired man with contempt and shook the long sword in his hand. This blue star is too arrogant. He doesn't take red hair seriously at all. Yeah, after all, red hair has been in the second floor for half a year and has almost the strength of a 4-winged demon. It's not a good thing to underestimate the enemy. Seeing Blue Star so arrogant, public opinion began to turn to the red-haired barbarian. The red-haired man laughed when he heard Blue Star's words and drew out the big sword behind him. Within your reach? It's a miracle that someone like you can survive in the Tower of Babel until now. Your luck ends here. Go to hell. The red-haired man said and slashed at Blue Star with a sword. Crack. The floor tiles exploded and Blue Star's body disappeared like a phantom. What a fast body movement. What a profound state of mind of wind. Lin Ming saw at a glance that Blue Star's attainments in the state of mind of wind were very high, far exceeding his own. It is said that the goblins are the darlings of the laws of nature, and it is true. The talent of the goblins is the best in the Holy Demon continent. In terms of physical fitness, they are far inferior to the trolls, but they have a physique that is naturally compatible with the laws of nature, and it is easy for them to comprehend the power of laws and artistic conception. This also makes the goblin clan's skills changeable and hard to defend. Holy pattern, wind sword. In an instant, Line Crossing's sword disappeared, disappearing in the wind. At that moment, the endless wind between heaven and earth was Line Crossing's sword, omnipresent and hard to defend. Clang clang clang. For a moment, I don't know how many swords slashed on the barbarian man's heavy sword, causing his sword to almost fall out of his hand. The true energy flow shot out wantonly, and the red-haired man was shocked and retreated violently. However, Line Crossing's sword was like a maggot on the tarsal bone, and he couldn't avoid it at all. The red-haired man shouted violently and was about to use his last trick, but at this moment, 3 sword lights crossed and stabbed. Puff, puff, puff. The red-haired man screamed miserably, and his body flew backwards. There were 3 blood holes on his body. He fell heavily to the ground, and his blood dyed a large area of rock red. Not dead. You are lucky. Lang Crossing looked down on the red-haired man, who was already half dead. The whole audience was shocked. The battle lasted only 5 breaths, and the winner was already decided. Under the stands, several barbarians rushed up and quickly carried the red-haired man down. Blue Star has won 3 consecutive games. The black-clad referee announced. 3 consecutive wins, 1 year of seclusion, and 3 consecutive wins at the first move. This Blue Star definitely has the strength of a 4-winged demon. He is only in his 20s and has enough time. If he can keep living, it won't be difficult to impact the 3rd level. Another new star has appeared. But speaking of it, there are countless new stars in the Tower of Babel over the years, but there are only a few who can really reach the level of a 10-winged demon. Well, the higher you go, the harder it is. People were talking about it, and Blue Star was eliminated after 3 consecutive wins. According to the custom of the Tower of Babel, warriors generally do not fight more than 3 matches in a row. After continuous high-intensity fighting, physical strength and true energy will be greatly consumed. Only when the strength is too strong will there be a situation of fighting 5 or 10 matches in a row. Next, who else wants to go on stage? The black-clad referee said loudly on the stage. As he finished speaking, the dwarf demon-cloaked man stood up with a smile and looked at Lin Ming with his eyes narrowed. Little brother, come on together. The true energy transmission of the dwarf demon-cloaked man rang in Lin Ming's ears. This guy's really cowardly. Lin Ming was disdainful in his heart. The other party was obviously afraid that he would not follow and be overtaken by others if he went on stage first. He had no confidence at all. Lin Ming jumped onto the stage. The dwarf demon-cloaked man followed him up. It's Black Rat. This guy's really useless. He comes to bully the newcomers again. Someone in the stands recognized the dwarf demon-cloaked man at a glance. The title of Black Rat was well deserved. Hey, you know what? Black Rat's trick is still very useful. He is almost a 4-winged demon now, and he is about to win 20 games in a row. Haha, he is probably the weakest 4-winged demon. Don't underestimate Black Rat. This guy still has some skills, but he is too timid. If you ask me, these newcomers are stupid. I know this newcomer on the stage. He blew up on the 1st floor a few days ago. Young people like this are arrogant and full of vigor. They always think they are very strong, but they don't know how deep the water in the Tower of Babel is. Sooner or later they will suffer. Well, look at Blue Star. He also blew up on the 1st floor, but he was able to practice in seclusion on the 2nd floor for a year. It's true that Blue Star is arrogant, and he does have the capital to be arrogant. Compared with Blue Star, the kid on the stage is indeed a bit impetuous. Few people are optimistic about Lin Ming. Although Lin Ming is extremely talented, a newcomer is a newcomer. He is not old enough and his cultivation is not enough. He is always lacking in maturity. In the Tower of Babel, those who are not steady and too rash are the most likely to die. Hey, little guy, don't be nervous. I'm going to be gentle. The dwarf demon-cloaked man rubbed his hands together and looked up and down at Lin Ming. His dark little eyes and wrinkled black skin really looked like a rat spirit that had lived for a long time. Lin Ming calmly drew out the purple Zuan spear, and the tip of the spear flashed with lightning. His eyes were fixed on the shoulder of the dwarf demon-cloaked man, where there was a very clear demon tattoo. The demon tattoo had 2 pairs of wings, but the second pair was a little blurry compared to the first pair. The 4-winged demon tattoo. The evil spirit condensed on his body is more than 10 times more than mine. It can save me a lot of energy to plunder it. When the Black Rat regarded Lin Ming as prey, Lin Ming was also calculating the Black Rat. The game begins. The referee gave the order, and Black Rat pulled out 2 curved moonblade short knives from the Sumeru ring. Little guy, just relax. My attacks don't hurt at all. Black Rat laughed, and suddenly a trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Soul-breaking domain. HUO. The surrounding environment suddenly changed. On the ring, the murderer saw a spread, as if it had turned into a Shura battlefield. The audience seemed to hear endless ghosts and wolves howling for a moment, and fell into an illusion. Soul-breaking domain. Black Rat's killer move. Once it is launched, all souls within a radius of 10 feet will be annihilated. Those who are hit will become idiots at best and die directly at worst. This guy's going to take the life of the newcomer. Well, although the newcomer's cultivation is not high, his talent is too terrifying. He can explode on the first floor in the early stage of innateness. Black Rat probably doesn't want to leave any trouble. Haha, another genius of mankind has died, which is very satisfying. There are too many geniuses who have fallen in the Tower of Babel, and Lin Ming is not the only one. Maybe tomorrow, they will forget Lin Ming's face. While everyone in the stands was talking, Lin Ming stood motionless in the center of the ring, without any reaction. Boy, you can only blame yourself for being too talented. I was forced to do nothing. Don't blame me when you become a ghost. Black Rat laughed and rushed towards Lin Ming like an old demon in the air, and the curved moonblade scimitar cut Lin Ming's throat. At this moment, Lin Ming's eyes suddenly flashed with a brilliant light, and the purple spear in his hand was pulled out like a whip. Swoosh. What? Black Rat was shocked. He thought that, even if Lin Ming's soul was not annihilated, he should have fallen into a mental illusion, and was at the mercy of others. He never thought that Lin Ming could fight back. Soul-breaking knife. Black Rat swung his knife diagonally, containing all the soul attacks on the blade, and chopped on the shaft of the purple spear. Snap. The scimitar slipped out of his hand, and Black Rat was shot away by Lin Ming like Apollo. At the same time, the soul attack of the Black Rat was transmitted into Lin Ming's spiritual sea along the purple spear, like rolling thunder, fierce and aggressive. However, in just a moment, this soul attack was annihilated in the vast vortex of reincarnation martial intent, without even a wave. Lin Ming had long known that the Black Rat was good at soul attacks. At that time, the Black Rat made everyone in the warrior service center faint instantly, relying on soul attacks. Chapter 543 The Strength of the Four-Winged Demon. Boom. Black Rat fell heavily to the ground, the floor tiles shattered, and half of Black Rat's body was sunk into the broken bricks and stones. Hundreds of warriors were stunned when they saw this scene. They thought Black Rat had won, but the result was unexpected. Lin Ming pulled back his gun and directly pulled Black Rat into the ground. Although Black Rat was timid and acted despicable, he was actually a genius disciple from a 5th grade sect of the Dwarf Demon Clan. Once his soul-breaking domain was used, it was hard to defend against. Many old people on the 2nd floor were unwilling to face Black Rat's soul-breaking domain. They didn't expect that this newcomer could actually fight back under such circumstances. Damn it, what happened? Black Rat jumped up from the pile of rubble. His wrinkled face was already covered with blood, and his head was still a little dizzy. At this moment, the barbarian cloaked man's true essence voice transmission sounded in Black Rat's ears. Boss, what's wrong with you? Damn it, this kid's power is too abnormal, even the orcs of the same level are nothing in front of him. Black Rat replied angrily using true essence voice transmission. Lin Ming's power is indeed the strongest he has ever encountered. He is in the early stage of Xianshan, and he easily flew away with a shot. If he hadn't protected his wrist with magic energy, the previous blow would have broken his wrist bone. This kid, is he not injured? Although my knife was pulled back by him just now, he has already driven all the soul-breaking field into his spiritual sea. Even if he is a human Zuundan strongman, his soul will be injured. Black Rat looked at Lin Ming and asked the barbarian cloaked man. He was shot away just now and didn't notice anything. Now looking at Lin Ming, who was motionless, he didn't know whether the other party was seriously injured. Maybe he is better at defending against soul attacks. I don't see any injuries on him. The man in the black cloak answered speechlessly. After Lin Ming shot the Black Rat away, he stood there motionless, and his eyes did not show any sign of distraction. Hitting the wall, the Black Rat groaned in his heart. If you stand by the river, you will get your feet wet. The Black Rat always picks on newcomers, but one day, he finally fell on this. But then again, if he hadn't always picked on newcomers, his goal of 20 consecutive wins would not have been achieved, and it would have ended long ago. In the final analysis, this Babel Tower is a place where strength speaks, and strength is king. Lin Ming held the purple Zuan spear, and stepped out step by step. When he took the first step, there were bursts of gasps from the surrounding stands. The fact that he could take such a steady step proved that Lin Ming was fine. Black Rat's strength at the second level was not strong, but that did not mean he was easy to deal with. Many senior trialists did not dare to resist Black Rat's soul attack, but Lin Ming was able to resist it without any damage. He was really abnormal. Black Rat's face darkened. This battle had reached a white-hot stage. He absolutely could not lose. Once he lost, his 20-game winning streak would end. Not only would his killing points be gone, but at the same time, most of the evil spirit he had accumulated over 3 years of hard work would also dissipate. This was definitely a blow he could not bear. "Boy, you force me to do this." A trace of ferocity flashed across Black Rat's face, and the skin on his face was wrinkled and twisted together. Soul burning, sea of spirit, full open. Black Rat shouted, and a crack suddenly appeared between his eyebrows. Black light was shining brightly in the crack, like a third eye. Black Rat has burned his soul. It looks like he is going to fight to the death. Burning the soul is a unique move of spiritual attack warriors. It causes more damage than burning blood essence. After burning blood essence, it is possible to make up for it at a great cost, but burning the soul is difficult to make up for. It will cause a permanent loss of soul power, unless there is a top-level soul-nourishing medicine. However, the preciousness of such medicine is not less than that of Brahma dragon root. After burning part of his soul power, Black Rat's momentum increased greatly, and his appearance also changed. His originally shriveled face became extremely ferocious, with inch-long fangs at the corners of his mouth, and his eyes were bloodshot, like a beast. Soulstorm. Black Rat shouted wildly, and the vortex of soul power condensed into a terrifying storm. The warriors who were too close couldn't help but retreat one after another, fearing that they would be swept in and affected. After all, soul injury is no joke. What a strong soul storm. Just the aftermath gives me chills. This feeling is like when I was a mortal, standing in the snow without clothes in the middle of winter. Many people who thought that Black Rat was weak also changed color when they saw this soul storm. They couldn't help but imagine, if they were facing this soul storm on the stage, would they be able to withstand it? But the imaginary result made them feel cold on their backs. Boom. The purple storm rolled towards Lin Ming with great momentum, mixed with countless ghosts crying and wolves howling. The entire martial arts arena seemed to have turned into a sure hell. Lin Ming's figure had been completely swallowed up in the storm and disappeared. Black Rat waved his 2 knives and rushed over. Behind him, a huge demon phantom appeared, with bright red eyes, hideous curved horns, and sharp teeth. However, just when he rushed halfway, the soul storm in front of him suddenly split apart, and a purple light, like a meteor, cut through the void and shot straight at Black Rat. The Black Rat, whose soul was burning, and whose mind had lost its mind, had no time to dodge. His body suddenly stopped. Puff! A blood hole appeared between his eyebrows. The purple light pierced his head without any suspense. The lightning flashed, and the purple light flew back at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. The storm slowly dissipated. In Lin Ming's palm, a steel needle was spinning. It was the evil god Lei Ling. The aftermath of the soul storm emitted by the Black Rat hit Lin Ming, but it was like a breeze and had no effect on anything. It's over. Puff. The Black Rat fell heavily to the ground, and a large pool of blood flowed from his forehead. Lin Ming wins. The referee was stunned for a while before announcing. The whole audience was silent. They were not surprised that the Black Rat was killed by Lin Ming in one move. After all, the Black Rat was weak in defense and close combat. What they couldn't imagine was that the Black Rat's terrifying soul storm just now didn't hurt Lin Ming at all. Does this guy have a soul in his body? How can he be completely immune to soul attacks? Does this kid have a special physique? The dwarf demons are not as strong as our trolls in terms of physical strength, not as good as the goblins in terms of the lore and artistic conception, and not as comprehension as humans, but in terms of soul power, they are the best in the holy demon continent. Especially this Black Rat specializes in soul attack. How could this result happen? You underestimated him. This guy, even if you put aside his abnormal soul defense, is definitely as strong as a 4-winged demon. No wonder he dared to accept the challenge of the Black Rat. The Black Rat has accumulated a lot of evil spirits over the years. This kid made a lot of money. While the warriors in the stands were discussing, most of the evil spirits on the Black Rat had turned into a hot stream and gathered into Lin Ming's body. HUO. The infusion from head to toe was like a revelation. This time, the evil spirit was several times stronger than the previous 2 times combined. Even though Lin Ming was calm, he was also agitated by this evil spirit. It seemed that the countless desires in his heart were extremely expanding. Such a strong evil spirit. After Lin Ming absorbed the evil spirit, he looked at the demon tattoo on his arm and saw that the first pair of wings of the demon tattoo had been fully formed, and the second pair of wings also had a clear outline. If he could get the same amount of evil spirit, the second pair of wings would also condense into substance. At that time, Lin Ming would be a true 4-winged demon. With these evil spirits, I will be able to practice the great wilderness halberd out with twice the result with half the effort. Lin Ming took a deep breath, calmed down his inner restlessness, pointed his finger, and a cloud of blood mist exploded on the black rat's body. A new blood drink seal slowly condensed and then flew back to Lin Ming's hand in an instant. Even the black rat's Zumi ring was put away by Lin Ming. Lin Ming was very much looking forward to the things in the black rat's Zumi ring. He was very interested in the secret method of the dwarf demons to cultivate the soul, using the blood of the dead to condense a blood seal. This kid's skills are poisonous enough. He and Lan Crossing from the fairy clan are the 2 new stars in the martial arts arena today. Both are newcomers. Both have extremely high talent and the strength of a 4-star demon, but relatively speaking, Lin Ming is stronger. Lan Crossing retreated for a year before he reached the 2nd floor with the strength of a 4-winged demon, and Lin Ming reached this level without any training, which is even more terrifying. Is Lin Ming stronger than me? Interesting. Lan Crossing, who had just won 3 consecutive victories, did not leave the martial arts arena and had been paying attention to Lin Ming's fights. He was not optimistic about Lin Ming before, thinking that Lin Ming would fall at the hands of the black rat, but he did not expect this to be the outcome. You compare me with Lin Ming, thinking that I only reached Lin Ming's level after practicing in seclusion on the 2nd floor for a year. Humph, little do you know that I already had the strength of a 4-winged demon a year ago. It was just that under such circumstances, I still practiced in seclusion for a year. My practice this year was not in vain. Lan Crossing's mouth corners rose, and his eyes were full of fighting spirit. He had made up his mind to fight with Lin Ming. The battle between the 2 newcomers, who were also the 2 top talents on the 2nd floor of the Tower of Babel, must be extremely interesting. But not now. Lin Ming had just gone through a battle. No matter how small the loss of his true essence was, it was a loss after all. Lan Crossing had to win Lin Ming under completely fair conditions, and not give the other party any chance to make excuses. Which of the demon emperors of my goblin clan did not step on the corpses of countless geniuses to ascend to the throne? I, Lan Crossing, will become a demon emperor in the future. Let you be one of my stepping stones. Lan Crossing came from a middle upper class 5th grade sect of the goblin clan. Generally speaking, the top 5th grade sect is a holy land, and the middle upper class 5th grade sect is only 1 step away from the holy land. As long as there is an emperor level strongman in the sect, the last step of transformation can be completed. Lan Crossing set out on a journey of training with the goal of becoming an emperor. His ambition is to make his sect advance to the holy land because of him. Chapter 544 3 consecutive victories. Who else wants to challenge Lin Ming? Lin Ming stood on the stage, and the black-clad referee shouted. The audience's reaction was not very intense. Lin Ming's battle with the black rat allowed his strength to rise to the level of a 4-winged demon, and he also had a puzzling immunity to soul attacks. However, compared to Lin Ming's strength, the evil spirit on Lin Ming's body seemed very little. Only the 2-winged demon was more. For those masters, this level of evil spirit was just a waste. Who knows what other hidden strengths Lin Ming has? If you fight with Lin Ming, even if you win, you will be forced to reveal too many cards and expose your own strength, which is not worth the loss, and the evil spirit you get is extremely limited. As a result, many masters are not interested in Lin Ming. Zhu Feng of the Jinguang sect requests a fight. As a slightly thin male voice sounded, a small warrior jumped onto the stage. He was actually a human warrior who looked to be in his 20s. The tattoo on his arm was just a 2-winged demon, and it was still a little blurry. Lin Ming was slightly stunned. This was his first time fighting a human warrior in the Tangshan Tower. You are not my opponent. Lin Ming glanced at Zhu Feng's cultivation, and combined with the momentum displayed by the other party, he quickly judged Zhu Feng's strength. He was probably equivalent to a strong half-step Zuandan warrior. This strength, relative to Zhu Feng's age, was already very amazing in the southern sky domain. His talent was better than Zhen Yunjian, Princess Huang and others in the 5-element domain, but in the Tangshan Tower, it seemed very ordinary. I know. Zhu Feng said indifferently, I come from a low-level 4th grade sect. I can't find opponents of the same age in the sect, so I came to travel around the continent to find strong people to fight, and find the gap. Today, I saw Brother Lin's battle, and admired him very much. I want to try how big the gap is. Let me first state that I'm very poor and don't have much money, so please be gentle, Brother Lin. Zhu Feng smiled awkwardly when he said this, and even shook the Zumi ring on his hand, which was just a very ordinary earth-level lower-grade Zumi ring. After listening to Zhu Feng's words, Lin Ming burst out laughing. It turned out that the other party was willing to show some mercy to him because he was a human warrior. That's why he dared to go on stage. Indeed, it was difficult for a warrior like Zhu Feng to survive on the 2nd floor of the Tower of Babel. They didn't seek victory, and being able to fight once was a rare experience. Lin Ming couldn't help but sigh. A chief disciple of a 4th grade sect was invincible among his peers in his own sect, but he had a hard time in the Tower of Babel. The gap was too big. Then in the distant future, if he ascended to the God Realm, would the same situation occur? He was a big shot in the Xianan continent and the Holy Demon continent, but in the God Realm, he could only be cautious and tread on thin ice. Thinking of this, Lin Ming felt a lot of pressure. He had never been complacent, because he saw a terrifying world in the magic cube. Compared with that world, the Xianan continent was just a drop in the ocean. The game begins. The referee announced loudly. Sword key penetrates the sky. Zhu Feng shouted, taking the initiative, and thrusting his sword towards Lin Ming's chest. Lin Ming just took a step back, and on the purple Zuan spear, the blood-destroying evil thunder flashed, easily knocking away Zhu Feng's long sword. Sword light crisscrosses. Sword breaks the sky. Zhu Feng thrust his sword one after another. His sword speed was extremely fast, connected into one, without any gaps. If someone with weaker strength had been overwhelmed by the brilliant sword light, however, Lin Ming just thrusted out his spear one by one, seemingly slow, but it seemed to contain a great momentum as steady as a mountain. Zhu Feng's sword light stabbed into this great momentum, just like a strong wind blowing on a hill, and ultimately failed to cause any changes. Crack. Lin Ming fired a spear in counterattack. Zhu Feng dodged the spear light, but was hit by the blood-destroying evil thunder. His whole body was numb, and he retreated more than 10 steps. Before he could stop, Lin Ming took a step forward, and the purple Zuan spear seemed to penetrate the space, and appeared in front of Zhu Feng in an instant, pointing directly at his throat. A chilly air came out from the tip of the spear, and Zhu Feng felt a chill down his spine. At that moment, he almost thought he was dead. I lost, Zhu Feng said. He knew that Lin Ming had held back on purpose. Otherwise, the strength he showed in the battle with Black Rat would be far more than that. Lin Ming's real strength was those sharp killing moves. Compared to those, spearmanship was just the icing on the cake. Thank you. Lin Ming clasped his fists. In the future, when my strength improves, I will fight you again, Zhu Feng said, and flew off the stage. However, the evil spirit on his body was left on the stage and slowly merged into Lin Ming's body. Regardless of whether the opponent was killed or not, as long as the opponent was defeated, the winner could get more than half of the loser's evil spirit. But Zhu Feng's evil spirit was nothing compared to Black Rat. After Zhu Feng lost, when the referee asked if anyone would continue to challenge, another human warrior came on stage. This was the third game. It's boring. In the corner of the battlefield, Lang Crossing shook his head and turned away. He wanted to see if Lin Ming had any other trump cards that could force him to use his strength, but the opponent below was disappointing. It seemed that the master would not make a move today. Well, then wait until I fight you, and try your hidden strength myself. I hope you won't let me down. Lang Crossing muttered to himself, with a smile on his lips, which matched his beautiful face, and looked very strange. Lin Ming wins. 3 consecutive wins. Lin Ming won 3 consecutive victories in the first battle. 2 consecutive newcomers won 3 consecutive victories in the first battle, which is amazing. The black-clothed referee said loudly after Lin Ming defeated the third opponent. It is not easy for a newcomer to win 3 consecutive victories, especially 2 in one day. Do you want to continue? The referee asked Lin Ming. No. Lin Ming shook his head. Improving strength is a slow accumulation process. Lin Ming is not in a hurry. He will stay in this Tower of Babel for a long time. After each battle, he needs time to comprehend and digest. Lin Ming walked down the fighting arena and found the fairy girl who had brought him to the fighting arena. He said, "Please take me to the training ground of the Babel Tower." "Oh, okay. The fairy girl was stunned for a moment before answering. The Babel Tower itself is hundreds of feet high. A single large floor occupies a height of dozens of feet. The interior is divided into many small floors. The structure is complex and there are many buildings. The fairy girl took Lin Ming for a long way, connected several small floors, and finally arrived at the training ground. When the fairy girl pushed open a heavy wooden door and saw the scene of the training ground, Lin Ming was shocked. Behind this wooden door, there was a huge abyss. The abyss was cylindrical and had a diameter of 10 miles. It was surrounded by walls made of black rocks. The walls were smooth, and you could see layers of rock textures. There were several small doors on each layer of rock texture. From a distance, these small doors were connected together, like a dense honeycomb. The small door where Lin Ming was located was one of them, and his location was also in the middle of the abyss. Looking up, he could see a height of hundreds of feet, submerged in the thick evil spirit, and it was hazy. Looking down, it was a dark and endless abyss. He had no idea what was below, but he could feel the thick and extremely evil spirit coming from the abyss. The cold wind seemed to freeze people's souls, as if this dark abyss led to the 18 levels of hell. The training ground was actually built in such a place. Lin Ming had already understood that this huge cylindrical abyss ran through the entire Babel Tower. It could be said that this abyss was a huge pipe located in the center of the Babel Tower, and judging from the depth, it was probably inserted all the way into the cliff where the Polaris city was located. The fairy girl had long expected Lin Ming to have such a surprised expression. After smiling slightly, she explained earnestly, "This abyss is the source of the evil spirit. The evil spirit of Polaris City gushes out from the deep veins of the earth. The deeper you go, the more concentrated the evil spirit is. Therefore, the deeper the training ground, the higher the fee. However, the warriors on the second floor of our Tower of Babel can only go a maximum of 1,000 feet into the underground abyss. No further. By the way, let me remind Mr. Lin that this abyss looks empty, but it is actually filled with various formations and restrictions, and flying is prohibited. If you want to leave your training place and go somewhere else, you can't pass through the abyss. You must take the passage in the Tower of Babel, otherwise something might happen." The fairy girl winked playfully when she said this, and she became charming for a moment. The abyss is impassable, and there are various restrictions. In this way, the safety of this training ground should be guaranteed. At least it won't be like being monitored by someone in the warrior service center on the first floor without knowing it. Just based on this point, Lin Ming was very excited. He had too many secrets. "Mr. Lin, that is the registration office for the second floor training ground. If Mr. Lin wants to stay, please register at the registration office." The fairy girl pushed up the thick wooden door of the abyss, pointed to a room not far away, and said respectfully. Lin Ming took a look at the registration office, which was an ancient and simple stone house with a very simple exterior decoration. There was a plaque hanging on the stone house with 2 bold characters on it, Wujet. Pushing the door in, Lin Ming was slightly startled. In the Wujet, there was a small space. A gray-skinned middle-aged man was sitting at a table in the room. In front of him was a handsome fairy man, who was land crossing. Seeing Lin Ming coming in, land crossing only glanced at Lin Ming lightly, and then stopped paying too much attention. "I will open a first-class training ground for another year. Well, a total of 1 killing point, plus 500 middle-grade blood evil crystals." Hearing the words 500 middle-grade blood evil crystals, Lin Ming took a breath of cold air. This training ground is really very expensive. You know, the black rat he killed before, there were only less than 2,000 middle-grade blood evil crystals in the Zumi ring. It was only enough for more than 3 years of training time. Okay. Line Crossing took out a small box full of blood evil crystals from the Zumi ring very readily and then looked at Lin Ming with a smile. Chapter 545 Special Training Ground. Although Line Crossing looked at Lin Ming with no hostility, he did have a slight sense of superiority. The middle-aged man opened the exquisite little box, which was full of medium-grade blood evil crystals. The crystal light was dazzling. The fairy girl beside Lin Ming saw this scene, and her beautiful big eyes were shining. She herself was not very skilled, so such a box of pure blood evil crystals had a great impact on her. 500 medium-grade blood evil crystals, no more, no less. The middle-aged man nodded with satisfaction. Line Crossing said again, Deacon Feng, I also want to exchange a few new war arrays. Line Crossing said, and took out a stack of 4 or 5 arrays from the Zumi ring. Lin Ming had seen Black Rat use these arrays before. They were illusion arrays with light and shadow arrays engraved on them, which could record sim images. The middle-aged man glanced at the array plates and said, 5 array plates, 500 middle-grade blood evil crystals. Okay. Line Crossing took out another small box, which was full of middle-grade blood evil crystals. In just a short while, he had spent 1,000 middle-grade blood evil crystals. The fairy girl couldn't help swallowing her saliva. She had seen a lot of things on the second floor over the years, but seeing such a large transaction, she couldn't help but be moved. What is the war array plate? Lin Ming couldn't help asking. One war array plate cost 100 middle grade blood evil crystals, and it was just 4 ental. What was recorded in the array plate? It was so valuable. Those are video recordings of masters fighting each other. Some are fights between demon generals and monster generals. Some are fights between demon kings and monster kings, and even fights between demon emperors and monster emperors. These are the treasures of the Tower of Babel, and there is a fee to watch them. A fight between demon emperors? Lin Ming took a deep breath. Up to now, although he had often heard of demon emperors, monster emperors, and sea gods, he had never seen any of them in person. To him, those people were all legendary. What would a fight between demon emperors be like? Lin Ming was looking forward to it. Does the video of a fight between demon emperors require permission? Yes, and you need killing points. I don't know the specific price and permission requirements. Blue Star should be watching fights between 4-star monster kings and above. 4-star to 6-star monster kings are equivalent to human life-destroying masters. But generally speaking, a human life-destroying master of the first level is much weaker than a 4-star monster king. But there are many levels of human life-destroying, one level after another. Of course, a first level life-destroying master is not as good as a 4-star monster king, but what about the 5th and 6th levels? What's more, there are even more people who have reached the 7th or 8th level of the life-destroying crossing. Such demon level characters have already caught up with the mighty ones in the Sea of Gods, and defeating the 6-star demon king is no problem. A fight between 4-star and 6-star demon kings costs 100 medium grade blood evil crystals to rend once. This price is expensive enough. The 4-star and 5-star demon kings are, after all, at the level of Zhu and Wuji. This is the Tower of Babel. Everything is expensive. Even the food and drinking water are transported from other places by the innate warriors using the Zumi ring. Moreover, there are too many young talents here, and each of them has a lot of wealth. When there is a lot of money and few resources, the price of resources will naturally soar. The fairy girl said so, with an expression that it was a matter of course. In the Tower of Babel, even a mortal will have some blood evil crystals. After all, if they meet a generous warrior and the service satisfies them, it is normal to give some rewards. Line Crossing checked the 5 new war arrays and put them into the Zumi ring with satisfaction. His eyes drifted to Lin Ming, and he glanced at him casually and said calmly, I'm very interested in fighting with you. I hope you can show up in the arena these few days, and don't avoid fighting. Line Crossing's declaration of war did not surprise Lin Ming at all. He had long discovered that Line Crossing looked at him with a fighting spirit, but the other party's indifferent and arrogant tone made Lin Ming a little unhappy. I go in and out of the arena, based on my personal preferences. I won't deliberately avoid anyone. Even if there is, it won't be you. If you challenge me in the arena, I will be waiting for you at any time. Lin Ming straightened his sleeves and said indifferently, oh, you are so arrogant. You are here to choose a training ground, right? I advise you not to rent it for too long, or it will be wasted if you can't use it. Oh. So you want to fight to the death. Swords have no eyes. In a duel of life and death, it is normal to die. The two of them were talking, and their sharp words were exposed. At this time, Deacon Feng said impatiently, if you two want to declare war, you can go to the arena. This is the registration office for the training ground. If you want to register, register now. If you don't want to register, go outside. The dark-skinned middle-aged man said, waving his hand impatiently. I'll register. Lin Ming calmly walked to Deacon Feng's desk and handed over his pass with his information on it. Deacon Feng glanced at Lin Ming's pass, wrote something on the paper expressionlessly, and said lazily, the training grounds on the second floor are divided into 5 grades. The 4th grade training ground at the bottom is 20 medium grade blood evil crystals per year. The 3rd grade training ground is 80 per year. The 2nd grade training ground is 200. And the 1st grade training ground is 500. At the same time, the 1st grade training ground will deduct 1 killing point per year. Line crossing just chose the 1st grade training ground, which is 500 blood evil crystals per year, plus 1 killing point. Didn't they say that the training grounds are divided into 5 grades? There is also a special grade, right? Lin Ming thought for a while and asked. Yes, there are, but there are only 2 special grade training grounds on the entire 2nd floor. 200 blood evil crystals every 10 days, plus 1 killing point. Deacon Feng glanced at Lin Ming, a little impatient. This special grade training ground is empty most of the time. After all, the fee is too high. Unless it is a famous person, he is generally too lazy to introduce it. It is equivalent to 7,200 blood evil crystals per year, plus 36 killing points. Such an expensive price is simply not affordable, so it is usually rented out in units of 10 days. However, even so, few people want it. The price of 10 or 20 days can be afforded by the ruthless people on the 2nd floor, but it is too expensive. It hurts the liver to use it. It is like a poor person who can afford silk, but will never buy it. It is better to use the money to buy 10 pieces of cotton cloth. However, this special training ground is indeed worth the money. 1 day of training there is equivalent to 4 or 5 days of training in the 1st class training ground. Some of the 2nd class celebrities often bleed once when they encounter bottlenecks and go to the special training ground for 10 days or half a month to see if they can break through the realm by luck. Lin Ming had heard about the effectiveness of the special training ground before. He thought about it for a while and said, I will rent it for 50 days. 50 days. Deacon Feng looked at Lin Ming in surprise. You know, even those celebrities on the 2nd floor usually rent for 10 or 20 days. To rent for 50 days, 1000 middle grade blood evil crystals and 5 killing points are required. 1000 middle grade blood evil crystals is not an exaggeration, especially the 5 killing points are too painful. Killing points are very hard to earn, and killing points are very useful. At the trade fair on the 2nd floor, many precious things require killing points to buy. Even the top masters are very stingy when using killing points. Are you sure? Sure. Lin Ming nodded. In fact, he planned to stay on the 2nd floor of the Babel Tower for 50 days, and then attack the 3rd floor of the Babel Tower. That is where Lin Ming might stay for several years. Hearing Lin Ming's affirmation, Deacon Feng became obviously enthusiastic and his attitude towards Lin Ming was much better. If he could rent out the special training ground for 50 days at once, he, as the manager, would also benefit a lot. 50 days. Okay, I'll register for you right away. Deacon Feng's previous lazy and impatient demeanor was swept away, and he picked up the pen and wrote down quickly. The fairy girl who brought Lin Ming in was so upset watching this. 1000 middle grade blood evil crystals plus 5 killing points only lasted for 50 days. Even if your cultivation efficiency is 5 times that of a first class cultivation ground, it is only equivalent to practicing for 250 days in a first class cultivation ground. To save 200 days, you spend so much. This is more than a waste of money. It is simply a waste of money. Lin Ming naturally knew the role of killing points, but on the one hand, he had no shortage of treasures, elixirs, and exercises, so he didn't need to go to the trade fair. On the other hand, he was confident that he could earn more killing points in a short period of time, so he naturally spent them happily. As for the 1000 middle grade blood evil crystals, they were nothing to him. Money was originally something outside of one's body, not to mention that it was robbed money. As for the consumption of cultivation, he only used high-grade blood evil crystals for cultivation, and the middle-grade blood evil crystals were for spending. He directly took out 2 boxes of 1000 middle-grade blood evil crystals, which were all the belongings left by the black rat after his death. Lan Crossing looked at the side with a gloomy face. This kid. Are you showing off in front of me? Lan Crossing was arrogant by nature, and he was naturally unhappy to be suppressed by Lin Ming. He thought that he was already very generous in spending money, but he felt pained when Lin Ming was so wasteful. He didn't care about the blood evil crystals, but he was reluctant to spend the killing points. This idiot, you will regret it one day if you waste the killing points like this. Lan Crossing thought secretly in his heart. Young man, do you want a war array? The voice of Deacon Feng was full of courtesy. If you sell a high-level war array, you can make a lot of money. Do I have the authority to watch the array of the Emperor level masters fighting? Lin Ming pondered for a while, and then asked slowly. This? No, and there is no second level one. The highest level here is the war array for the quasi-emperor level. It requires 2-star authority, 1000 medium grade blood evil crystals to rent for 1 month, and 1 killing point. Quasi-Emperor is the realm between the 6-star Demon King and the Demon Emperor, equivalent to the 5th or 6th level of life falling power, much stronger than Zhu and Wuji. Well, I'll take one. Lin Ming had obtained an honorary badge, which was just the right level for 2 stars. As for the blood crystals and killing points, he didn't care. Once he entered the 3rd level, it would be much easier to get killing points than the 2nd level. The fairy girl was speechless when she heard this indifferent tone, which was like buying cabbage in the market. Lan Crossing's eyes flashed with cold light, and he sneered. You are here to show off your wealth, just to surpass me in such a boring comparison? You are really childish. As far as I know, your killing points are not more than mine. You are boring and stupid. Chapter 546. Enlightenment again. After saying this, Lan Crossing had no intention of staying here, and left in a huff. Lin Ming did not expect Lan Crossing to have such a reaction. Watching Lan Crossing leave, Lin Ming shook his head. Boring. He took out the blood evil crystal box from the Zumi ring with a blank face, and placed it on the table. This is 1000 medium grade blood evil crystals. Please count them. Well, okay. Deacon Feng smiled, took the blood evil crystals, and scanned them with his spiritual sense, then put them away with a smile. If there were more customers like this, he would still make a lot of money as a deacon. Don't you need other war arrays? Deacon Feng asked eagerly. Lin Ming thought for a while and said, bring 3 demon kings and devil kings above 3 stars each, and the others are not needed. Lin Ming was far less interested in the battles between the life-falling level strongmen than the emperor level ones, but it would be nice to take this opportunity to understand the fighting methods of the demon and troll masters. Okay, a total of 600 medium grade blood evil crystals. After a few rounds, Lin Ming had spent almost all the medium grade blood evil crystals he had plundered from the black rat. Fortunately, he still had the ones from Zina and Guyu, which were enough for occasional expenses. Lin Ming put away the key to the training ground in the 7 array plates, and said to the fairy girl, this girl, please continue to take me to the training ground. Okay. The fairy girl looked at Lin Ming with eager eyes. Such a sponsor was rare, and even if there was one, it might not be her turn to serve. For example, the one on Blue Star was already extremely generous. The interior of the Tower of Babel was very large, especially Lin Ming's training ground was located hundreds of feet underground, and it was a long distance to walk. The fairy girl chattered along the way to Lin Ming about the relevant rules and matters of the Tower of Babel, whether useful or not, including some information about the 2nd level masters, and told Lin Ming everything. As they talked, the fairy girl came closer and closer to Lin Ming, and finally she almost hung on him. Her curvy body kept pressing against his arm. Lin Ming gave way several times, but the fairy girl followed him closely. Lin Ming became impatient, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The evil spirit emanated from his body. The fairy girl shuddered, and hurriedly pulled away, looking very terrified. In the Tower of Babel, low-level warriors like the fairy girl who had no status at all could only be regarded as higher-level female slaves. They would never dare to lose their temper with the trial takers, so the fairy girl was so terrified. Seeing this scene, Lin Ming couldn't help but think of King He. Knowing the tragic fate of these female slaves, his heart softened and he said, "Go on, this is for you." As Lin Ming spoke, he handed over a small bag of blood evil crystals. The fairy girl hesitated for a moment, but still bit her lip to take it. Judging from the weight, there were probably more than 10 blood evil crystals in it. The fairy girl continued to introduce the situation of the Tower of Babel to Midley, and at this time, she no longer dared to get close to Lin Ming. The two of them came to the training ground and pushed open the door. There was only a teleportation array here. The fairy girl said, "Young Master Lin, I can only send you here. Use the key to open the teleportation array and you can go to your room. There are many restrictions in the training ground. No one will be able to peek in. Please rest assured." "Okay," Lin Ming responded and put the key into the array. A white light flashed, and the next moment, he appeared in a dark room. The first feeling after entering this room was cold, extremely cold, which made him feel creepy. There was a layer of hazy black fog in the room. One by one, it was the overly strong evil spirit condensed into substance. The evil spirit in this place is so dense that if a low-level warrior enters, he will probably lose his mind. Even if he is a strong innate warrior, his mentality will be affected if he stays here for a long time. The room is only 3 meters square, surrounded by a black rock bed. There is only a hard wooden pillow on the bed. Apart from that, there is not even any bedding. It is extremely depressing. If an ordinary person lives alone in such an environment for a month, he will probably go crazy. However, this is nothing to Lin Ming. The retreat of a warrior is originally an extremely lonely journey of cultivation. Lin Ming took a deep breath, sat cross-legged on the bed, and took out the war array for the quasi-emperor battle. A blood evil crystal was embedded in the center of the array, and a series of illusions suddenly emerged. Above the boundless black ocean, the wind and waves rolled, and two figures were suspended high above the sea. One of them was wearing a black cloak and holding a long spear. It was the troll tribe. His opponent, a cold and beautiful woman, was wearing a black veil, with pointed ears, black hair like a waterfall, and small scales at the corners of her eyes. She looked like a fairy. To quasi emperors. Although the phantoms could not see their cultivation at all, Lin Ming did not know why he felt a sudden shock, a shock that seemed to come from the depths of his soul. Just phantoms can retain their momentum. What if they are real people? This is still a quasi-emperor. What if it is a real emperor, a great sea of gods who have survived 7 or 8 deaths? Lin Ming muttered to himself, his blood boiling. Swoosh. The troll with a spear took the initiative and stabbed the cold and beautiful woman of the fairy tribe with a spear, and the fierce battle began. With Lin Ming's eyesight, he could not see the movements of the two people at all. He only saw huge waves in the ocean, demonic energy shooting in the sky, and the phantoms of swords and spears in the sky, like rolling dark clouds. The space was turbulent, and visible ripples radiated out. From the sky, it looked like a blooming black flower. This is. Lin Ming saw that under the ocean, a lot of seawater was suddenly formed, as if being swallowed by invisible mouths. Could this be a space crack? When Lin Ming experienced the broken world, the entire world fragment was filled with seawater leaking from the South China Sea, so there were too many such small whirlpools. If a warrior hit it, the space crack would be torn in half. These space cracks did not exist before the battle between the two quasi-emperor masters. If I guessed correctly, these space cracks were torn by the strong true essence and energy whirlpools after their fight. Just a fight between quasi-emperors can tear the space? Then what about the emperors? Lin Ming was amazed and found that the small whirlpools in the ocean slowly became smaller until they disappeared. The space cracks torn by the fight between the quasi-emperors are only temporary. Stable space has the ability to heal itself. Unless the world is already shattered, like when they entered the demon god emperor's palace, it is not so easy for those life-loss great powers to unite and open up space. Lin Ming watched intently, over and over again. His naked eyes could not keep up with the speed of the two quasi-emperor masters. However, the martial arts moves were not important to Lin Ming. He looked at the artistic conception and the laws. The artistic conception of the troll quasi-emperor seems to contain a despairing power. Looking at his gun moves, it seems that my soul is shattered. Maybe this is the artistic conception of destruction? Lin Ming was secretly surprised. It was just an illusion record, but it had such power. If he really watched them fight, he didn't know what it would be like. Such a terrifying artistic conception of destruction. I'm afraid that a warrior with a weak will would have his soul shattered after just one look. The fairy girl seems to be using the artistic conception of water and wind. Her moves are too fast and unclear, which makes people feel confused in time and space. I'm afraid that it also contains the artistic conception of time and space. The fairy tribe is indeed the darling of the laws of nature. The artistic conception that this fairy girl has comprehended is too much. What is most terrifying is that she can integrate so many artistic conceptions and use them in her moves without any sense of incoordination. It is incredible. This battle had no result. The image disappeared when the war reached a white-hot stage. It was unknown who won or lost. This made Lin Ming feel very sorry. However, he had gained a lot from seeing so much, especially the fairy girl's understanding of wind, time, and space, which made him feel enlightened. Combined with the experience of entering the Holy Demon continent and passing through the space channel, Lin Ming felt vaguely that he had grasped something, but he could not remember it, no matter how hard he tried. The spatial force and time force of the spatial channel reverberated in Lin Ming's mind over and over again. The strange feeling of time distortion and the feeling that even the thinking slowed down appeared in Lin Ming's mind like a movie. Lin Ming fell into deep thought and unknowingly entered the ethereal martial intention. Under the blessing of the ethereal martial intention, his mental power was 10 times more concentrated. His entire breathing seemed to be in a state of being there and not being there. There was no perception or thought in his body. Circles of black evil spirit gathered around Lin Ming, forming wisps of black mist, and quietly floated into Lin Ming's body. There was no thought pulling him. The evil spirit operated according to the inertia of instinct. This was a nearly perfect operation route. He unknowingly entered the state of enlightenment again, and maintained this state, forgetting time, and several days passed. These days, in the second floor arena, Blue Star wins. The black-clothed referee raised Blue Star's hand high. 7 consecutive wins. This is Blue Star's 7th victory. He can continue to win and reach 10 consecutive wins. Is he the first kill point on the second floor of the Tower of Babel? Who else wants to challenge Blue Star? The black-clothed referee's voice was full of passion. This Blue Star is too powerful. It was underestimated to say that he has the strength of a 4-winged demon before. He may have the strength of a 4-winged demon in the middle and late stages. There is a long way from a 4-winged demon to a 6-winged demon. In the process of the growth of the 6th pair of wings of the demon to 2, it is divided into the front, middle and back stages. It looks like Blue Star is going to win 10 games in a row. The masters on the second floor won't stop him before he wins 10 games in a row. That's probably the case. It's hard to raise a fat sheep. Only after Blue Star wins 10 games in a row and gets a kill point will he be worth defeating for the masters. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 547, Further Progress. According to the rules of the Tower of Babel, after winning 10 games in a row, one will get a killing point, but this killing point cannot be used immediately and must be unfrozen and used after winning another game. On the contrary, if one loses this game, the killing point will be automatically transferred to the winner. This is the rule of the Tower of Babel. Therefore, the masters on the second floor are like hunters, focusing their attention on the warriors who have won 10 games in a row. Defeating such warriors can not only gain evil spirits, but also killing points. Warriors who are listed as targets are usually called fat sheep. 10 consecutive wins is a hurdle, and 20 consecutive wins is another hurdle, and the hurdle of 20 consecutive wins is more difficult, because the killing points of 20 consecutive wins will accumulate to 2 points, which is more likely to provoke masters. Last time, when Land Crossing first played, there were only a few hundred people sitting in the huge fighting arena, but this time there were more than 1,000 people, including many upper level masters on the second floor. These people were all looking at land crossing, estimating land crossing's strength in their hearts, because land crossing was their prey. Land crossing sneered in his heart, "You really treat me as prey. I don't know who will be the prey next time." I came to the second floor of the Babel Tower, and didn't step into the fighting arena. I closed myself off for a year just to wait for you. Land crossing was thinking, and another warrior jumped onto the ring. The 8th match began, and land crossing's mouth curved up. For him, dealing with this person was no problem. The 8th match, land crossing won. The referee announced again. 8 consecutive wins. A newcomer has won 8 consecutive wins. An incredible achievement. More and more warriors in the audience paid attention to land crossing. I seem to have heard that land crossing announced that he would challenge Lin Ming to decide who is the strongest newcomer on the second floor. But why has Lin Ming disappeared these days? He is in seclusion, right? Or maybe he is hiding from land crossing. Land crossing is indeed too strong. Stronger than what he showed in the previous 3 consecutive victories. It is normal that Lin Ming cannot beat him. After all, land crossing has been practicing on the second floor for a whole year. Well, although avoiding a fight will make your mind unclear, it is necessary for a warrior to be patient for a while, especially in the Tower of Babel. Those who don't know how to be patient have already died. In the Tower of Babel, life is the first priority. It is not shameful to avoid a fight. On the contrary, those who know that they are not strong enough and still go up to die are idiots who are ridiculed. After 8 consecutive wins, there is another 9 consecutive wins. 3 consecutive wins in 3 consecutive days. Land crossing is only 1 game away from 10 consecutive wins. Today's 3 matches have been completed. Young Master Lan, will you continue? The black-clad referee said respectfully. No matter where you go, the strong are respected. Moreover, land crossing has a promising future. He may even become a demon king in the future, provided that he does not die. Let's stop here today. The person I want to fight has not shown up. Tomorrow, I hope my opponent will show up in the arena and don't let me down. This opponent is naturally Lin Ming. Many people are looking forward to the battle between the 2 new talents on the second floor. However, after Lin Ming went into seclusion, there was no news, as if he had disappeared. Blue Star has spoken out, which is equivalent to a challenge by name. Humph, calling out names is useless. Lin Ming can go this far, so he is not a fool. If I were Lin Ming, I would not come out. What can Blue Star do? I'm looking forward to Blue Star's 11th game tomorrow. I wonder which master will take action, and whether Blue Star can keep its killing points. Well, this is the highlight. There will definitely be a lot of spectators in the martial arts arena tomorrow, and many masters will appear one by one. In the Abyss training ground, 4 days passed in a blink of an eye. Lin Ming sat on the bed like a sculpture, motionless. The strong evil spirit condensed into a thick evil spirit shell on his body, like a cocoon. In Lin Ming's mind, various chaotic scenes appeared alternately, including the experience in the time and space journey, the records in Golden Peng breaking the void, and the time and space artistic conception involved in Great Wilderness halberd art. These scenes became clearer and clearer in Lin Ming's mind. At a certain moment, Lin Ming felt as if something in his heart was ignited. A vast energy burst out from his dantian and flowed through his meridians. He would not feel comfortable if he did not vent it out. Lin Ming drew out the Zixuan spear from the Zumi ring and stabbed it out. The Zixuan spear seemed to escape into the void and disappeared. Bang! The spear stabbed into the protective formation of the training ground. The entire formation was violently agitated. The Zixuan spear was bent into a full moon under the powerful impact. After a short pause, Lin Ming's body was completely against the laws of physics and suddenly retracted. The Zixuan spear was also put into the Zumi ring, as if Lin Ming had not moved at all. Looking into his dantian, the vortex of the true essence expanded a circle, and he was only 1 step away from the middle stage of the innate realm. My cultivation has reached the extreme of the early stage of the innate realm. I have finally comprehended the laws of time and space. Lin Ming breathed a sigh of relief. It was not easy to comprehend these 2 sets of laws. From acquiring the Golden Peng breaking the void body technique to the Great Wilderness halberd technique, both sets of top grade skills mentioned the laws of time and space. In addition to the experience of the ultra-long distance teleportation array time and space channel, and the comprehension of the quasi-emperor level war images, after a series of opportunities, he has only comprehended the laws of time and space. My affinity with the laws is really not worth mentioning compared to the goblins, who are the dullings of the laws of nature. If it weren't for the assistance of the ethereal martial arts, I'm afraid 4 days would not be enough for me to get started. Lin Ming sighed secretly. His comprehension of the laws was always unsatisfactory. My cultivation has improved very quickly. In the past few months, I have already reached the middle stage of the Xiantian realm. In 1 month at most, I will be able to break through. This blood-killing plane is well deserved of its reputation. It is a top-level training ground. High-intensity training, combined with the life and death battles of geniuses, is the easiest way to stimulate the potential of warriors. If you can train in the blood-killing plane for several years without dying, your cultivation will definitely grow a lot. It can be said that the rapid progress of the blood-killing plane is the result of the deaths of other young heroes. This is like choosing a queen bee from a group of bees. Only by biting other competitors to death can you ascend to the position of queen bee. The life and death battles in the blood-killing plane are naturally much more effective than the martial arts competitions of the sects in the Xian'an continent. Of course, the cost is much greater. After practicing for 4 days in a row, Lin Ming only felt that his stomach was empty and he was extremely hungry. Moreover, he sweated a lot, which made him feel sticky and uncomfortable. He was going to go out to take a shower and have a meal. The special training ground where Lin Ming was located was small and there was no place to rest. Through the teleportation array in the room, he came to the warrior service center on the 2nd floor, and a noisy atmosphere suddenly hit him. Here, as long as you have the blood evil crystal, you can enjoy a variety of services. As long as you can think of it, there is everything. Bathing and eating are the simplest. Some warriors find a dozen beautiful female slaves to take a bath together in order to vent their desires. It is not surprising. Lin Ming found a decent restaurant to sit down. Before ordering, he found that many people's eyes were frequently on him. Some people's lips moved slightly, obviously transmitting something in their true essence. They looked at him with a strange look. When did I get so much attention? Lin Ming thought he was a little celebrity on the 2nd floor, but he definitely didn't attract so much attention. After a slight hesitation, Lin Ming took out a sound transmission talisman, said something, and then crushed it. A flash of fire flashed in his hand. A moment later, a fairy girl came to the restaurant in a dusty state, while Lin Ming was eating braised beef in soy sauce leisurely at this time. Mr. Lin. The fairy girl bowed slightly. She had left a sound transmission mark for Lin Ming before, so she would come whenever he was called. Before Lin Ming asked, the fairy girl used her true energy to transmit her voice to Lin Ming, saying, Mr. Lin, you must not go to the arena. Line crossing is fighting in the arena. He had previously specifically called for declaring war on you, but Mr. Lin had been in seclusion, so he didn't have the chance. As a result, he won 3 games in a row every day in the past few days, and now he has won 9 games in a row. If he wins 1 more, it will be 10 games in a row. If Mr. Lin goes to the arena now, he will definitely challenge you. Oh, is there such a thing? Lin Ming touched his chin. He also knew the rules of the Tower of Babel. 10 consecutive wins would get 1 killing point. Ever since he watched the fight between the quasi-emperors and gained a lot from those images, Lin Ming had a new understanding of killing points. It was indeed a good thing, the more the better. If he could earn more killing points and exchange them for a few more battle images of quasi-emperors who were proficient in the laws of space and time, or even in the future, his authority would be raised to a higher level and he could exchange them for the war array of a true emperor level master. Then his understanding of the laws would definitely reach a new height. Of course, Lin Ming would not miss such a good thing. Yes, Mr. Lin, don't underestimate the enemy. Line crossing is now showing much more strength than he did on the first day. He didn't take the 3 consecutive victories on the first day seriously at all. The fairy girl saw Lin Ming's interested expression and panicked. She hurriedly explained, I know. Lin Ming suddenly realized. No wonder these people paid so much attention to him. It turned out that they were waiting to see the show. He took out a medium-grade blood evil crystal from the Zumi ring and placed it on the table. Lin Ming said. "Waiter, check out." He stood up directly. "Mr. Lin, what are you going to do?" The fairy girl's face changed, and an ominous premonition surged in her heart. Lin Ming smiled slightly. "Let's go to the fighting arena and see what the so-called hidden strength of Blue Star is like." Lin Ming's voice was not loud, but all the warriors in the restaurant were masters, and they heard Lin Ming's words clearly. For a moment, many people suddenly showed an interested look, as if Lin Ming was going to go to the Tiger Mountain, even though he knew there was a tiger in the mountain. However, many people also looked at Lin Ming, shook their heads slightly, or sneered, and a few troll warriors looked at Lin Ming with a gloating expression, as if they were looking at an idiot, and they were waiting for Lin Ming to be defeated, or die miserably in this battle. Chapter 548, Demon King Battle Body. Whether they were interested in watching the fun, or despised Lin Ming, they all did the same thing at this time, paying the bill. For a while, the waiter was busy collecting money, and the warriors present stood up and prepared to go to the fighting arena. "Mr. Lin, you." The fairy girl was speechless. She came to warn Lin Ming specifically, but it only had the opposite effect. She still had some good feelings for Lin Ming. Of course, this had nothing to do with love between men and women. It was just because Lin Ming would treat slaves well and would not blindly think about getting women's bodies. There were indeed very few men who could still keep themselves clean in an environment like the Tower of Babel. Naturally, she didn't want Lin Ming to get into trouble. She wanted to say something else, but Lin Ming had already walked out of the restaurant and went straight to the fighting arena. Haha, interesting. I'm looking forward to the fight between Lin Ming and Blue Star. I hope it won't disappoint us. The result is predictable. Young people are full of vigor and do not think things through. Lin Ming didn't even watch any of Blue Star's battles in the past 3 days. He dared to act rashly. It's too unwise. Lin Ming is good, and he probably has a trump card. But in the Tower of Babel, who is not a leader of the younger generation, who doesn't know how to hide their strength? In this case, whoever underestimates others will suffer. Thinking that you can kill others by keeping a trump card is the stupidest idea. Most people who have such an idea are dead. The Tower of Babel is full of strong men. Here, the dragon must coil, and the tiger must lie down. Even the strong men in the upper levels have to investigate the opponent's details before taking action, otherwise it will be very dangerous. The competition is probably going on in the martial arts arena. I wonder if Blue Star has won 10 consecutive games. I think it's a sure thing. At this time, the martial arts arena 10 consecutive wins. Blue Star has won 10 consecutive games. The black-clothed referee announced loudly. Line crossing was too strong. His demon tattoo had officially accumulated to 4 wings, and even the 6 wings had formed a very faint outline. As expected by the audience, Lin Ming did not show up, so by the 10th game, no one was willing to take action. Line Crossing's opponent for 10 consecutive victories was a warrior that the fairy tribe had finally found. He did not expect to win. The 11th battle. This is the most crucial battle. Haha, I've been looking forward to it for a long time. I wonder who will play. These strong men have reached an agreement based on their own strength. If I remember correctly, Hu Yanluo should play this time. Every opportunity to earn killing points will be precious. There are 4 ways to earn killing points on the 2nd floor of the Babel Tower. The first is to win consecutively. 10 consecutive wins, 20 consecutive wins, 30 consecutive wins, and so on will all get corresponding killing points. However, in the Babel Tower, high-level warriors defeating low-level warriors will not be counted as winning streaks, so when the winning streak accumulates to the second half, the opponents who want to win consecutively will become stronger and stronger. At this time, the strong must be cautious before taking action, and it will become increasingly difficult to earn killing points. The second way to earn killing points is exactly the opposite of the first way, that is, to end the opponent's winning streak. For example, if you end Land Crossing's 10-game winning streak, you will get the killing points he earned from his 10 consecutive wins from him. The third way is to obtain the Medal of Honor. Each Medal of Honor corresponds to a certain number of killing points. The last way is to gamble. The 2 sides agree to bet on a certain number of killing points in a battle. The winner will get to kill points. In this case, For the masters, the easiest way to get killing points is the second one, which is to end the opponent's winning streak, especially for newcomers like land crossing. This opportunity is coveted by everyone. Among the masters on the second floor, there is an unwritten set of rules to distribute this opportunity. This time, it is Hu Yanluo's turn to take action. Hu Yanluo was born in the troll tribe. He was 12 feet tall, which was a big figure even among the trolls. His weapon was a sledgehammer. The handle alone was as thick as an adult's arm. It must have weighed tens of thousands of pounds. Boom. When Hu Yanluo jumped onto the stage, he stepped on the floor tiles and broke them apart. The whole arena was shaken. Hey, kid, don't be too nervous. I'm very gentle. Talents like you are an important source of killing points for us. I will never hurt you. Don't worry. Hu Yanluo looked up and down at Land Crossing, licking his lips excitedly. He was half a body taller than Land Crossing and looked like an adult and a child from a distance. Land Crossing smiled indifferently. So, you really treat me like a sheep in a sheepfold, and you get a harvest every once in a while? Haha, it's good for you to think so. Boy, accept your fate. The Tower of Babel is a world where strength is king. If you have the strength, you can do this. Yes, I agree with this, but before the battle, I have a suggestion. Go ahead. I want to bet with you on points, based on the fight, so let's bet on 2 points. In other words, if you beat me, you can get 3 points. Of course, if you lose, the points belong to me. Land Crossing's suggestion made Hu Yanluo suddenly stunned, and then he laughed. Good suggestion, good suggestion. He never thought that there would be such a good thing delivered to his door. Land Crossing actually felt that 1 point was not enough, and he had to bet on 2 more. Boy, if you think you can beat me, if you hold back before, you are wrong. Let me show you the strength of the upper level trialists. After Hu Yanluo finished speaking, he shouted violently, and his whole body burst out with momentum. For a time, the magic element rolled, and the murderous spirit soared to the sky. Land Crossing sneered in his heart. He dared to bet with Hu Yanluo, so he must have investigated Hu Yanluo's background, including the sect he came from and the skills he practiced. He even saw the battle array that Hu Yanluo used. Of course, it was inevitable that Hu Yanluo had a few trump cards, but even so, Land Crossing was 70% to 80% sure of winning. In the Tower of Babel, 70% to 80% sure was worth a bet. With a wicked smile on his face, Land Crossing drew out the long sword from the Zumi ring. The evil spirit over there in the martial arts arena is so strong. Who is fighting with whom? To this extent. On the way to the martial arts arena, Lin Ming saw some warriors discussing. Indeed, in the martial arts arena, there was an extremely strong evil spirit, and one could imagine how fierce the battle was. Lin Ming entered the fighting arena and saw from a distance that in the center of the arena, a troll holding a giant hammer was covered in blood and had disheveled hair. In front of him, a young goblin had a weird and evil smile on his face. He was covered in a layer of purple crystal armor and had several deep wounds on his body, but he seemed to be unaware of it, as if the pain could make him excited. Is this Land Crossing? Lin Ming was slightly surprised. This young goblin had long hair that fell to his ankles, and his body was engraved with various complicated and strange patterns. However, his appearance was indeed somewhat similar to Land Crossing, but compared to Land Crossing, he was more weird and evil. I didn't expect Land Crossing to have mastered the Monster King battle body. If this continues, Hu Yanluo won't be able to hold on. Well, no wonder Land Crossing has such an outstanding talent. The ancient monster blood in him is too strong, and he can even use the Monster King battle body. Ancient monster blood. Lin Ming's mind moved. Before this, he had heard of the ancient trolls. The large ball of blood that flew out of the Qianxue melting sun furnace was the blood of the ancient trolls. The 3-headed demon dog wanted to devour it to strengthen its soul, but it was sucked up by the magic cube. In this way, the ancient monsters are probably similar to the ancient trolls. There is no doubt that both the ancient monsters and the ancient trolls have extraordinary talents, just like the ancient phoenixes. Mr. Lin, that's the Monster King's battle body. At this time, the fairy girl who had been following Lin Ming saw Land Crossing on the stage, took a breath of cold air, and said tremblingly, Mr. Lin, Land Crossing can use the Monster King's battle body because he has been recognized by the ancient monsters. Under the Monster King's battle body, his strength can be increased by 40% to 50%. An increase of 40% to 50% is indeed a considerable increase. Generally, an adult man has 40% to 50% more strength than a teenager of 14 or 15 years old, but usually an adult man can defeat 45 teenagers of 14 or 15 years old. Seeing that Lin Ming still didn't care, the fairy girl sighed and stopped trying to comfort him. She had said everything she could say. Bang! On the stage, Hu Yanluo's sledgehammer was thrown high up and spun rapidly in the air. At the same time, Lang Crossing took a step forward, and the long sword in his hand blew a sharp sword wind. Swish, swish, swish. Blood splattered. Hu Yanluo roared like a beast and punched Lang Crossing in the heart. Die. Lang Crossing spat out these two words coldly, and his figure seemed to dissipate into the breeze. The next moment, the sword gathered and directly pierced through Hu Yanluo's neck. A sword to the throat. At this time, with a loud bang, the giant hammer that was knocked away by Lang Crossing finally fell to the ground. On the ring, Hu Yanluo was looking at the long sword dripping with blood in front of him in disbelief, and his eyes slowly lost their spirit. Puff! Lang Crossing's long sword shook and directly cut off Hu Yanluo's neck. The huge head rolled to the ground, and the blood spurted out more than 2 meters high. Lang Crossing wins. As the referee announced, the audience still didn't react. Hu Yanluo, who was ranked in the first echelon on the second floor of the Tower of Babel, died just like that. What a powerful state of mind of wind. Lang Crossing finally used it to dodge Hu Yanluo's punch and dealt him a fatal blow. Incredible. Lang Crossing seems to be only 23 or 24 years old. With time, he will have a chance to become a demon emperor. The audience was talking about it. There were many young talents in the Tower of Babel, but there were not many emperor-level geniuses like Lang Crossing who had the hope of becoming an emperor. Lang Crossing turned a deaf ear to everyone's discussion. He slowly raised his head and looked towards Lin Ming. The smile on his face became even more evil. Chapter 549 Tit for Tat. Kakaka. The purple crystal armor on Lang Crossing's body automatically disappeared, and the runes on his face gradually disappeared. His appearance changed back to the handsome young man of the fairy tribe at the beginning, but because his face was covered with blood, he looked a little ferocious. Lang Crossing stared at Lin Ming with a sense of pride and fighting spirit in his eyes. Young Master Lan has won 11 consecutive victories, officially obtained the killing points for 10 consecutive victories, and obtained 2 points for the bet with Hu Yanluo. May I ask if young Master Lan wants to continue fighting? No. Lang Crossing shook his head. I want to rest for an hour and then start the 12th battle. When everyone thought that Lang Crossing was going to win consecutive battles and complete 12 consecutive victories in one go, he said these words that surprised everyone. This kid, when he was betting with Hu Yanluo, I thought he was extremely arrogant, but I didn't expect him to be quite calm. He is now a little exhausted, and he was not carried away by the victory. He actually proposed to rest for an hour. Well, it seems that he dared to bet points with Hu Yanluo not on impulse. He may have investigated Hu Yanluo in advance and was very confident. Did you notice that Lin Ming is also here? Do you think Lin Ming dares to stay in the fighting field for an hour? It's not a question of whether he dares or not, but a question of whether he is stupid or not. He will not live long if he acts on impulse. Just now, Lin Ming happened to see the last scene of the battle on Blue Star. This Demon King battle body is no joke. The combat power of Blue Star has reached the first group on the second floor of the Tower of Babel, and it is not weak in the first group. The audience below the stage talked about it, and many people's eyes fell on Lin Ming frequently, looking forward to Lin Ming's reaction. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Ming did not have any excessive expression on his face, but walked to the stage calmly. Lin Ming is going to the stage too? Just as people had this thought, Lin Ming had already tiptoed and landed on the ring like a dragonfly touching the water. Glancing at the black-clad referee, Lin Ming said calmly, I want to fight. Ha. Many spectators showed excited expressions. Lin Ming did not leave, nor did he close his eyes to rest, but went on stage to fight. Was this a demonstration? Lang Crossing was also slightly surprised. He smiled disdainfully, then closed his eyes and continued to meditate and regulate his breath. He didn't need to look to predict that Lin Ming would not encounter any decent opponents. Although there were many masters coming today, they didn't have to fight with Lin Ming because they couldn't get any benefits. At that time, there would probably be some low-level human warriors on the second floor who would come to fight with Lin Ming to accumulate experience and find the gap. There was never a shortage of such warriors in the second floor martial arts arena, so it was not difficult to achieve 10 consecutive victories. But if there were more than 10 consecutive victories, there would be many strong opponents, because at this time, ending your winning streak would earn you killing points. And because the strength was too close, once the battle started, it would be a life and death fight, and deaths would happen from time to time. Zhao Xianyu from Beifeng sect, please teach me, Master Lin. A human warrior jumped onto the field. He was not an unknown person. He had already condensed into a double-winged demon tattoo, which was considered quite powerful. Many warriors on the second floor lost the game after condensing into a demon tattoo, and then condensed again after a period of time. This repeated many times. As long as they saved their lives, failure was nothing. As the referee announced the start of the game, Zhao Xianyu's sword was like a poisonous snake, piercing Lin Ming's chest. His sword moves contained the endless artistic conception of water, and the sword energy was long and could not be cut off. However, this was nothing to Lin Ming. As soon as the spear momentum came out, the vibration of the true essence burst out, and waves of waves directly shattered the endless sword energy. A spear stabbed out. The tip of the spear was like lightning, as fast as escaping into the void, and instantly appeared between Zhao Xianyu's eyebrows. Kai. The evil spirit suddenly subsided. Zhao Xianyu felt a chill between his eyebrows and the hair on his back stood up. At that moment, he almost thought that Lin Ming's shot was going to pierce his head. I lost. Zhao Xianyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but found that his back was already covered with sweat. Just now, he almost thought he was going to die. Thank you. Lin Ming put away the purple Zuan spear, and a stream of evil spirit belonging to Zhao Xianyu flowed into Lin Ming's body. Although the amount was not large, it also made the demon tattoo on Lin Ming's arm more solid. Lin Ming wins. The referee announced loudly. What a powerful shot. Whether it is the spear force or the evil spirit, it is easy to send and receive. I wonder how much strength Lin Ming has hidden. Well, Lin Ming is indeed powerful, but his opponent just now was too weak. Even if he won beautifully, it doesn't mean much. It is unlikely that Lin Ming can win Blue Star. Compared with Hu Yanluo, Zhao Xianyu is not at the same level at all. Few people are optimistic about Lin Ming. However, in a corner of the fighting arena, a middle-aged man with white hair was slightly silent. At that moment, he seemed to have a sense of time and space confusion. Is it my illusion? The seemingly random shot of that kid just now, even if I were to face it, I would feel that it would be difficult to dodge. 4 consecutive wins, 5 consecutive wins, 6 consecutive wins. Lin Ming won 8 consecutive victories in one breath. Each fight would not exceed 3 moves. Lin Ming won all the way with an unstoppable crushing advantage. Although Lin Ming's opponents were not masters, he won every battle so easily. After 6 consecutive battles, Lin Ming did not even breathe, which also made people secretly shocked. 8 consecutive wins. It's already 8 consecutive wins. Today, young Master Lin has fought 5 games in a row. Do you want to continue the 6th game? The black-clothed referee asked. In the Tower of Babel, ordinary warriors will not fight more than 3 games a day. This is actually just for the sake of caution, to avoid being too arrogant and attracting some masters to come on the field to abuse people. For Lin Ming now, fighting 5 games in a row is nothing. No. Lin Ming glanced at land crossing and calculated the time in his mind. He would not underestimate land crossing either. Lin Ming was looking forward to seeing the Demon King's battle body. After Lin Ming left the arena, everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Ming, waiting to see if he would leave or stay in the arena. Lin Ming was a pure rookie, even newer than land crossing. After all, land crossing had been training on the 2nd floor for a year. At this time, it would not be shameful for Lin Ming to avoid fighting land crossing. However, Lin Ming just walked to his seat silently and sat cross-legged. He had not consumed much energy in the past few games. He meditated mainly to adjust his mentality. Sit down. Hey, you are really a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers. Tit for tat, knowing that Lan Crossing wants to challenge him, but he doesn't take it seriously. Instead, he has a calm expression, just waiting for Lan Crossing to challenge. Now there is something to watch. The fight between masters, especially the two new geniuses, really attracted attention. The news spread quickly, and more people came to the arena. People kept entering the entrance of the martial arts arena. There were already 4,000 or 5,000 people, except for those martial artists, who were in seclusion. Everyone else came. Even some low-level martial artists who did a lot of business in the Tower of Babel came to watch the fun. The entire martial arts arena was crowded, but in the center of the martial arts arena, no one fought. Obviously, everyone was waiting for the fight between Lin Ming and Lan Crossing. Time passed by minute. Lin Ming sat in meditation and adjusted his breath like an old monk in meditation, and Lan Crossing was not in a hurry at all. The audience around them talked about the two. Lan Crossing actually only took half an hour to recover to his peak state, but he was still meditating and had no intention of getting up. If ordinary people were in this situation, they would inevitably be impatient and go on stage early because of the audience is waiting. However, Lan Crossing didn't care how many spectators there were. He said he would rest for an hour, and that was it. This concentration was shocking. It's time. After an hour, Lan Crossing, who had been meditating, slowly opened his eyes, and his voice was as calm as a windless lake. What a good character. Someone in the audience couldn't help but admire him. He was able to train his character to this level and maintain the best fighting state at any time. In this way, there were few external factors that would affect his performance. This guy's really scary. Not only is his strength against the sky, but his character is also so calm. Lan Crossing glanced at Lin Ming, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. You are waiting for me here. It seems that you have already planned to fight with me. In this case, go on stage. Lan Crossing said, and his figure flashed and appeared on the ring first. Lin Ming followed closely and landed lightly in the center of the ring. Lin Ming, I fought Hu Yanluo before and bet 2 killing points. Do you dare to bet? Lan Crossing said provocatively. How many? Lin Ming asked back. Same, 2. In this way, if you beat me, you will not only have the killing points to end the winning streak, but also the 2 killing points of the bet. Of course, the premise is that you can win. Okay. Lin Ming agreed immediately. Haha, but it's great. Then I won't be polite. Lan Crossing said, and drew out the long sword in the zoomy ring. The sword made a humming sound in the wind. This is a performance of the artistic conception of wind integrated into the sword. In terms of the artistic conception of wind, Lan Crossing is far better than Lin Ming. Lin Ming also drew out the Zixuan spear, and a calm momentum suddenly burst out, like a towering mountain, unattainable. Kai. Before the two of them fought, their momentum had already collided with each other. Compared with Lin Ming's calm momentum, Lan Crossing's momentum was like a flying arrow, sharp and penetrating. Hey, you are indeed extraordinary. Let me see how much of your strength you can let me use. While Lan Crossing was speaking, his eyes changed, becoming like the cold stars in the sky, with a cold light. Sword of the Wind. As soon as the word sword came out, the sword in Lan Crossing's hand disappeared, as if it had merged into the wind. Only the wind could be seen, but not the sword. In an instant, countless sword lights woven into an overwhelming net, covering Lin Ming. Golden Peng breaks the void. Lin Ming disappeared instantly, and the floor tiles under his feet were instantly cut into pieces by the sword energy. Thanks to spare you for the 10,000 yuan reward. If nothing goes wrong today, there will be another chapter, but it will be very late, so don't wait. Chapter 550 Bloody Battle. The artistic conception of wind. Lan Crossing's sword slowed down. He was extremely sensitive to the artistic conception of wind. The body movement that Lin Ming had just used contained the shadow of the artistic conception of wind. Unfortunately, your artistic conception of wind is far different from mine. Human beings' understanding of the laws is really unbearable. Although your body movement is good, you can never dodge my sword. Lan Crossing drew his sword again, and his speed was so fast that it was difficult to distinguish. His body seemed to be integrated into the wind, forming a series of phantoms. It was impossible to figure out his position. It was as if he was everywhere. The sword lights condensed into dense thin lines, intertwined like a net, with no gaps at all, and there was no way to avoid it. The highly compressed true energy, combined with the perfect artistic conception of wind, made such an attack so fierce that it was terrifying. Lin Ming retreated again and again, but he could not avoid these sword lights after all. His clothes were torn to pieces, and he was in danger. Blue Star's sword is too sharp, and the angle is extremely tricky, with no track to follow. Even I have a headache facing this kind of sword light. If Lin Ming just dodges blindly, he will definitely lose. In the final analysis, it is the difference in artistic conception. Lin Ming's understanding of artistic conception is far inferior to Blue Star. Comparing artistic conception with Blue Star is using one's own shortcomings to attack the enemy's strengths. It is too unwise. Indeed, in terms of artistic conception, how can the human race compare with the goblin race? In the corner of the stands, two senior trialists were observing the battle. Their vision was still very accurate. They could tell the difference in artistic conception between the two people on the stage at a glance. He's forced into a corner. Let's see what he can do. On the stage, Lin Ming was sandwiched in the middle by dozens of sword lights, and there was no place to dodge. Many trolls on the stage showed expressions of gloating, waiting to see Lin Ming's defeat. Comparing artistic conception with the goblins was asking for abuse. Dead corner. Lin Ming frowned. In fact, it was easy to break through Lan Crossing's sword light. As long as he used the Hunyuan halberd or the slaughter, hundreds of blood-drinking seals would burst out. The fierce storm vortex would shatter any sword light into nothingness. However, Lin Ming did not want to do this. First, he wanted to hide his strength before entering the third floor of the Tangshan Tower, and second, he wanted to practice his artistic conception. The more advanced the martial arts, the more obvious the effect of artistic conception. Lin Ming was already far ahead of ordinary martial artists in terms of artistic conception, but he was not satisfied with this. He had long set his sights on the divine realm. It was because of his poor understanding of artistic conception that the great wilderness halberd art and the golden peng breaking the void had not been able to exert their due power until now. Fighting with Lan Crossing was a great opportunity to hone his artistic conception. How could Lin Ming miss it? Seeing the endless sword light coming, Lin Ming gritted his teeth and rushed straight into the sword light. Is this kid crazy? Lan Crossing was shocked. Lin Ming actually bumped into the sword light. The sudden scene made the audience's eyes widen. Before they could exclaim, Lin Ming's figure and steps seemed to be twisted at that moment. Then, an incredible scene happened. Lin Ming's body passed through the sword curtain without any damage and pierced Lan Crossing's face with a gun. What? Lan Crossing was shocked, but he was a master after all, and his reaction was very fast. He suddenly slashed the tip of the purple gun with a sword. Hiss! A flash of lightning rushed into Lan Crossing's body like a poisonous snake, making his arm numb and his blood boiling. Lin Ming raised his gun and stabbed again, but Lan Crossing was paralyzed all over. At the critical moment, Lan Crossing bit his tongue and retreated violently, thus avoiding Lin Ming's gun. What's going on? The audience was stunned, and Lan Crossing was also confused. Just then, Lin Ming seemed to have passed through space, directly penetrated the big net of the sword curtain, and stepped in front of Lan Crossing. Could it be the artistic conception of space? When a senior trialist realized this, he took a breath of cold air. The artistic conception of space is illusory. Even the goblins, who are known as the darlings of the law, rarely can comprehend the artistic conception of space, because they can't touch it. The artistic conception of wind and water are things that can be seen and touched. As long as you touch them frequently, you can always touch a little bit of their rules and comprehend the corresponding artistic conception. But space, you can't feel its existence at all. In this way, there are very few strong people who can comprehend the artistic conception of space. The fewer strong people, the less inheritance. Therefore, for the warriors of the Holy Demon Continent, the artistic conception of space is always a very mysterious existence. You said this kid comprehended the artistic conception of space? Another senior trialist found it hard to accept. After all, Lin Ming is just a human being. Humans are not much more affinity with the power of law than trolls. It should be correct. I have seen warriors who have comprehended the realm of space. I never thought that such a monster would appear among humans. The senior trialist of the troll tribe sighed. Lin Ming's talent completely left the younger generation of their troll tribe behind. So that's how it is. You are not an opponent who can be easily defeated. You are the strongest young generation I have ever met. You seem to be younger than me, but you have the strength to threaten me, so that I really want to kill you with my own hands. Lang Crossing said this, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Demon King battle body. Boom. Lang Crossing's aura erupted like a volcano, and all the surrounding rubble was blown away by this aura, and shot around like flying arrows. On Lang Crossing's body, a layer of purple crystal armor emerged. His hair grew longer, and mysterious and ancient fairy curse marks appeared on his face and body. Lang Crossing, who had used the Demon King battle body, exuded a burning evil aura all over his body. His originally amber pupils also turned blood red, and his gaze was full of murderous intent and ferocity. Demon King battle body. Lang Crossing finally used this trick. Haha, let's see what Lin Ming will do now. The fairy warriors in the audience were excited. The Demon King battle body was the pride of their fairy race, because it was the ancient demon blood imprinted in their bones, the source of their racial superiority and the symbol of racial glory. Because of this, they regarded themselves as a superior race, and humans were just a lowly race in their eyes. This is the real deal. It was just a warm-up before. Let's see how Lin Ming handles it. Many warriors of other races in the audience showed jealousy when they saw Lang Crossing's Demon King battle body. Seeing this Demon King battle body again, they were still frightened by its terrifying momentum. Lang Crossing undoubtedly has the strength to challenge the Demon Emperor, and Lin Ming may also have the strength to challenge the Sea of Gods. The battle between these two young heroes is a first-class grand event even in the Tower of Babel. Lin Ming looked at Lang Crossing and thought it was a pity. He wanted to take this opportunity to sharpen his artistic conception. However, after Lang Crossing opened his Demon King battle body, he was more inclined to compete in strength. He said slowly, "You want to destroy me, and I don't want to destroy you. This Tangshan Tower is originally a place of killing and being killed. Those who kill will be killed. Everyone here has a way to die, including you and me. Everyone who can appear in the Tangshan Tower has blood on their hands. They come here to kill people, to experience the battle of life and death, and to seek a breakthrough on the edge of life and death. Otherwise, don't come to the Tangshan Tower. Destroy me. Haha, do you think you have this chance?" Lang Crossing, who has completed the Demon King battle body, began to become crazy and his voice changed. "Whether there is a chance or not, you will know after the competition. I advise you not to waste too much time talking nonsense. You can't maintain this state for a long time." Lin Ming saw at a glance that Lang Crossing's Demon King battle body was similar to him opening the power of the evil god. Both of them detonated the true essence in the body. This state is bound to not last long. Looking for death. Lang Crossing's eyes flashed with murderous intent. In the center of the fighting arena, sand and stones rolled, and the wind blew. Lang Crossing held the sword in his right hand, and stroked the sword with his left hand. A touch of rich and enchanting blood remained on the long sword. Sword of the wind. Blood stained the blue sky. At that moment, Lang Crossing's long hair that had been hanging down to her ankles soared into the sky and fluttered wantonly. Lang Crossing held the sword with both hands and chopped it down heavily. The whistling wind brought a touch of rich blood color. The red sword light covered the sky. Lang Crossing was still on the killing path. At this time, the murderous aura burst out from his body, which could be called a bloody storm. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with cold light. He instantly judged that with his current strength, although he could barely take this sword, he would be injured. In the Tower of Babel, surrounded by so many masters, Lin Ming did not want to give anyone any chance to take advantage of him. In this way, his mental power connected to the evil god seed indirectly activated the power of the evil god. Compressed true essence burst out like a tide, and Lin Ming's momentum climbed to a peak in an instant. The unbridled true essence was like the unstoppable spear light, rushing straight into the sky. The sudden change shocked all the warriors present, but before they could react, Lin Ming's spear had already stabbed out. Humiliant spear. Hundreds of blood-drinking seals spun and danced, forming a giant red vortex around the purple spear, with flashes of thunder in the middle. Such a spear stabbed out, as if the void was split open. Boom. The terrifying explosion sounded like thunder, and countless rubble was thrown high. People's vision was completely swallowed by the blazing light. In such a wanton true essence shockwave, the blood-drinking seal cut through Lan Crossing's sword like a flying saw. Lin Ming held the gun with both hands, and came to Lan Crossing's eyes in an instant. He stabbed out with the gun, piercing Lan Crossing's heart. What? Lan Crossing was shocked. He never thought that the sword he swung with all his strength would be broken so easily by the opponent. At the critical moment, Lan Crossing could not retract his sword in time, so he could only use his palm to carry the sword and slash at Lin Ming's throat. If you want to kill me, don't even think about living. Lan Crossing's eyes flashed with a trace of ferocity, but at this moment, an incredible scene happened. The purple Zuan spear in Lin Ming's hand seemed to have traveled through space in an instant and appeared directly in front of Lan Crossing, and Lan Crossing's palm sword had just slashed out. Puff. With a faint sound, the body's protective true energy exploded, and the extremely sharp purple Zuan spear pierced directly into Lan Crossing's heart. Blood spurted out. 3 updates. Fulfilling the promise, adding more for your brother Zuan Gaohan, and congratulations to your brother Zuan Gaohan for upgrading to a higher V. It's a bit late to write now, but it's finally done. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.